that's so medicinal. Gets me high just thinking about it. Get even higher when the two of us are in the same room. I want a love that's horticultural, plant magical, roots deeper than the two of us, growing over every inch of us, our bodies in bloom. I want a love that's so medicinal. I want a love that's so medicinal. I want a love that's so medicinal. you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. I hear voices screaming in my head. They stop me feeling sad. Psycho, fell off the tightrope. Tell me why it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. Baby, don't call me crazy. You know that it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. You had it coming, babe. Welcome back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. Psycho, fell off the tightrope. Tell me why it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. Baby, don't call me crazy. You know that it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. Take a breath. I need oxygen. Give my best, and I watch us rise again. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. It's a new time. I exhale, breathing out my sins, and I smile as a brand new day begins. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. It's a new, it's a new, it's a new time. Oh, it's a new time. Oh. It's a new time. Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay? I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, 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 oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. A story begging to be told, a moment pausing to unfold. In the silence, can you hear it, anyone? A memory scared of letting go, fading to a distant glow. In the darkness, can you still feel the sun? As it's coming up, welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. Start of something new. The start of something new. A whisper floating in the wind, the hair standing up on your skin. When the voice you tried to hide is waking up, it's calling from the shadows. It's vibrating within your bones. Can you feel it? What else is yet to come? Oh, it has begun. Welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for a dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. The start of something new. Something new. A story begging to be told, a moment pausing to unfold. In the silence, can you hear it, anyone? A memory scared of letting go, fading to a distant glow. In the darkness, can you still feel the sun? As it's coming up, welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. Start of something new. The start of something new. A whisper floating in the wind, the hair standing up on your skin. When the voice you tried to hide is waking up, it's calling from the shadows. It's vibrating within your bones. Can you feel it? What else is yet to come? Oh, it has begun. Welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for a dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. The start of something new. Something new. Kick me down, watch me sink into the ground. I am buried, but I'm still alive. Burn my wasted dream. I know I was so naive, but I'm standing up to fight this time. It's not too late to change my mind, to give
Dynamic beats, have you bouquet and moving jeans. It's all
Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. Start of something new. Skin when the voice you tried to hide is waking up. that's so medicinal. Gets me high just thinking about it. Get even higher when the two of us are in the same room. I want a love that's horticultural, plant magical, roots deeper than the two of us, growing over every inch of us, our bodies in bloom. I want a love that's so medicinal.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go. Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again, 'cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series has taken a turn, and he still lives on!
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
Through all the doubt, through all the disbelief, they earn their place.
Winning is not a matter of chance.
It's a choice. He's in the base! Jackie Love just found everybody!
Body block from the court! Who's he called? Pick it up!
Oh, hell, the new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double galleons! Pain Gaming have done it!
Look at the arrow! Teleport!
He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, live from the JDG Esports Center in Beijing, China, for the first elimination matches of the Swiss stage, as we see MKOI getting in the arena. They look happy. They look pretty excited, and Fnatic does as well. It is going to be an LEC versus LEC matchup here in the hope of keeping the Worlds run alive.
And hey, Law, it's a guaranteed win for the LEC.
That's true. Yeah, but it's a guaranteed lose for the LEC as well. So I don't know how to feel about this one.
Well, you're used to that part.
Hold that thought for a bit, because we'll see what happens with your teams, Ras. But for now, as you said, it is going to be LEC versus LEC. The stage is ready. Everything is set. What do you have on this whiteboard?
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a Madrid en Beijing.
Beautiful, beautiful.
There we go. That's for my Spanish fans out there.
A rematch of what we've seen in Madrid. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, today feels lower stakes for me than some other days that we had. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on you two.
Me? Oh, yeah, later on. That's true. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Before we get to that,
but remember, CBLOL and LCS exist, so we're now.
It's fine.
You already ditched them.
Yeah.
Wow, that's messed up.
It's actually messed up, but it's fine. It's fair. Before we get into that matchup, we want to celebrate, of course, the 15-year anniversary of Worlds here, and Riot is posting a bracket of memorable plays from Worlds history. So let's check out the next round. We have Praise Ash Arrow from 2016 versus Xpeke's Wombo combo from 2015. Let's check it out.
Trying to punish. They're going to get the inhibitor. Gorilla putting down 5 damage auto attacks, doing what he can to keep mid lane alive because top inhib has been killed, and they even got the pick off on Bang.
Rox doesn't actually have to stop pushing right now. They can delay the recalls. The Ash arrows. Look at the arrow. He can teleport.
He's going to stop it. He's stopped too, which means they can push.
Mid lane, they're going to try to go. It's going to be pincher maneuver. They're all grouped up. They got to be careful here. They're coming in. Imp is okay. Amazing takes a lot of damage. So as trying to get to the backline. He did get hit by Emo playing. Xpeke is okay. Big old shockwave. That shockwave does work though. Oh, and the wild growth. It keeps him alive. Xpeke gets a solo kill.
You know, I actually got super emotional watching this because it was my very first international event. I was in this arena watching this live. The eruption of joy from the French fans, honestly. I got chills. It was really good. Maybe not you, though, because LGD that year, not great.
Oh, yeah, that was sad. We thought they were going to win it all. It was the worst thing ever.
Yeah, I think for me, the Ash Arrow, I mean, to me, that series, Rox Tigers against SKT, one of the greatest best of fives of all time. To me, still the greatest. And that arrow was just insane. The timing as well. That was crazy.
At least for the LPL fan, that's good news because it can get worse. It can get to LGD levels. So for you BLG fans, don't worry. It's bad right now. It could get worse.
Now, for the next one, Ox, close your eyes, close your ears, close everything. The next matchup features Levi's Nexus Defense in 2022 against the Shy's Aatrox from 2018.
Oh, teleport coming in. They can keep the minion alive. He needs to walk up and cut the wave. He needs to die. Die to get the cannon off the Nexus turrets. He just needs Levi to respawn. He's a jump in right now. He needs to get it off of it. That'll get it off the backdoor bonus. I think he walked into range, but he is very tanky. He'll buy some time, and backdoor bonus will eventually fall. He'll die to Elder, but he bought enough time that I think Gam can live. Levi's up in 1 second, but the turret is rolling with the new wave. The next one with Katie. Can he find the stunts? Wayward still on it. Wayward still hitting. Crucial moment. IG are their eyes, crossing their T's, trying to get the second Infernal. It's just gone. They're going to be taken low, secured by Ning as Jankos goes into the pit, going to start the fight, but he's 1 versus 2. Perks coming in now as well. Ning taken very low, likely going to be killed to start this fight off. Wood did able to find some CC onto multiple people. Balon now going to be the target of the Vanguard's edge. Wonder trying to make something happen, but G2 looked like they just want to disengage this one now. They already got the pick onto the enemy jungler. So many people! That's the...
I don't want to say anything, and I don't think Ox wants to comment as well.
He's still reacting
here.
from the first video.
Yeah, and it's just a glimpse still of what we're going to see throughout this entire month of competition. So keep an eye out for more plays throughout the tournament to see which ones advances through the bracket. Look at this. Look at all we have.
There's a lot there.
Yeah.
I still like the Shy Aatrox part. That's in the music video.
The Shy Aatrox was great. Yeah, let's show that again. Don't show the other play. What? Yeah. Thanks for that, Law.
We're going to keep that theme of comparing things here, playing the first Worlds edition of this or that. Are you guys ready?
They want
Grab your whiteboards.
to actually agree on something for once, so we got one here.
Yeah.
So we got to make a decision. Hey! Okay, fine.
The first one is which run has been the most surprising at World so far? LCP or LEC? I gotta say, I'm not that surprised that LEC is doing poorly. So
I'll say this because that has to be LCP. Because they're so good at the moment. We shouldn't be surprised, but we still are.
I don't...
You know what?
It's hard because I'm not really that... I thought LCP was pretty good, and I thought LEC was pretty bad, so I'm not hugely surprised by either.
You know, we're going to that then. We're going to that. You know
then winning against T1, almost winning against AL. Yeah. To the next one we have, though, we're going to see some dance moves here. Taki on one side and Driver Celebration. That I count as a dance.
Oh, we're going. It's just Taki's.
Really?
This guy he's literally orchestrating this.
The camera movement, I think the camera movement, the move in.
Yeah.
Putting in work.
It's quick. You know, shout out to the cameraman. Shout out to the
Production
cameraman.
value.
Yeah.
Love it. All right, for the next one. So we agree on Taki here.
Yeah, we agree on Taki.
For the next one, we're going into champions this time. What is the most terrible? Kalista from MSI earlier this year or Jarvan at Worlds?
I think it's Kalista.
It's Kalista because they kept picking it and it kept losing, and we were like, please stop, and they kept it.
Yeah.
Definitely Kalista.
Yeah. J4 is 09 right now, so how long is this gonna go for?
I mean, that's the thing. J4 has the opportunity to end up with, but I think Kalista right now it was bad.
Even we've been agreeing on this entire thing.
Good wig, good wig.
For
now.
Even Roller couldn't make it work, so yeah. Let's see who can make Jarvan work this time around. Next one is actually on the good champions, Flandres Rek'Sai.
Oh.
Or Kyrios Bar.
Carry a bot.
Why?
Look, because we decided to give him, FlyQuest decided to give him the Bard, and he just showed us why he couldn't have it. He's not going to have it the rest of the event.
Flandre Rek'Sai is really good, but you ain't banning it first rotation every single game.
Yeah. The fact that we were even talking about it as a first pick, get out of here. Get out of here with that one.
All right. And the last one we have here, it is God himself, the GOAT, Faker, and his pre-game ritual. Faker meditating or hip stretching ahead of the game.
It has to be the stretching.
No, you know, the Faker meditating is such a classic. We call the reboot. You know, he's just re-downloading a new patch. He's getting ready. Rebooting the software.
But the thing is,
because I have bad
the meditation.
Oh, you want to give us a performance? Yeah.
I'm like 33, brother. I need this actual stretching power.
Bro, he's 29 and he's doing it. If he's doing it, we all should.
We should. Everybody, if you're out there,
that's some good movement.
I know you've been sitting on your computer seats forever. Please. Get up right now.
That's some good neck movement.
Production for showing us all of this. Now, good job, guys.
Thank you.
Let's dive into the bracket, shall we? And
yeah,
see
we
the
actually
games
agree.
that we have today. We're gonna send some teams home tonight. Sadly.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah.
VKS versus PSG is gonna be our second matchup of the day, and first one is MKOI Fnatic, a rematch of Madrid. And yeah, one LEC team is going through, the other one is going home. So I don't know how to feel about this. How do you guys feel?
I mean, at least it's not my team's on the line at the moment, so I'm happy until later on in the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit rough for the LEC. I mean, obviously G2 gained some life with their win against PLG, but generally we've seen LEC struggling to get a lot of wins, except against LEC teams so far.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, they'll get one today.
I love when you show up with the stats like this. Anyway, enough for us from now. I want to hear from the players, and earlier Jisun caught up with Elioya in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Welcome to the Verizon Game Day interview. I am here joined by Elioya on the side of MKOI. First off, thank you for your time. It's a survive or go home kind of a day for you up against Fnatic, a team that you have beaten multiple times back in the LEC. Does that give you extra confidence going into the game today?
For sure. We've beat them many times and we know how they play, how they are as a team. So for sure we come way more confident. And at the end, it's also really important that we start building this confidence from today onwards, because if we want to last in this world, which is going to be the case, we need to start building the confidence and, yeah, becoming a much stronger team.
Amazing. Well, Elioya, you have never missed World ever since you joined the LEC. However, making it out of the Swiss stage, the group stage, has always been a challenge for the past few years. What kind of advice are you giving to the younger players as the leader of MKOI?
I think the best advice I can give is to play with no regrets. I think it's the most important, because as long as you do what you think is the best and you put on all the work that you've done throughout the year, you put it to a test, I think you will come out happily with the result. Because if you don't try, you're going to be much more angry at yourself that you haven't tried. You don't know if that was what you needed or not. If you're scared to try things, you don't learn anything. And I think not learning in Worlds is the worst that can happen to you.
Well, adding on to that, who do you think will be the key matchup today up against Fnatic?
I think me against Razork is going to be the key matchup. It always is. So, yeah, I know I'm going to come out on top. So, it will be us.
Well, you've mentioned that jungler will be the key matchup today. Well, speaking of jungle and setups, well, it seemed like MKOI was struggling a little bit around the Arakan, whether winning or losing. Do you agree with that? And also, is the team kind of putting in a little more effort to improve on that?
For sure, we have struggled the previous games in the Atakan sequence. I think it's something that we've worked throughout since we lost into G2, and even when we lost to KT, we started putting the work because we realized it was a problem in official, not so much in practice. So we've reviewed many cases and we've got the same idea on how to play it now, so we are much more confident.
Amazing. Well, we can find out if that's way much improved in the game today. Thank you so much for your time and wish you the best of luck in the game.
Thank you so much.
I love the fact that Elyoya is confident. You need to be, because it's really frustrating to be in the position that MKOI is in, winning both early games against G2 and especially versus KT, and then now looking 0-2. Like, the fact that he even mentioned they were in the position, yeah, it's not looking great unless if they're honestly owning some circuses, because the roller coaster work is beautiful. It really is. The fact that they were able to make these gold gains in the early portions of the game, and then the fall is something that's really tragic to see.
The fact as well that KT have now gone undefeated to make it out of Swiss, and they were, I mean, this game was won, and it came down to this moment where I think MKOI as well got it into the heads that this game was won, overcommitted so heavily on a Cuz here who had the ultimate up to keep him alive, and they turn around this massive shockwave. This is what you need. This is basically the only way you kind of throw a game from this position is a huge shockwave coming out from BDD. They had so much engaged potential. They had so much scaling with the Yunara and the Lulu, and it was a big blunder that cost them the game.
That's the thing. Like, that's what's so frustrating. So much of that game was positive. And then you get to that, and the game still was winnable, but then there was the overforce mid, so they know, it seems like it's good that they're aware of. But then you look at the side of Fnatic, that's when it kind of gets a little harsh, because there are so many issues for them to deal with.
And that's the thing, yeah, we've seen glimpses of hope on the side of MKOI. For Fnatic, though, I'm struggling to find any hope here, and it echoes to what something Upset has been saying in an interview. We need to be a little bit more adaptive in game, see situations clearer. We need to know what we're going to do on the map, missing some bits in the game, starting objectives at the wrong time. We need to look at the early game plan, need to be more proactive in the early game. So what do they actually have? It's sounding like a copy pasta.
Yes, really easy, straightforward, you know, just need to work on the macro, the early game, the late game, the mid game.
Otherwise, we're an amazing team. But yes, it's very clear that the team has not been working out so far.
What are you looking at when everything's going wrong like this, though, and you show up on a day like this on the verge of elimination when you don't have any indication that something could go wrong for you from what we've seen in game from them?
You start from scrap, and thankfully you don't have to go that far back, because you do go back to the matchups they had in Madrid. Because Fnatic was looking great when they went up against K-Corp, and everything was looking fantastic. But then they go up against, of course, MKOI, and things kind of fell aside. So what this team did great, I felt like, you look towards your bot lane and you play around them pretty well. Sadly, when they had the Caitlyn Morgana game, I think they also made execution errors that got them killed in the level 2 gank.
I think for me, I just want to see them be more proactive. I think something we found against them going up against BLG is they had an opportunity where they could have started the Arakan. We saw Shadow recall right in front of them next to the Arakan. They had vision of him. And to be honest, this was a mistake from BLG, and BLG haven't been flawless. And this is the sort of mistake that you should capitalize on. They're 4,000 gold down. I think you just start the objective here. Is it a flip? Yes. Is it risky? Yes. Could you lose the game off it? Yes. But you're already in a losing position, and instead they backed away and they just gave over the objective for free. And to be honest, I think when you're behind in a game like this, I'd rather see you take risks to try and get back in the game, because they kind of just petered out as a result of this. And I think we've seen a lot from Fnatic just not being proactive.
I want to see how the fans have voted as Mastercard GG on X, and they're calling the match for MKOI with 54.4% of the vote. I cannot say that I'm surprised here.
The fact that it's that slim, there's a little bit. The Fnatic fans.
The Fnatic army is always here.
True. I even saw a few of them coming in today, so at least there's going to be some Fnatic fans that are going to be blaring and loud.
No matter what happens, one team is going home today. It is show strong or just go home. It is the last chance that you have to prove yourself. Fnatic versus MKOI starts now.
Run starts.
VKS moving to 0 and 2, but they are not out of it yet.
I think it's going to get even more difficult.
For VKS, it has to feel bad
Com certeza, jogar o Mundial é um momento de maior aprendizado para qualquer jogador. Óbvio que existe uma pressão, mas eu acho que todo jogador aprecia isso. Então, essas duas partidas que a gente teve já me ensinaram muito e eu acho que no próximo jogo, com certeza, eu vou voltar mais forte.
They play for their tournament lives against the other 0-2 teams.
我觉得我们大家还是蛮有信心的，就是在之后的游戏内容上，我们要做出改变。
No team has started 0-2 and then made out of Swiss.
觉得之后的比赛就是打得比较激进的队伍会比较有优势吧，因为毕竟是生死关头了。
Eu acho que o sonho de qualquer brasileiro é conseguir fazer uma performance melhor para o Brasil no Mundial. Eu acho que todo mundo sempre busca sair da fase suíça e chegar nos playoffs porque é algo que o Brasil nunca alcançou. Então essa é a minha maior ambição, para falar a verdade.
要是在生死关头你还打得畏畏缩缩的，可能就没什么优势了。就是还是要保持我们能赢的心态，继续玩一把。
Todos os dias, todas as horas possíveis para mostrar um resultado melhor para o Brasil.
支持 PSG 跟支持我的粉丝们，我们会在最后的几场比赛好好的打，然后拿下来。国家不会是我们。
사실 제 프로 인생에서 첫 월즈라 되게 기대감도 많이 있고 너무 설레는 마음으로 경기 준비하고 그러는데 이번 지금까지 느끼면 너무 아쉬움밖에 안 남는 첫 월즈인 것 같아요.
They put their money where their mouth is as they kick Fnatic in the jawline.
In the match against Z2, I think I completely underperformed and I'm really disappointed. I let myself down and also my team.
As you can see, hugs all round here at Worlds. It feels rough.
다음 경기는 뭔가 저희가 최대한 연습해온 방향으로 잘 준비해서 뱀픽이나 그런 부분도 잘 준비하면 좋을 것 같아요. 사실 2패를 한 상황에서 심적으로 좀 압박도 받고 많이 힘들긴 하겠지만 저희 팀은 끝까지 포기하지 않고 다 같이 하루하루 그냥 다 같이 으쌰으쌰해서 다음 매치도 잘 준비할 것 같아요.
I think we are really good under pressure. We just have to perform right now or we are going home. That will make sure for my next series I'm in the best form possible. And this is not only for myself, it's for my team and for all the fans.
이제 다음 경기는 서로 기회가 한 번밖에 남지 않은 팀들끼리 붙는 매치인데 끝까지 포기하지 않고 최선 다해서 좋은 경기 만들었으면 좋겠습니다.
No matter what, we'll keep moving forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. It's a big day today here in Beijing because it is our first elimination day of the tournament. Today, our amount of teams reduces from 16 to 14 here on the main stage. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Dagda, and we've got two best of threes ahead of us to determine who gets to keep competing and whose journey ends here. I'm excited, my friend.
I think it's going to be a banger. I am very excited to see what the two matchups have, especially because we start off with a rematch from the LEC to kick things off. Yeah. And then later on today, it feels like for VKS, they have a lot to prove against the LCP. See if they can finally overcome their demons against that region, or whether PSG Talon can actually be taken down once more. As we hop into draft, though, let's see what's going to happen.
All right, let's go ahead. The bans are already underway. We are moving immediately in this first one. It's Wukong, Poppy, and Azir banned out by Imkoi. Over on Fnatic's side, the Orianna, the Yunara, the Talia, a lot of common bans that we've seen so far throughout the tournament in these first few days. Do want to point out the very early Poppy ban priority from Imkoi that stands out to me as we go over to their side, and they will first lock the Rise there in the mid lane, most likely for Jojo.
Yeah, it's kind of been the Jojo special. He actually started to bring it out initially in the LEC and was kind of his pocket pick before everyone started to pick up on the trend. So not fully surprised to see that. On the upside, though, I think we'll get to see kind of that focus more towards the things like the Vi, maybe even the Jarvan here, because the Vi Kai'Sa has been the Fnatic special all year. And we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan. As no, actually going to top over towards the Pantheon. It was Elyoya on that Pantheon in game number 1 who kind of ran Fnatic around the Rift last time we saw these two teams face off. So Razork wants his chance.
I always love to see Pantheon in the game. I think the playmaking opportunity on this champion is absolutely huge, and it feels even better when you have some powerful split pushers, powerful side laners to play alongside it and really get maximum value out of that Grand Starfall. But I'm also not surprised at all to see Cassiopeia being locked in here. Always either a counter or at minimum an answer when Ryze is locked in.
And I think the Pantheon here is more about that early game aggression. Last time, it was all about the bot lane for these two teams. Who can try and come out on top? So Pantheon going to be able to facilitate that early play towards the bottom side of the map and making sure you can try and snowball, upset, or Supa out of control. But Qiyana taking for Elyoya on the opposite side. He's picked this up previously, got going on it, but couldn't actually find the win on it. So we'll have to see if MKOI can try and right those wrongs.
I think Qiyana is such an exciting champion to watch in the jungle. Assassin junglers in general, because it is much more feast or famine than something like a tank, like a utility pick. You need to get rolling. You need to stay ahead of the curve. You need to keep your economy going. And the impact you can have from knowing that exact timing of when you need to go in, when to place that big, supreme display of talent. If that ultimate can live up to its name, Elyoya can define the game.
It is going to be kind of hard, though. You're up against the Cassiopeia, who has that miasma, who has that lockdown. Same with the Pantheon, so you have to be very careful here as Elyoya as to exactly when you try to go in. But Oscarinen looks like going to round out this third pick with Mbessa to answer into that Sion. So Fnatic definitely opted into, as you were already saying, Flowers, that opportunity to try and play side lanes with this Mbessa and trying to then set up for a strong team fight as well with this Cassiopeia as that main DPS.
And I do like seeing the Cassiopeia already on the lineup since Sion is locked in on the enemy team. We've seen multiple games so far throughout Worlds 2025 where Sion is locked and the enemy team does not have the damage to get through him, and he just becomes an unstoppable brick wall. So Fnatic is going to be charged with the tall task of dealing with the massive meatball there in the top lane.
And I think for Fnatic, they're kind of hoping they can avoid the meatball in some of these team fights, right? If you have an Mbessa and you can get off to an early lead, there's always a chance you can draw that Sion to a side lane, make it a little bit more difficult for him to participate in these fights. And especially if Fnatic can start up with, you know, already the Pantheon as this strong engage, you can look towards something like a Nautilus or an Alistar or even the Rel for making that bottom side. That is where they can try and focus. But for MKOI, I mean, it looks like they're going to be able to move themselves over towards strong engage for Alvaro, which has been their comfortable spot. And then Supa, he has been spectacular. Honestly, like top 2 of the AD carries that we have in the LEC right now. And it's been, as long as he's comfortable on his pick, he should be shining.
Okay, so we've got Ezreal, Nautilus, Tristana, Nico, all band away here in this second half. Xayah immediately slammed there by Fnatic. Always a great pick going up against something that's going to try to one-shot assassinate you like a Qiyana. What do we want to see from MKOI here for their bottom lane?
I still think you have to go for some sort of engage. Like the Alistar has been an Alvaro special and it's been something he's shined on. So I wouldn't be fully surprised to see that one taken here. And then for Supa, I am unsure what he wants to try and answer with. Has played things like the Zeri. Maybe they really want to try and go for something like the Caitlyn and bully out on that bot side. But the only thing I'm worried about is if you go the Caitlyn, you are kind of hitting that trough. So it will be the Zeri that he's going to answer with.
Okay, the very scary hyper carry Zeri, the thing that has terrorized League of Legends in the past in the metagame, of course, far from, yeah, exactly, there we go, picking it up. But we've got not obviously that level of Zeri in the past that had dominated the meta, but can still be a very powerful pick, very big carry throughout the game. And you have a strong front line there with the Sion. You have Ryze that can also create a lot of space around her. And now Rakan locked in next to the Zeri for that big initiation potential for the team fights.
Yeah, and that's, I wasn't sure what the answer here was going to be from Fnatic, because Mickey was hovering the Bard. And if you change over to the Bard, I feel like it changes a lot of the identity that Fnatic had here, because it ends up teetering more into that pick style composition with the Bard. But at least having the Alistar here, you now have a strong front line in both the Pantheon and this Alistar that can set up now for the DPS tools of the Xayah and the Cassiopeia. Whereas an MKOI side, some side lane that can be answered here with the Ryze, but definitely wanting to play that front to back with Elyoya threatening on the flank.
So, looking at both of the drafts now, we've got all 10 champions locked in. Do we feel like either side has a specific edge, or is it more of just differentiation in styles?
I think the fact that you have the Cassiopeia means that you can deal with the Sion in team fights as Fnatic. It will still be tough, but I think a lot of this is going to come down to execution. One of the things I've loved about this Qiyana Ryze combo from like the top teams that we've seen playing it, like guys from like Tarzan and that, where it's you use the Realm Warp to reposition Kiana mid-fight so she can find a flank. And I think that's something that's really cool that you can try and do. So if MKOI have been practicing this combo, it can open up Elyoya to be a strong carry. If he's not able to get into those positions though, and Fnatic are able to play that ease of front to back, I think they should have a lot of tools to try and win out there.
All right, I'm excited to see what we get here. An LEC rematch of a head-to-head we've seen plenty of times throughout the year, but now with the biggest stakes of the year, whoever comes out on top in this best of 3 gets to stay here at Worlds at least a while longer. But one of these two teams' journeys ends here today. I want to see all the stops pulled out. I want to see both these squads bring in their best shot here. Obviously, Worlds has not gone the way they wanted it to thus far, but you can always try to turn things around, and you got to start right now. As Jojo and Poby, it's just a quick trade of a Noxious Blast for nothing there, so Poby gets first strike in mid lane.
Yeah, I think the issues that we've seen from both these teams in the LEC have only been exemplified on the main stage, where MKOI have got off to great starts, but they haven't been able to close it out. Whereas for Fnatic, it's just kind of been that team cohesion and finding the success that they really want. So I think both teams with a lot to prove, but we'll have to see who's going to be able to take it in the end.
Okay, runes on your screen right now. The thing that I always look at least throughout the past split in professional League of Legends, is the presence of the spellbook for the supports. Both of them having it this time around. Rakan versus Alistar, neither one of these two are really playing to slam the lane, so spellbook makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it just gives you options to so many options in the later portion of the games, with teleport and being able to get it back into the map quicker, exhaust for someone like a Kiana that's trying to get access to your backline. It just works so incredibly well.
And for those of us who might not be as familiar with the LEC throughout the year, Dagda, we've got the information on the screen right now for kind of how this head-to-head has gone.
Yeah, I mean, the main ones to look at are those last two, right? Like, you can see in our summer playoffs, end up facing off twice. It went to 5 games the first time around. It really looked like it was coming down to the wire. But the second time we saw them face off, honestly, it was MKOI dominating for a large portion of that. And that came down to a solid game plan of, we want to access the bot lane, we want to snowball Supa and make sure we can shut down Upset and Mickey. This time around though, having the Kiana will make that game plan more difficult to operate on. You don't have that same kind of ease of setup on the level 3s, the level 4s to look for the dives. So this may make Pantheon a little bit easier to work with.
So checking out where our junglers are here at the very beginning, it is going to be cross-map starts for them, both of them starting on their own respective red quadrants. You're going to see Elyoya take a quick back after that first 3 camp clear just to pick up the additional longsword for the extra clearing power, as Jojo and Poby trade back and forth here in the mid lane. Jojo with the aggressive flash though, forcing out the response flash from Poby. Only a slow on the rune prison, not a stun. So both of them very low on health, very low on mana. No flashes available for 2 immobile mid laners, Dagda. I'm feeling like this is a big flashing red light for either one of the junglers, and it's Razork swooping around this side first. We'll see if he can make this happen against Jojo, waiting for the minions to at least push up as far as they can so they don't see him early. Jojo without that flash from Razork into the point, and click stun. It's done. First blood, Fnatic.
Great response from Razork, being able to move in towards that mid lane, but Supa and Alvaro even hovering up, but not going to be able to find any success. And it's a little unfortunate from Jojo. I love the idea. He was about to hit level 3, could get the root and look for the kill, but just barely mistimed that tick over to level 3. So it was a slow rather than the stun when he hit those buttons, and it means that you actually end up with Poby escaping.
Yeah, that was tough, man. I feel like if you're going to play those aggressive early flashes, you've got to respect the possible presence of the jungler. Jojo doesn't do so, and it means that Razork gets paid early on this Pantheon, a champion that can really run away with the game if he starts to get accelerated, especially if he hits an early level 6. You catch somebody off guard with an early ultimate, but now it's MKOI invading the jungle. Razork trying to clear his blue buff here, as now it's a flash engage. Razork, remember, he already used his flash to make the play earlier, but now Jojo gets his revenge. MKOI, nice, seizing the opportunity there. Again, recognizing a flash down and pouncing.
And Jojo being able to get back into that mid with the wave pushing and bot lane pushing set them up perfectly. And I was about to say, if Elyoya got a couple of those kills, a Kiana just as strong as a Pantheon if she can get rolling, but it's making sure that Jojo set up comfortably in the mid lane is the focus here for MKOI.
Especially after the early death, right? You don't want your Ryze to get set behind. You want to make sure he's able to keep stacking. Elyoya not grabbing the kill on that one, but still 34 to 20 in terms of the farm count, so not feeling too bad about that. Of course, the gold still still mostly even between the junglers because Razork was the beneficiary of the first blood, but that was Elyoya's flash being used for that one. Qiyana, of course, a very highly mobile champion, very slippery champion with all the stealth, so not going to feel the missing the flash as much as some other champions might.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the fact that she's just been able to power farm her way through has worked out great, right? Because we had the play in the mid lane while you had the full clear coming through from the Qiyana. She got a crab, then she started to make her way in for the kill, pick up some of that CS in Razork's jungle, now going for the reset. So honestly, Elyoya is in a fantastic spot as he best to take over to level 6 as well, being able to pick up some of that early DPS.
Ooh, nice engage there from Mickey. Headbutt pull followed up by the immediate feather root there from Upset with a blade collar. So Imkoy's bottom lane duo does take a chunk of HP, but they return some good firepower themselves. They've got the wave pushing into their opponents, but Mickey and Upset able to freeze it outside of tower range right now. That first Drake of the game has spawned as of about 30 seconds ago. Nobody putting any super early attention on that one just yet. I feel like when we have all these flashes down early, when we have these attempts on mid laners and junglers early, the Dragons are naturally going to be a bit more delayed, but Razork now looking at the bottom lane.
Looking to see if they can get the setup, but Mickey not able to get the pulverize on the play. It was a nice call, especially as this wave is frozen, but it doesn't really matter, right? You don't get the kill, you don't get the play, but Upset still has the wave in a perfect spot for him.
Yeah, that wave frozen exactly where they want it, and Supa's walking right towards the pixel brush. Razork jumps in for the stun, but buffering through the wall there with a wall slide from Supa means the Zeri gets away very easily. Ward dropped in the Dragon Pit there from Fnatic just to keep an eye on it, just to make sure they're not going to try to sneak that one away after seeing Razork show up down here, but instead it's the mid lane. That's your target. Beautifully done from Elyoya and Alvaro to set it up for JoJo to knock it down. Kill number 2 for the Rise as Mickey X wanted to try to get something back here with his Alistar, but he just doesn't have the chance to do it.
And that's that unsealed spellbook that you were talking about, Flowers. TP taken from Alvaro, so in the mid, Poby thought he was safe, but Alvaro comes in on the teleport play, sets up then with his jungle, and manages to get a perfect play in that mid lane.
And here's the thing, Dagda. Yep, they put the ward in the Dragon Pit. Yep, they know that Imkoy's taking it. Nope, they have nothing to say about it because their mid laner is dead. He's just making his way back out onto the map right now, and JoJo and Elyoya have plenty of damage to be able to secure this first objective. So that one's done, and nicely on top of that, if you note in the top left, it's still 50 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn, so it's not like you're losing priority over that side of the map to secure the Drake.
And it's actually Fnatic who are scrambling to try and keep some semblance of control in that regard. They move Poby to bot lane because you can't actually get the Embess out of top to catch that bottom wave. So it's Poby who has to move down there. Now you've got Upset is in the mid lane, and it means that if we end up going for this rotation, which I assume is going to happen for Mkoy with the Zeri moving up towards those Void Grubs, you're just in a great spot as Mkoy where you can push in top and have first access in towards those Void Grubs.
All right, Upset with level 6. Means we do have the ability to drop some of that aggro there with the ulti if they try to engage on him, so that's going to be a consideration here for Imkoy. Mickey's Alistar only just ticking level 5. Means that if we do get a grub fight, there's going to be no chance for the Alistar to be able to use the Unbreakable Will, really start the fight off with impunity. Alvaro also pretty far away from being able to have the grand entrance for this one here as well, as the Scuttle Crab is the target for Elyoya, wanting to secure that for the extra vision and control over the top side river. Alvaro and Razork both just kind of going to whiff there, so not a whole lot to be traded back and forth, but I'm seeing a lot of bodies show up to this potential grub fight, my friend.
Yeah, Fnatic really want to try and break this, but Mkoy in a good spot will push mid and top, and they're going to start up the objective. At least get one. Looks like they don't want to contest for more.
First grub already secured there with the smite, and now they're going to go in. Supreme display of talent onto Mickey. He's already down. Feet of Warfare claimed by Mkoy. Razork wants to get away, but here comes the Realm Warp to seal his fate. He'll warp straight into the grave. It's a double kill for the Zeri, for Supa. It's a 4-1 game with a 2,000 gold lead, and every single grub is going to go the way of Mkoy. This early game, they are slamming it.
And the fact that Fnatic couldn't match those lane assignments from Mkoy came back to bite them. Mkoy get pushed mid, JoJo's able to isolate Upset from being able to join in the fight, and in a 3v4, Mkoy take down Fnatic.
This is a rough game state here for Fnatic now. Hex Flash over the wall, though, from Mickey. Here comes your Grand Starfall from Razork. Supa's going to die for sure. Shut down for Razork means Fnatic at least gets something back there to staunch the bleeding.
Yeah, still, the kill going to Razork isn't ideal. They would have liked to have given that to Oscar in and to try and have something, but Mickey gone too far forward.
Yeah, Mickey very far forward into enemy territory. The Alistar's got to be careful here. Elyoya does a lot of damage on this Kiana. Oscarinen returning a little bit of fire, just trying to create an escape route here for his support. But now Oscarinen locked down. Jojo cannot arrive in time, however. No flash available on that rise to try to get in there for the extra damage. Mickey down to 50 HP. Brother, you have got to get out of here.
Yeah, I think if you want to stick around, it's not going to be a good time for Mickey's. May not be for Oscarinen as well. Again, the overextension from Mickey causing so many members of Fnatic to try and join, and now Jojo control over the wave, denying Oscarinen in the back. Like, MKOI are dominating this early game.
This is about as much as I think you could ask for. You've already claimed Feat of Warfare. You're up 1,500 gold. One more objective. They're also going to secure the feats in their entirety because they secured first Drake plus those Void Grubs. It's still about 2 minutes out until we get the next Drake spawning on the map. However, as Jojo crashes this practically double-stacked wave into the turret here, into the tier 1, wants to get this first play, does a lot of damage to Oscar, but now got to be a little bit careful. Here's Public Execution. Jojo taking a ton of damage from the initial Ambessa burst. Teleport coming in to try to save Jojo. But he cannot stay alive long enough. Nice pickup there from Fnatic.
And a much needed pickup for Fnatic. The fact that they'd already started to lose out across the board and now Oscarinen gets something back opens up that opportunity for him to be a threat on side lanes and a big threat in those team fights. Nicely done by Fnatic as MKOI might be looking to answer back here as they move in towards the jungle.
Okay, Mickey now with the level 6 on the Alistar has Unbreakable Will. Far harder to catch him out and burst him down like we saw in the fight by the Grubs. Razork jumping in after Alvaro. Mickey wants to go over the wall to follow it up, but a nice escape there from MKOI to not get caught.
Alvaro has been so slippy when it comes to Mickey's engages. Time and again he's been able to step away from them and it just leaves Fnatic wanting. Poby though has been able to sit in the side lane at least for a little while and get some of this farm and get into a position where he's relatively comfortable, but it's a long way from Fnatic scaling into this game.
Speaking of scaling, just checking in on where we are with itemization here because we are seeing first items come online in a few different roles. You've got the Eclipse for Ambessa, makes her trading patterns that much more brutal in the lane. Sundered Sky and Profane Hydra available for the 2 junglers, and Rod of Ages for Jojo stacking up. Both mid laners stacking their tiers about 2/3 of the way done already, but the big difference is that Jojo has that Rod online earlier. It means he's going to hit 10 stacks earlier. It means that that's going to be another point of power that MKOI could potentially play around later on in the game.
Yeah, and it's where they have been putting their focus, right, is having, hey, Jojo in the side lane, we're going to try and play off of his pressure into potential invades, into putting down wards, and now it's opening up that opportunity to keep pressure on both mid and bot, start up Dragon, and I mean, for Fnatic, they need someone to try and face check it, but I don't know who does.
All right, top side, neither one of these top laners has their teleport available to join the bot side fight, so it is just going to be a 4v4, unless you can try to get Sion out of the lane and use the ulti, but no, the Dragon is already secured, and considering Elyoya and Alvaro both have the ability to just exit safely through the back of the pit. However, Supa dropping the lightning crash there versus Upset. Does not want to take any more of the fight, though, considering Mickey was nearby, would be able to turn that into an unfair fight very quickly.
Yeah, this is great start though from MKOI. 2 dragons to their name, already with a gold lead, and there just doesn't really seem to be a way for Fnatic to break this. You now are so far behind, it just makes it difficult, and in the goal difference you can see at the bottom of your screen, whoever got the gold lead fairly much went at the game. Razor, can you try and change that?
Yeah, he wants to try to alleviate some of that gold lead, but the Grand Starfall just ends up resulting in a whole lot of nothing. So Pantheon ulti ending up being a whiff. That feels so painful. The cooldown on that ultimate is pretty long. You really want to get value whenever you're making those plays, because not only are you not getting the value you hoped for, now your opponents have 2 minutes to just sit there and say, okay, we don't have to worry about Pantheon ult. We can make the map moves we want to make.
It does feel a bit bizarre to be trying to play around Poby though in this sort of regard, because one of the things I love about Pantheon and Ambessa is that setup, but Mickey wants to be that setup.
Yeah, Mickey trying to set it up for the Cassiopeia, gets trapped in the Rune Prison here as Jojo wants to buy a little time with the phase rush. Elyoya's coming around from the side. Jojo wanted to use the Realm Warp to get away, but he's trapped in the Petrifying Gaze. Redemption coming down, but Jojo is already dead. Elyoya cannot arrive in time. Nicely done from Fnatic to get another pick onto Jojo. That's 3 of their 4 kills on the enemy mid laner, and the game is tied up, at least in kill regards.
Yeah, and at least it's going to Poby, who can do some damage in team fights. And again, you've got that decent setup where instead of trying to come in with the Grand Starfall, where you've plenty of time to try and run away, especially on a phase rush rise, they actually managed to get the flank and set it up. MKOI trying to respond to the mid lane, but Fnatic starting to move out and should be in the position to defend this.
Yeah, MKOI continuing to try to get some value out of those Void Grubs they secured earlier. And honestly, ever since the Void Grub fight, we haven't really seen a lot out of MKOI. They managed to secure the Dragon, but they haven't made any plays against their opponents specifically. So Fnatic have done a good job being able to fight back a little bit, because remember, right after the Void Grub fight that MKOI just slammed, this gold lead was 2.2, 2.3 thousand gold. So Fnatic have come back into the game almost 1,500.
Yeah, and a lot of that has been them MKOI trying to set up for Elyoya with the vision and potential invades, and seeing if maybe they can find Razork in the jungle, and that's kind of where you're seeing that the goal or the CS numbers in the jungle look so swayed, whereas because Poby has kind of been sitting in the sideline, despite the fact he's a kill down, still keeping within touching distance of Jojopyun on the opposite side, and it's more Supa who is kind of taking the lead for MKOI when it comes to that gold.
And the biggest gold lead individually in the game is Supa on that Zeri, like you're talking about. 700 ahead of Upset. The Rift Herald has spawned, and neither side wants to let the other one have it, but it is Fnatic first to the scene. They've got it down to about half HP already. Oscar in here off to the side. Elyoya looking to distract him, as now MKOI wants to move forward. Fnatic all grouped up around the pit. Alvaro going in here with a quickness, as immediately Razork going to lose about half HP, but now Alvaro is all trapped up. It's the first kill going over to Fnatic. Razork still low, but he ain't dead yet. Supreme display of talent, going to find multiple targets here, but everybody on Fnatic still hanging on for now. Finally, Razork is going to die. Upset and Poby still staying alive for now, as Oscar Venom is down to 200 HP. MKOI are cutting off the escapes, and they are cutting off the hopes of Fnatic. Upset and Mickey trying to get themselves away back through the tribe rush. Elyoya and Jojo on the chase. Mickey with the flash over the wall, but Supa is ready to tumble right after him. Upset, the last man standing. He's going to summon up the Herald to try to get away. Maybe try to take the taxi home. A little bit more damage might just be able to stop him, but no. Upset will use the Herald to be the only man on Fnatic who survived.
But that was supposed to be the only silver lining for them, and it's Upset who has to use it to escape. MKOI played that fight so incredibly well, but Razork finds Elyoya.
Yeah, Elyoya sticking around a little bit too long, perhaps. Dodges the Comet Spear there. Did not want to find himself hit by that one. Could have been a potential execution, as he does escape through the invisibility. That is Pantheon ulti down again. And there's what I was talking about. The gold lead now, the largest it's been all game, up to almost 3,500, as the Herald makes a very long walk back down the top lane. And this could be a very long journey back to the fountain, although it might actually be for MKOI, as Fnatic is ready to try to punish this invade. Alvaro first to die, as Mirwin now locked up by the Blade Caller, and it looks like he's got nowhere to go but a gray screen. Does try to pop the ulti there, is interrupted by Mickey X, and Fnatic continue the chase after the Scion. He's pretty tanky, but surely they're able to catch up to him here. Decimating Smash to try to make a little bit of extra distance, but no, it's Headbutt Pulverize, and with a shutdown going over to Upset, that's exactly what Fnatic was hoping for.
MKOI just tossed that gold lead out the window. The fact that you managed to get all those kills in the jungle, and you're going to get that top tower, plus you're getting set up for the Dragon now that's about to spawn. That was halving their gold lead just immediately off a bad play.
Oh, but the lightning crash, it's going to be Mickey X the target now, as Razork immediately gives his life over right next to it. Fnatic, they get an amazing punish. They force MKOI into a bad spot after MKOI wanted to get more in their own jungle, but then Fnatic is possessed by the same greed. They invade the MKOI jungle, they get caught out, and the damage is just massive. Now this Dragon that you're talking about, that could have been some breaks, slammed on the soul stacking, instead is just one step closer to MKOI securing a very early soul.
Lars, what in the name of God is going on?
This is a bit of a crazy game, my friend. We've got 18 kills in 18 minutes, but every objective sans the Herald has gone to MKOI, and the Herald had to be used as an Uber to go home for the AD carry.
Yeah, you kind of thought it was like, oh yeah, call an ambulance, but not for me when it came to the invade on the bottom side. And then Fnatic were like, no, we'd like an ambulance as well, actually, if you wouldn't mind.
Call two.
Yeah. One for me, one for you, and one for the viewers who are very upset at what has been happening. But across the board, as you say, MKOI is still in a very strong position. They're now getting access to this bottom side and starting to crack open the turrets in their favor. And with Jojo having this lead, he is now in a very strong spot to actually be that threat in the side lane, can realm warp into a lot of the fights and just cause issues for Fnatic on sides. Because sure, Pobies, you can see, can eventually clear out waves, but against the Ryze, if you end up with the Kiana coming over the wall, that 1-2 combo can be so devastating for Poby if he's left alone.
Poby's Cassiopeia, 4 stacks on his Rod of Ages, fully charged Seraph's Embrace. Over on the other side, it is 8 stacks for JoJo's Rise on his Roa, as Elyoya with a supreme display of talent right back into the wall. Razork thought he was fighting for a red buff. He was fighting for his life, and he'll lose that fight. Imkoi, they take away the enemy jungler from the map for the next 27 seconds, and now they'll just easily rotate up towards that top lane, take down the remaining tier 1 turret from Fnatic, pick a couple of flower petals along the way. They'll place him on the grave of Razork, and they'll celebrate a 5,500 gold lead.
And a well-deserved one as well. MKOI, there's been obviously hiccups here and there, but this is what MKOI has made their name from the LEC, this strong early game where they can very quickly garner these leads, start to try and play through side lanes, and when you've got this combo of Alvaro and Elyoya that is so potent with the CC into the sheer amount of DPS that this Kiana can provide, it's difficult for Fnatic to even approach their own jungle.
Everything on that scoreboard is a blue side gold advantage in whatever role you want to pick and choose. But it's really jungle and AD carry where the 2 largest advantages find themselves. Elyoya sidestepping out of the way of the public execution. And with Ambessa not able to join up, that just means Mickey is alone in no man's land, and MKOI pick up a free kill on the enemy support.
Yeah, and that Adakon looks fairly lonely, but I don't know if it's about to have a bunch of MKOI friends coming over to say hi in a couple of moments as well, because with the Alistair down, the TP coming in, it's an MKOI objective.
I feel like Otacon has been the same type of objective for y'all in the LEC that has been for us in the LTA throughout the year, which is if he survives until 21 minutes without somebody trying to attack him, it's pretty surprising.
Which is kind of rude, if you think about it. You know?
He's just not welcome on the Rift, except this time around, because they got the free pick right beforehand, there's just no way for Fnatic to try to challenge, so it ends up being a free objective for the MKOI side. 31 petals to 13 is a ton of extra adaptive force, about 1,500 gold's worth, as Mickey has to flash over the wall just to escape another death at the hands of the supreme display of talent. But the problem is, Dagda, that's another flash used defensively from the Alistar. That's your main engage. Flash, headbutt, pulverize, and now you don't have it. JoJo just sidestepping around Razork, takes him down to about 1/3 HP. Poby slithers into the area to be able to at least save Razork's life, but this is a 7,000 gold lead, and we are under 2 minutes until the Cloud Soul spawns. This is a very dangerous soul to give a team that has Rise and Zeri.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun time, and honestly, it doesn't really feel like it's been a fun time at all for Fnatic. MKOI have been finding the picks, they've been playing so well, and the last time we saw Elyoya actually bring out the Kiana, he got off to a fantastic early game lead, but they couldn't find ways to enable him in team fights to actually carry that gold lead into a victory. This time around though, he's been playing on the flanks incredibly well, he's been looking great. And for MKOI, when they have these gold leads in this tournament, it hasn't been going so great, as you can see on your screen. Even domestically, there's been a couple of hiccups, but it feels like with this sort of gold lead, it's nearly insurmountable.
Right, these ones, you know, you're looking at a couple thousand gold lead here that ends up turning into a throw. This time around, though, this is absolutely dire for Fnatic. 7,500 gold lead, 45 seconds on the clock until that Cloud Soul spawns. And you can see the map is so dark for Fnatic. Anything past their own jungle, right? The entire river is a very scary place to try to approach. Yeah, Mickey or Razork could try. Mickey's got Unbreakable Will, Razork has his shield, but then if somebody gets caught, you're pretty much forced into a fight, and those fights are not going to go your way unless you start them off with some kind of a pick, some kind of a big engage. Mickey with the Hex Flash over the wall there real quick, as MKOI does have 4 men in the bot side river. JoJo just kind of potentially playing the bait here in the mid lane, does have his Seraphs and Rod fully charged, fully stacked. Still 2 stacks to go on the Rod of Ages for Poby, and this is what I was talking about earlier, the difference in completing that in time. Razor going for the flash engage there onto Supa, who makes the distance and gets away. Supreme display of talent, not going to get a whole lot, but Alvaro's got the quickness to start the fight off in earnest, as Oscar's already down. Mickey's stuck alone in the backside of the enemy lines, as Poby's going to be melted by Elyoya. Razor can't stand any longer either, and Fnatic fall to pieces again. It's only Upset left alive. Try as he might, he can't win the fight. Fnatic are going to find themselves aced before the Dragon Soul, and MKOI have got this one all sewed up.
Fnatic are just too far behind when it comes to the gold. Even if you're not getting full value from the ultis, Alvaro sets up that engage, sets up the turnaround, and MKOI sweeping through Fnatic.
MKOI, they get themselves their clean ace. I could see the desperation. And let's take another look here in our MasterCard priceless moment of the game as Razork starts it off.
And I thought maybe you had a chance here as Fnatic, because the ultimate only hits onto Razork from the Scream Display of Talent. You're not really getting full value, but this Alvaro knockup sets up perfectly for Jojo Pyun to follow through. They managed to finish off any sort of threat on towards Supa, and he's happy to follow through then to pick off the remaining members of Fnatic.
I tried to go on the Zeri. Kiana.
You can see there, just kind of like, there's not a whole lot to react to. Just, you know, you're trying, but when you're 7,500 gold down, when you have to go with the flash Pantheon stun to try to initiate
you just throw
the fight.
Hail Mary.
Yeah, you're just trying to play for the 2% chance because otherwise it's a 1, right? And now
where does
Oscar
Health
is,
go?
Yeah, I don't think this Ambessa is long for this world. That is not Ambessa from Arcane, my friend. That one is, that one's out of here.
Well, to be fair, Arcane didn't go too well for her either, you know?
Okay,
so
all right, you got me there. Sorry for anybody who hasn't watched it yet. I guess that might be a possibly inferable spoil. But now it's 13,000 gold plus a Dragon Soul plus about 24 petals advantage, so that's about 2,000 gold's worth of adaptive force, and Baron is on the map. So if you're MKOI, it feels like a pretty safe bet. You can just take this Baron, force him to come answer, and then you either get the Baron and run into their base, or you just ace them, and you probably don't even need it at that point.
Yeah, I think if you're Fnatic, you hope that for a brief second, MKOI forget how to play the game for about 5 to 10 seconds, don't hit any of their buttons, and then you have a chance.
That's pretty much what it's going to require, but you can see on your screen right now, it only takes Elyoya and Supa to kill the Baron off. Mirwin and Jojo can just cover these flanks, make sure nobody from Fnatic can approach, and sure enough, Fnatic's not even going to try. Gold lead approaching 15,000 now, Baron in their pockets. It's a 1,500 Red Bull Baron power play because there was no attempt from Fnatic to try to stop it, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see the Nexus explode before that timer runs out.
Yeah, I agree, Flares. I don't really think there's much here on Fnatic's side to try and uphold. 3 items on the Cassiopeia is a decent spot to be, but it's just everything else is so in favor of MKOI. I just don't think you have a chance, but here we go. One more play. Can Fnatic do it? Well,
there's already a ward right where the unsealed teleport was coming in from Mickey. Jojo flashes to the other side, but Mickey's ready to flash after him. Alvaro coming in to cover for his mid laner as Jojo is still alive now. Fnatic continue trying to press the assault, but now Mirwin is charging in from behind. A supreme display of talent right back into the wall. Fnatic tried, Fnatic died. There's no way to stop MKOI now. Oscar Renan's the only one standing. It's a double kill for Elyoya there. An ace to end the game, 24-7 with an 18,000 gold lead. What'll be a 20,000 gold lead, I would have to think, by the end of this one. We'll see if those towers give it to us. It'll be just shy, but it won't matter. 27 minutes into the game, MKOI slam game number 1.
That was sheer and utter dominance from the MKOI side. I mean, Fnatic just didn't look like they showed up at all.
Yeah, it was, I mean, it was a little close early, right? We got to see them make the play. Razork got the first blood, swooping around on the side on Jojo, so that was good. I liked the punish there on the aggressive early flashes, but after that, once MKOI got ahead, they just never really gave it up.
Yeah, and I think it was, again, really good coordination between Elyoya and Alvaro, getting that vision, making the play set up, and making things very difficult for Fnatic.
All right, that's game number 1 done and taken care of. MKOI are looking good. Desk, what do you guys think?
Very good.
I don't even know, man. I don't even know. What was this? Is my mic on? Maybe it is. Yeah, okay, it's good. What was that?
Yeah, I mean,
what
to
happened?
me, this was definitely not like completely clean from the side of MKOI. That there was a couple of mistakes, a couple of moments where they overstepped and got caught out. But generally, overall, the tempo vibes were always in favor of MKOI there.
I'm speechless. I was expecting something kind of what we've been seeing in the LEC this year, but not at all. It doesn't even, like, there was no way they could fight back. For me, it was just spectating your own game from the side of Fnatic.
Yes, we asked if they can expand on their lead. They definitely expanded on their early game leads. That was something where it's like, okay, when they went up against KT, when they went up against G2, they were able to get leads. They were struggling to be able to expand it. Sure, they made some mistakes. But this, by the way, as you can see in front of you, yes, Jojo died early to the gank, but then he TP'd right back in and they knew he didn't finish his clear. He just went for a level 3 gank, so they ended up being able to challenge that. And it was nice to see them double back straight towards Poby.
And I love this trio, the mid-jungle support working together. This gang squad that was just getting action done early. And then this fight around the grubs. I love this setup that ends up coming through from this. This ult from Elyoya, I feel like all game, him and Alvaro, the setup in the team fights was so effective, and Fnatic just weren't ready for this engage to come through.
Yeah, and this is what I just generally love about MKOI, is that when they see an angle, when they see the fight, they will pull their support for it, and they will just pull the trigger. There is no hesitation. That was a lesson that they learned at MSI. This was a lesson they learned early in LEC, and they will go for it. As you can see in front of you, yes, they, at the 20-minute mark, 5,000 gold, but the fact that at 15 minutes, it was like a 900 gold. And then at every minute afterwards, it expanded and ballooned to something as ridiculous as this with Drake control. Beautiful to see.
It's crazy to see the level of confidence on the side of MKOI so far in this game and in this series, because for them to play champions like this and manage to snowball leads that fast, I gotta say, if Fnatic doesn't wake up and come up with a plan, I don't see how this is going 3 games at all.
Yeah, it's insane. And it's not as if Fnatic didn't try, right? Like, Fnatic did make the attempt, like 10 minutes, 13 minutes. Imiyaki X on like the Alistar, hex flashing and really trying to punish Ryze on sides. Like, they were making the attempts. It was just not like all for naught.
Yeah, it felt like it was a lot of just little moments, picks, some oversteps from MKOI that were punished, but it never really translated to anything more.
Yes.
I think that was the issue, really. And it felt like, especially the setups for the team fights were so spectacular for MKOI.
I want to take a look at our HyperX Reflex replay here, because maybe the international audience doesn't know that Elyoya has a Qiyana, but they found out the hard way here during this game with a beautiful ult.
And the focus isn't really on the Herald, they go for the fight. It's a great Rakan ult to start things off, a sacrifice from Alvaro, and this ult here, Elyoya gets the CC on both carries, then dips over the wall, takes out the jungler, and Poby and Upset, they kind of have to just awkwardly leave the pit at low HP. Elyoya's on this flank, cutting them off. And yeah, Upset does make the run away, but the fight is won at this point. It's just cleaning up the kills.
That's the thing. That's what I love about Qiyana. There's 2 angles to the fight, like you mentioned. The angle is you have to deal with Supa in the front. But then, what the hell is Qiyana doing in the back line? Elyoya is so talented on these carry options, and the fact that he's able to get the assassination, like take attention of 3 players, he creates so much space for Supa, who went massive this game.
And I'm just going to be real. We had a lot of Qiyana games in the LCK and a lot of Qiyana losses, right? It is not the easiest champion to execute, and Elyoya really made it work here.
Something I want to ask you guys, looking at the compositions, do you feel like there was a comeback potential on the side of Fnatic? Outside of the mental aspect, outside of what we've seen from these players individually?
Like, I liked Fnatic's draft. I think it was fine, right? Like, they had the damage from the Cassio, Xayah, to be able to deal with Sion. I think the Xayah pick was fine in the sense that they were dealing with a mid-range composition with Qiyana, like Sion and everything, so they could deal with it, especially the Rakan. Like, I thought it was okay. There was some comeback potential, but you just weren't in a position to do much. Like, as much as I say about the Cassio DPS, there's still so many like threats in the opposing side that she couldn't really deal much damage at all. Like, she wasn't given that space like Supa was.
Yeah, to me this was so much more about the execution than the draft itself.
Yeah.
All right, moving forward, it's do or die. It's back to the drawing board and come back with something ASAP, or just go back to Berlin here. What do we want to see from Fnatic? We want to see something. We haven't seen anything yet so far at Worlds, and especially this last game. One last chance to prove it all.
It sucks because I think if they want to take those fights on Herald or Grubs, being willing to pull more members, because MKOI are bloodthirsty. They will look for the fights. You know they will look for the fights. So at least in the early Grubs fight or something, if you want to pull the Cassio earlier on, sure, it might be a risk. You might lose a little bit on sides, but that's something that MKOI is looking for. You need to be able to match them.
I think I've been saying it a lot already, but proactivity, I think you need to be one starting the fight. You need to be one engaging. And it feels like in a lot of the other games, and this one too, it was the other team leading the charge, and Fnatic just kind of getting caught up in the mixer.
And so far, Summoner's Rift belongs to MKOI in this elimination series. Fnatic will be on the blue side for next game. Let's see if they can come up with something, or if MKOI will wrap this one 2-0.
Okay, right, this. No flash Cassio. So. Hit front, Pant will die. Can I? Pant no flash, okay, slow. I'm best around. Cassio 1 HP. I stun. Cassio 1 HP, Pete. Slow. We win this, okay? Hit front. All of them no flash. Keep going. No flash. Dale. I go. I'm coming, look my position, okay? I can bait them. Team 4. I'll bait them. 3. I'm going to.
update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. We are one game in to our first elimination series here in the Swiss stage between MKOI and Fnatic. Although Fnatic struck first in game number 1, securing a first blood after some aggressive mid lane play, it was ultimately MKOI that would then take control over the game and never let it go, resulting in almost a 20,000 gold lead by the time they won 27 minutes into the game. Fnatic are now one game away from elimination completely from Worlds, and they've got to fight back here.
Yeah, but it's for Fnatic, it has been a struggle for them in the summer, right? You look at how they were clearly the 4th best team in the LEC. We heard it from interviews, we heard it from players, we heard it from coaches, but they managed to get that upset over KC with a fantastic performance that put a lot of hope into the Fnatic fans. But now, after making it to Worlds, it would be heartbreaking for those same fans to see them lose once more to MKOI here at the international stage.
All right, let's jump into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX here for game number 2, as Fnatic has switched over to the blue side. They will ban out Nico, Talia, and Yunara, their opponents on MKOI, banning out some mid-lane focus with Orianna, Azir, and Aurora. First pick of the draft is the Rumble for Oscar.
The Rumble surprises me. Wukong has been such a strong pick in the meta at the moment, and not going towards that definitely feels like, obviously it's getting comfort for Oscar Rinnan, but maybe not comfortable with the meta. Because now you've even got opportunities for Mirren, who has liked playing things like the K'Sante into this in the past and has looked incredibly strong. There it is, into Oscar Rinnan specifically on this. Like, Mirren 1v2'd Razork and Oscar Rinnan in this pick in game 4 of their last series.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one. I remember that highlight.
Yeah, it echoed across every sphere of social media.
Yeah, that was a pretty tough one there for Fnatic to deal with. Now, interestingly, with this Poppy, I wouldn't be surprised to see this locked in. It's very effective against Wukong. And remember that in the previous game, MKOI actually banned Poppy in their first rotation. It was their second ban of the draft, which is pretty unusual. So clearly they were noticing that Fnatic does like to lock the Poppy. So that one will be slammed here.
It is also a bit of a Mickey special, right? We saw it at internationals last year when he was on G2 and he had a very strong showing on it, but something that Razork can play exceptionally well too. So you do, as you say, have those options to rotate it, but there is upset going back towards the Kai'Sa. So this says to me what Fnatic are probably trying to go for is Poppy into the bottom lane, and they want Razork to be able to go back towards the Vi. This Vi Kai'Sa has been a really strong combo for them, works well with the Rumble as well. But if I'm MKOI, I'm probably just going to ban it on this next rotation.
Exactly, right? You don't have any more picks for Fnatic before the next round of the bans come through. It looked like MKOI was thinking back and forth there between the Annie, which is a pretty common pairing with the Wukong, but instead they go with the Sivir, locking that one in for Supa for the powerful wave clear, the AoE, the late game carry potential.
Yeah, especially, you're already setting up for a great team on an MKOI side. Opportunity to go for like another control mage in the mid lane, facilitate that, and you've strong front to back. Alvaro can go towards the engage if he wants to, but if I'm the MKOI, I'm probably trying to leave counter pick here for Alvaro until I know exactly where that Poppy is going and give Alvaro a good matchup.
Yep, the Sivir here is the most played for Supa throughout the summer in LEC, so makes sense to lock that one in here in the first half, make it so they cannot remove that one from the table. Nautilus banned out. Whenever I think of Kai'Sa pairings, Nautilus is always one of the first champions that comes to mind, is just an incredible pairing with her, applies plasma very easily, can be a strong lane buddy, dive buddy later on in the game. Braum now going to be banned out by the side of Fnatic. They do not want that extra defensive capability for MKOI's squad.
Yeah, I think you're kind of in a bit of a pickle here as MKOI on what you want to do with your mid pick here for Jojo, because oftentimes what we see is even when Rumble just exists in the game, they're happy to take the Galio mid and say, hey, we don't have to think about any of the control mages that you can bring out, but there's always the opportunity for Poby to try and flex in towards something like the Yone, have some sort of AD mid, which then doesn't give you the best of times here for Jojo. So with all these support bans, he is just going to lock the Bard, okay? He says, doesn't matter, I'm happy enough to just go with this.
All right, Bard locked in here for Alvaro. I love watching this champion. I think it's super fun. It's one of the best champions in the game if you're really good at it, and it's also still a champion in the game if you're bad at it.
That's kind of where we've seen that mix match here. The Alvaro has won on the Bard consistently, doesn't look the best on the Bard in those games, can oftentimes position poorly, being points where he's in a bit of trouble, but we'll have to see as this game goes on if he's kind of righted those wrongs since the summer split.
Ooh, and Fnatic fans, I think, are going to be worried about this one because Jarvan, so far at this tournament, I believe, is 0-9. This was a pick that I know a lot of people coming into Worlds 2025 were talking about looking at as potentially the best jungler on the patch, or at least a top jungler on the patch. He's been locked in by a lot of different teams, and he's not won a single time.
Yeah, but EU's very good at the 0-10 power spike. The only problem is it hasn't got there yet, so Fnatic might need to be sacrificed a little bit before. But either way, I like it in this draft because I think you've got an awful lot of follow-up that can come through with it, with the Jarvan having the setup for the Rumble, having the setup for the Chaos Storm now with the Victor, and it's much more about playing front to back rather than this all-out dive, which I think can work well. But Jojo has played this before. Is he willing to bring it out once more?
I'm not going to trust it until the timer runs all the way down. This is one of those picks that they'll bait you with. Yeah, that seems much more realistic, but no!
Yes!
Okay, never mind. We are getting Jojo Pyun Kassadin into Poby Victor here. This is what I want to see teams do with red side 5th pick. Slam the counter pick. Show us what you've got. Kassadin, you want to be able to have easy access to CC to lock him down. Kai'Sa doesn't have CC. Rumble has a slow. Jarvan has CC, but you have to be able to hit the EQ combo. Victor has CC, but you have to stand in the thing for the entire time. And Poppy has conditional CC. Honestly, this seems like a pretty solid Kassadin angle.
And it's something that he's brought out twice now over the course of the year as well. He is 100% win rate on it, likes to take it slow, and we very much like to put in Twitch chat that level 16 to see exactly when he's going to be able to hit us. But it is a pick that obviously will lose as gracefully as possible in the early stages, but then come alive on those side lanes in those team fights later on in the game.
Exactly. Levels 1 through 5, you're kind of a melee minion. Yeah. Levels 6 through 10, okay, you're a bad champion. Levels 11 through 15, you're a good champion. Level 16 plus, Riot, please balance this.
Yeah, it's the age-old Kassadin story. And again, it works very well, not only as you're saying with the lack of CC, but the fact that everything is kind of short range on the opposite side. Like if I'm Kai'Sa and I'm like, cool, let me send myself in with Killer Instinct into the backline and I'm into the waiting arms of, well, actually, I suppose, yeah, her dad. It's not exactly great. Maybe it is a loving embrace, but I feel like that's not going to happen this time around.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit of family therapy here in this one, as it's do or die for Fnatic as we head into game number 2 of Fnatic versus Imkoi. Summoner Spellbook for the Bard there from Alvaro, but Mickey running the Hail of Blades on the Poppy for the extra combat power in lane instead, so not going to have that same level of utility. Here's a look at the runes that Jojo is running on his Kassadin. You can see he's got the Conqueror, sudden impact, last stand for when he gets low to be able to find those amazing outplay situations.
This is a little greedy, though, from Jojo, as we get a little bit of trading on the bottom side, because I would have expected him to go for the Inspiration Tree and try and get the biscuits and that, especially against the Victor, who is notorious for being very strong in lane and being able to trade effectively. For you to try and survive in this early stage, it can be a little bit of a pickle, but for Jojo, feeling happy enough to try and take those runes that will empower him later in the sudden impact and that Ultimate Hunter to really be a mega threat when he gets to that stage.
Kassadin, level 16 with Ultimate Hunter on top of the items he already likes to build is just going to be it's Earth mode Kassadin, right? Yeah. Like this could be a problem if Fnatic allows it to go late, but immediate flash stun into the wall coming out from Mickey. Alvaro down to 50 HP, he's gonna die. It's first blood to Fnatic at 1 minute and 45 seconds into the game. Mickey X is bloodthirsty.
Alvaro not respecting what Mickey can do on this Poppy. It is a pick he made his name on at MSI last year, and now bringing it out in what is potentially Fnatic's last game of the year and picking up first blood.
You love to see it. When your back is against the wall, you've got to be willing to put all the cards on the table. You've got to be willing to pull out the pocket picks. Mickey there with the Hex flash out of the brush, just seeing if maybe he could have got another slam there onto Supa. Supa stays safe enough. Poby having to push in mid lane. This is exactly what you would expect. As you already said, Kassadin's job is not to win lane. It's not even to break even. It is to lose as gracefully as possible in the early stages. Then once you get to level 6, you become a real champion and you can start at least trading back a little bit.
Yeah, it does give Fnatic a lot of windows of opportunity to be aggressive in the early stage, and that's why I like Razork's pathing here. He's going to sneak into the backline. Supa already low. And Razork's here.
Supa at 200 HP. He has Hot Cocoa behind him, but it's not very well charged. Supa down to 100, flashes away, but Razork with a flash follow. Razork gets the second kill of the game for Fnatic. Dagda, it is not even 3 minutes on the clock, and Fnatic are 1,000 gold ahead.
And when Fnatic have looked at their best, it's when they can set up upset for success. It's exactly what we're seeing here, being able to put that resource into the bottom lane, and now you've got 2 kills already to the Fnatic side.
And I mentioned in draft how this Sivir was the most played for Supa throughout the summer in the LEC. Well, Kais is also the most played for Upset throughout the summer. This is a champion he's got a lot of reps on. This is a champion that hopefully, with this early extra gold, with this extra early power, he's going to feel empowered on.
And this is what I'm saying. I love this pathing from Razork, avoiding all the vision that could potentially be set up, making his way in towards this bottom side. And Supa knows he has to push out this wave, or he's going to be in a terrible spot. Fnatic use that to punish, and the follow on the flash from Razork was perfect there.
Nicely done, and now a death for both bottom laners on the Imkoi side. Mickey just passing through mid here, as is Alvaro. Alvaro clearing out a little bit of vision as Jojo just continues trying to farm as many minions as he can. Of course, every time Alvaro gets to stop by mid, he can place down some more of those hot cocos for Jojo, essentially just giving him an extra weak health potion to be able to have some extra sustain in lane, which he is going to need a lot of.
Yeah, you've heard of Mojo Jojo, now it's Coco Jojo.
Yeah, Coco Jojo is what he's going to need a lot of here to get to level 6, have a little bit more presence in the lane. Supa gets tackled out of the way there. Void Seeker doesn't hit him. Mickey's going to take a little bit of damage here. Only one side of the Boomerang Blade connects, however, so Mickey not feeling too bad.
Yeah, again, I think you're perfectly happy for Fnatic with the way this early game has gone. And again, you kind of get to continue this for a little bit. Elyoya wants to be level 6 before he really starts to interact with the lanes. Doesn't have great setup anywhere if he tries to interact. And Alvaro, actually.
Yeah, Alvaro is going to find a level 4 Razork waiting on him. This Bard is level 2. It is very difficult to deal with a Jarvan as level 2 Bard. And under the turret goes Razork, back to the fountain goes Alvaro. Fnatic claim the feat of warfare not even 5 minutes into the game. They are 2,000 gold ahead of Imkoi.
And looking very impressive doing it. This is when, again, Fnatic have looked at their best and most confident, and Mickey is zoning Supa off entirely by himself and denying him from being able to re-access this lane. Dragon going to be secured. Fnatic off to a great start.
Yeah, there's no way that anybody on Imkoi is even approaching this first Drake. The 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic, the total control over the bottom lane, upset level 5, just going to rotate over and help Razork take this thing down. You can see there when Plasma procs, it procs for about 500 damage. It does quite a lot to the neutral objectives. And so then that leaves Razork the opportunity to just finish off the smite, take the Drake. That was not even a full minute after the Drake spawn. That's the Mountain Drake, that's the tanky one, and it already belongs to Fnatic.
Yeah, and again, they kind of just get to keep up with this pressure, move in towards bottom side. I think they might be trying to, oh no, he's going to be spotted, but using Razork to just hold this wave on the bottom side for upset. Again, it's kind of everything on Fnatic playing around this AD carry. Now, obviously, again, as the game goes on, you do have a lot of threats for this Kai'Sa in the Wukong and this Kassadin, but it doesn't really look like Fnatic are letting them get to that position as Mirwin.
Yeah, I mean, Mirwin's getting aggressive here on Oscar, but when you look down at the scoreboard, Oscar's an entire kill's worth of gold ahead of Mirwin just based off of farming, because there haven't been any plays on the top side of the map, because everything has been about this bottom lane where Mickey got so aggressive with the flash at level 1, because Razork is then down there in the bottom lane, and Elyoya, like you said earlier, is just trying to power farm. The top laners are left to their own devices, and Oscar Renan is handling the matchup plenty well.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy with the way things are going. The fact that now as well, you can end up using this push to try and reset for the Void Grubs on the top side can work out well as well. You can already see Supa trying to move up into that top side and prevent that push. But if I'm Fnatic, I think just rotating upside and making to continuous matching into this Sivir is going to be perfect.
Okay, let's see how close Elyoya is to making a play. He is level 6. We do have the Cyclone available on the Wukong, but they're going to need to find a good angle if they want to go for anything. When you're this far down in gold, every play just becomes a little bit scary to make. Oscar Renan rushing the plated steel caps up there in the top side for the extra mobility to sidestep away from those third and Tofo strikes alongside the armor to deal with Kassadin in general. Of course, Mirwin wants to go with the early Negatron cloak, as pretty much any tank wants to do into the Rumble matchup. And in the jungle, Razork 1-0-1 here on this Jarvan is building towards that bruiser itemization, towards what should be Sundered Sky, of course. And then back in mid lane, Poby, level 6 on the Victor. Only 6 stacks, so not stacking a whole lot here just yet, but still 500 gold lead from the farm advantage plus the kill. He's feeling great.
I do like these rotations from Fnatic though, moving upset to mid this time around and keeping Poby on the bottom side. Poby probably has the least amount of damage that can be brought to the table at this point in the game, so using this Rumble instead as this touch point with the Jarvan can be crucial to the success. What it looks like it's going to be a boy group fight.
Okay, you've got Cataclysm plus Equalizer. Equalizer, of course, still on cooldown for about half of that duration right now. Exactly, the spicy hot pot combo. Very deadly for the enemy team as Jojo now makes his way up towards the top lane. Imkoi trying to approach towards this grub area here. Razork gonna go ahead, use his combo plus his smite to take the first grub. Elyoya wants to step in. Imkoi's goal here seems to grab at least one grub here. They do so with Elyoya's smite, but now they're trying to get back away. Alvaro wants to flash in the magical journey. The Cataclysm wall was on top of the normal wall, so he could still get away with it. Fnatic now trying to get back as Elyoya goes in for the Cyclone, but he only finds the knock-up onto Oscar. Now Razork's going to be the next target, and Supa's on the board. Imkoi, they steal away one of the grubs. The third grub is still alive, and they get the kill afterwards, despite their disadvantages in the game so far. Imkoi find a decent play there, but now Elyoya's in some danger. Tries to jump back in on Oscar, but Elyoya sticking around a little bit greedy with that positioning, and Fnatic get a punish.
Yeah, Fnatic weren't accounting for their own, but here comes the Equalizer.
The Equalizer finally off cooldown for some immediate pain on Supa and Alvaro. Of course, they cannot get any kills on that one. Another magical journey to keep Alvaro safe as Mirman goes all out on Poby. Does need to find some more damage here on the Cassante. Poby trying to kite this one out, but Cassante is very dangerous in these types of situations. His cooldowns are so low. He tries to dash forward with the footwork, but the stun from Poby is clutch, and he gets away.
Holy moly, Poby, that was crazy. Able to sidestep so much of that damage from Mirwin and just outlast him until he could get this done. Really well played by the Fnatic mid laner.
Very nice stuff from Poby. I thought for sure he was dead there. You see Cassante on top of an immobile control mage that does not have reliable CC in the middle of the lane. You're thinking, all right, man, see you once the screen's back in full color, right? But Poby lands that gravity field exactly where he needs to land it, just at the very edge. Mirwin can't escape in time, so nicely done. And it's still about a 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic. Feats of Warfare secured, 2 out of 3 progress on the neutral objectives, and the next Drake is spawning in 30 seconds.
I think for Fnatic, as long as you can try and keep up this pressure, kind of do what Mkoi did to you in the last game, you should be in a decent spot. Reset's starting to come through. I don't think Upset will have finished his Kraken Slayer just yet, but either way, the lack of ultimate from Oscar Rinnan again was used to good effect, so I'm not blaming him for it, but it is going to mean that it's putting a bit of a slow on Fnatic and how they want to try and operate on the map. I think they will have to wait for that ultimate to come back up before they really do anything.
All right, Jojo, let's take a look in on this Kassadin. About to hit level 9, still down a couple of waves in comparison to Poby's Victor. Still not Rod of Ages completed yet, so wants to get that online ASAP. Of course, when you do kind of fall into this game state where you're having to play so safe because the enemy jungler's ahead, the enemy mid laner feels empowered to play aggressively, it is going to be a slower completion on that item. So time is, of course, always in your favor when you are a Kassadin, but that clock ticking forward is going to feel painful in this game for a while because of how badly the early game has started. The Drake is alive, and already Mickey is in the pit, Razork's coming over, and Elyoya on the other side of the map looking to make a play lets you know that Imkoi just, they're not going to try to contest this. Okay, Elyoya going forward, but no, the Cyclone misses. There's just no play to be found from Imkoi, so this is nothing but a win for Fnatic.
Yeah, Oscar Rinnan had to flash to get away from that Cyclone there on the top side, but that is something where Oscar Rinnan in the past has got caught out on those plays. So having that flash keeps him safe, means that Fnatic can get the Dragon. And at the moment, there's no real response, but there are several members of Imkoi here.
Okay, let's see if Imkoi can get something else done. They are bringing up Alvaro to maybe Tempered Fate the turret, but nice using the Equalizer from Oscar to burn down the wave.
Good roam from Upset as well, knowing that if they could get some damage down, have that killer instinct to try and follow through. So keeping Imkoi out of that top side, and Oscar Rinnan stays safe.
Okay, Oscar doing a good job absorbing the pressure from Imkoi's only possible move if they weren't going to try to contest the trade.
And the problem for Imkoi is they are feeling that pinch of, hang on, Mirwin, he should be fine. But the double dragons being taken. You want that time to buy for your Sivir, your Kassadin, even Mirwin to come online and become mega tanky. But because now 2 of those dragons have been taken, you're going to be forced to fight at this next dragon. You do not want to give it Cross Inferno.
You can see here as Fnatic just disengages yet again from an Imkoi play. there's just nothing coming up for MKOI here. They're trying to pop on the hunt. They're trying to make stuff happen. The poor little scuttle crab got knocked into the forest. He's an aquatic creature. He doesn't know what to do there.
I mean, look, he's been a great tourist. Look at him. He's having a fun out time, waddling along.
He's seeing the sights, sounds, and smells of Summoner's Rift in places and ways that he never has before. And now he got beat over the head by Wukong, and he's dead.
Well, that's what happens when you go to the jungle sometimes, you know?
At least he had a good trip on his way out, even if he ended up in a dangerous part of the Rift. But it's a 2,500 gold lead for Fnatic. And we had the stats up on your screen just a little bit before that potential fight broke out. Last game was great for Supa on the Zeri, but this game, since things started out so rough, so shaky in the bottom lane, it's been kind of hard to feel like you've got good ground to stand on.
But again, that has been the Fnatic game plan for not only their series against MKOI, but a lot of the split is get upset ahead, let him be that main carry. And again, that focus has paid dividends for them now, as Supa and Alvaro always love to play aggressive on that bottom side, but sometimes it can come back to bite them.
So looking at EXP right now, we are approaching a pretty critical break point. Jojo about to hit level 11. Alvaro has the stun into the follow-up Cosmic Binding. Now Poby dropping the Arcane Storm, trying to get away. And again, they try to put the pressure on Poby, but they don't have enough gas in the tank. Poby gets away and doesn't even have to flash to do it.
Just barely able to get that gravity well down, which gave him the chance to step away. It's a little bit worse for wear on that top side. We're going to be happy enough that he escaped with his life.
Hey, he's got buddies coming up to help him. Mickey X wandering through here. You can see by the extra terrain, it will be a topside Otacon again this game, same way that it was in the previous one. Jojo still about 3/4 of the way to level 11. Pretty big power spike there for Kassadin. Obviously, every level in the ult giving you significantly better cooldown on that ability. And if they can get to the point where he's level 16, that's where you have the chance to make up for the fact that the early game has gone so bad. But that is still a long way away, my friend. And we are seeing first items coming online in a few different spaces, a few different places. 14 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock as Jojo completes his Rod of Ages. That's a pretty slow completion on the Rod, so that one's still going to take almost 25 minutes into the game, almost on Baron spawn before it's 10 stacks.
I mean, sometimes it's not the end of the world when you're playing a casting, because you do get the level later, which means that you're able to get a higher level, which is technically more XP when it pops.
Right, more value.
Exactly, but not ideal in the, you want Kassadin with money, and the lack of money on the Kassadin is definitely going to play an issue, and especially if this Rift Tower fight goes the way of Fnatic as well, as you can see them starting to set up for the objective again. MKOI though playing off this Sivir push, getting access towards River, and there's no real play onto Jojo in that top side.
So the thing that I'm noticing, Mirwin is walking up. Neither one of the top laners have their teleport available to join in this fight if they want to stay down in the bottom lane and split push. But MKOI is saying, all right, Mirwin, you're going to have to give up that side lane farm, that side lane EXP, and make your way up here manually instead, because we want to fight for the Herald, and that's what they're going to do. Herald started up by MKOI now, as Oscar's just going to take the opportunity to push the wave down here in the bottom lane. Oscar looked like he was thinking about maybe moving up towards the Herald. Instead, realizes he won't be able to reach the objective in time, so just goes back down to split push instead. Herald is secured by the side of MKOI. Mickey was charging the Keeper's Verdict there, thinking about maybe if there's an opportunity to try to allow Razork to go in and steal, but they think better of it. So it's Herald over to MKOI.
Yeah, Herald goes the way of MKOI. Can they get value out of it though is going to be the real question, because you can see in that bottom side with the lack of TP available for MKOI, you should end up, I believe, with this wave. Oh, actually, I was going to say, I think you should have been able to take it, but Jojo able to get down there quick enough on the Kassadin to keep that tower standing for the moment.
Yeah, feeling good about that. They need to get some value, like you say, out of the Herald use itself. Some freestanding turret gold could be very, very good to try to close some of this gold gap.
Especially with 3 seconds now until that third dragon for Fnatic. I think that's where maybe you can use it as an aggressive Herald in the fight, try and find some success there, or pull Fnatic to that mid lane, which it looks like that's what Elio is going to do in response to trying to set up for Dragon.
Okay, Herald summoned as the Dragon spawns. The Herald, they're trying to get the charge on it. Looks like that's all you're going to get, but now the fight has already broken out. Poby taking a little bit of damage here as Tempered Fate catches out the Fnatic mid laner, but a nice Keeper's Verdict to knock Jojo away from the fight means there's not enough follow-up damage. Equalizer down on a Supa, follow-up there from Razork. Killer Instinct jumps in, and Supa's already down. Oscar Rinnan's cooking Mirwin. Alvaro's already dead to the Acathian Rain, and when it rains, it pours. Fnatic are bringing it down on MKOI. A double kill, back to upset, and it's an absolute absolute slaughter for Fnatic.
Fnatic aren't done yet at Worlds 2025. Finding this fight, it looked a little dicey. I'm going to be honest, Poby not in the best of positions there, but doesn't even burn the flash. Just as happy, tanks the Bard ult. With that ultimate from Mickey, knows there's no real threat coming through from the Kassadin. And instead, Fnatic turned the tides, killing off Supa, and Oscar Rinnan's able to deal with Mirwin alongside Mickey on that top side to keep this fight rolling in Fnatic's favor.
They are going to roll over the fight. They can then immediately translate that into taking the Dragon. They take the tier 1 turret mid. They take the tier 1 turret bot. They have the wave shoved into the tier 1 turret top. Dagda, they just doubled their gold lead and moved to Soul Point off of that fight.
Yeah, this makes it incredibly difficult now for MKOI because you are nowhere near the position that you need to be either on Supa or Jojo to try and carry these fights. And now Fnatic going to be looking down the barrel of that Infernal Soul plus position now to take this top lane tower. So much gold has been injected into them.
This game state, this gold lead, is almost unplayable now for MKOI when you're looking at 18.5 minutes into a game of League of Legends, being down 5,500, being not allowed to surrender another dragon for the rest of the game. The timer on the dragon, 4 minutes. 4 stacks on Kassadin's Rod of Ages. The Rod of Ages will not be stacked by the time the soul spawns, and you do not get any, okay, well, we'll just give this one and fight the next one. Infernal Soul given over is not an option. Supa still only at 1 fully completed item there on the Sivir. Not feeling great about that one either. This champion needs time to be able to scale up. You've got the 1 fully completed item on Mirwin. Of course, you're going to have time to complete that by the time the next dragon fight breaks out, one would think. But it's just been disaster from minute 1, and I mean that literally minute 1. Remember that first blood this game came in for Fnatic from Mickey's level 1 flash at about 1 minute and 48 seconds.
Yeah, and again, it's what we were talking about. Sometimes Alvaro not giving the respect on this Bard to the position that he has, how squishy he can be, because he does look fantastic on some of these engaged supports, but the Bard hasn't always been that top tier that we expect from Alvaro, who's made a name for himself, honestly, as the best support that we have in the LEC right now. But not able to perform this time around, getting caught out, giving that opening then from Razork to follow up on that second gank. It has been Fnatic steamrolling through this bottom lane.
All right, MKOI, let's see what you guys got to defend, because Poby has used his teleport to join up here in the top side with the rest of Fnatic. He'll be the one that could be the bait in the top lane. Otacon alive now as we crest the 20-minute mark into the game, and it looks like Fnatic are ready to just start it up. MKOI hanging out nearby. Jojo and Upset, the only two from either side that aren't here just yet. Upset going to join up with the rest of the team now as Jojo is still making his way over. The Otacon is dying pretty quickly. Scryer Trinket going to find Fnatic there, but the Otacon's already going to be secured. Keeper's Verdict knocks the enemy jungler out of the fight, and MKOI took too long standing around watching the Otacon get taken. Mirwin's already down. Razor traps everybody in the Cataclysm.
Oh, Alvaro.
Tempered Fate to try to slow up the follow-up, but it ain't going to matter, I would have to think. Elyoya is spinning, but MKOI ain't winning. Fnatic, they're going to find a kill on the enemy jungler next. They got the Otacon. They got a 2-for-1 trade after. They're chasing after MKOI. I don't think they're going to find anybody else, but they already got what they came for.
I thought that Tempered Fate might have been enough to turn the fight, but as he said it, Flowers, the Otacon goes down so quickly. The ultimate there is perfect, and Supa pops his own on the hunt, but doesn't catch Mirwin, so he doesn't get the speed up, ends up falling down. MKOI get one back where they deal with J4, and I thought with Elyoya going in, maybe they have a chance here to turn this around, but Supa has to run for the hills. There's nothing he can do. Jojo doesn't have the damage, and once again, it's the lack of teamfight power initially, right now in this moment, that is coming back to hurt MKOI.
This is dire. Otacon giving them all of those flower petals. And again, I always like to bring this up because it's something that's so easy to gloss over, with Otacon being a new objective, with the stats being kind of invisible in terms of the overall gold lead. 33 flower petals to 12 flower petals is somewhere between 1.5 and 2,000 golds worth of adaptive force for free. That's on top of a 5,000 gold lead, and it's 60 seconds until the final dragon spawns if Fnatic gets it. That's your Infernal Soul. That's your massive power spike again. Jojo, level 13 on the Kassadin, still has to tick forward 3 more times. And you can see here, 1-8, Kai'Sa at the event, 0-9, Jarvan at Worlds 2025. This is looking like it just might be Jarvan's first win.
Yeah, I mean, look, not quite the 0-10 power spike, but Fnatic going to be happy to try and take that one. And it has been this kind of Kai'Sa plus dive combo that Fnatic have been famous for in the LEC. Now making it work against their LEC counterparts, it looks like, as MKOI stepping in early to this river, hoping to push Fnatic back.
Okay, slam into the wall, comes out, equalizer over the top. Elyoya going to be targeted here as soon as he gets out of the stasis. Probably going to try to spin. Redemption comes in, looking to heal him, but it's upset into the back line here with the killer instinct. Super trying to get away. Razork on the chase. Elyoya first to die. Razork might get traded, but no! Jojo has no damage. He's dead now as well. The Arcane Storm is half as big as the enemy jungle, and Fnatic get 4 for nothing.
That is exactly what Fnatic needed. They wipe the fight. They will take the soul. And after they've taken the life of MKOI, they might just take this game as well.
8,000 gold. Infernal Soul. 25 flowers. Not sure what MKOI does.
Yeah, if that isn't a MasterCard priceless moment right there, I don't know what it is. With the soul and everything taken, Fnatic just get to continue pushing. This feels so night and day from game number 1. And again, I love this call. Mickey flashes immediately on towards Elyoya, forces Alvaro to use that early ultimate to keep his jungler safe. But again, Upset, this is what he started to change in summer in the LEC. This ability to be aggressive, not care about the KDA, and put his life on the line to make things happen for Fnatic. He barely survives.
And you can see a little bit of frustration there from Elyoya. And I mean, hey, it's a frustrating game. It has been from the very beginning. Fnatic has run the show on this one, and now they've got everything they need. And it feels like every single time we're counting a new big thing that Fnatic has achieved for themselves. Whether it's a big team fight win and a gold spike, or maybe it's moving to Soul Point, maybe it's taking the Otacon, whatever. The next thing's only a couple minutes away, and now Baron is just 45 seconds away with Fnatic commanding a 10K lead and an Infernal Soul.
But where the hell does this leave us if we can get to a game number 3 for Fnatic? Game 1 looked dire. It was MKOI who were playing through this engine of Elyoya and Alvaro, finding the success they need, absolutely taking over the games with the picks. Whereas for Fnatic now, it has been about their team fights in game number 2. And honestly, I think a little bit of greed for MKOI with their draft that Fnatic have been able to punish and now find themselves just moments away from taking down MKOI in game number 2.
Okay, so the one big thing I will point your attention towards, Jojo did have his Rod of Ages finally proc, and it procced, I believe, once he was level 14 to spike him to 15, like you were talking about earlier. He needs 5% more EXP, and he will hit level 16. A level 16 Kassadin might be the only chance for MKOI to try to come back into this game. There it is, Jojo Pune level 16, but the Baron is already down to half HP, and Fnatic still commands a 9,000 lead with an Infernal Soul. MKOI on the approach, Tempered Fate doesn't hit anyone. Baron at 2,000 HP, and it's already going to get secured by Fnatic. Mirwin trying to escape now. Razork still pushing forward. Hobie's also got a stasis. Keep your eyes on that armband. If MKOI try to turn, it can't be onto him, as now Mirwin wants to drag Razork forward. They're going after the Fnatic jungler. He's already dead, but he cost the Cataclysm before he died. And that means MKOI's going with them. Upset is dominating. Supa's out of the picture. Fnatic end up getting a 2 for 1. They've got the Baron. They've got the Soul. They've got the lead. They've got their eyes on the Nexus. And that first inhibitor turret is not going to stop them. Mid lane inhibitor about to die next as Mirwin, Elyoya, and Jojo will try to defend. Jojo using the ultis, trying to get the stacks up, throws forward a little bit of damage, has to again ult backwards, trying to escape the gravity field. Mirwin burns down, and Upset is godlike. First Nexus turret down to half HP. Elyoya just trying to juke him, maybe make him think he's going in. Alvaro's back alive, but it's a level 10 Bard. He can't do a whole lot about this. Tempered Fate's not even available to cast. The minions continuing to fire into the turrets. Supa back alive now too, into the back line. Goes MKOI, Jojo wants Upset, but Upset's having none of it. MKOI, they couldn't scale in time. Fnatic ran the game from minute number 1, and even faster than they lost the first one. They'll win the second one. We're going to game 3.
It's a Fnatic Jarvan skin for a reason. Fnatic able to pick up the win against MKOI and push us to game number 3. Elimination for one of these LEC teams.
Fnatic showing that they are not ready to go home yet. We have had 2 incredibly one-sided games to 2 separate sides. Desk, What is going on for our third game?
Well, before we go into that first game, I want to say I'm happy that Fnatic finally arrived at Worlds. Great first victory for them. Took them ages, but guys, better late than never. First win on Jarvan, first win for Fnatic. They just needed that skins buff.
True. Somehow, the looping logic of picking the worst win rate champions gives you the greatest chance of victory.
Yeah, the Jarvan and the Kai'Sa, it's your elimination game. You lose and you're out. You pick two of the picks that just haven't been working for a lot of teams, and you just lock in. It's that simple.
It's that simple.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, we had two compositions that wanted to do the exact opposite. On the side of Fnatic, you want to win fast. On the side of MKOI, you want to stall for as long as you can. Turns out they were not able to do it. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Razork hits a flash follow gang to lead Fnatic and J4 to their first win here at Worlds, right in the first minutes of the game.
Yes, sir. Following up with a flash to get the kill on towards Supa, Razork really stamped his early presence this game. Like, not only, this is, by the way, following up of a 2v2 kill that Upset and Mickey X were able to get on towards the MKOI bottom lane. So it seems like they looked at MKOI's early games to the last few games and are like, no, we must be proactive. You definitely wanted to be able to see it, and we got it this game.
Yeah, you know, Mickey took Halo Blades and Ignite on the Poppy. Like, he wanted that early aggression, and it's something we've been criticizing Fnatic for not being proactive enough, for not being aggressive enough. And I feel like maybe MKOI picking the casting was like a call-out. Like, we're going to pick a champion where if you're not proactive, we'll just hit level 16 and you lose the game. And Fnatic said, bet.
And from those first place, they just kept on going. And it was Razork every time being at the initiative of this. We talked about Kiana on game 1, Razork on game 2. Is that just a jungle diff?
Oh, looking like it. It's kind of looking like it. Even just here, being able to catch out Alvaro with no tunnel and just being able to catch him in the banana bush. So this is just nice to be able to see Fnatic not only get the early kills, follow it through early. Yes, at times you were expecting them to be on sides. They knew that MKOI wanted to be able to take these fights even from a deficit, and they challenged them.
And this fight as well, using the Cataclysm to get the flash there from Supa and then the follow-up with the flag and drag. I feel like some of these fights just played so well, and it's crazy this is the same team that we saw get demolished in game 1, just the turnaround. I don't know what was said behind the stage between game 1 and game 2, but Fnatic finally, as you said, Lo, have come and arrived at this tournament. Yeah,
that's actually what I'm wondering. I'm going to follow up on that later. What do you tell your players when nothing has been working for them to come up so convincingly with that much confidence, especially with champions that haven't found any success in the tournament so far?
Yeah, a lot of it, I think it does help to your point. Like, bot lane's winning after that 2v2 bot side. Mid lane has push. Top lane has push because it's Rumble into Cassante. So they did have 3 hard winning lanes early. And if you're going to get disrespected in the way that you are getting based off that draft, and you're like, okay, we must like push for advantages. And they did. So really kudos to Razork, who throughout his entire career, he's never going to get criticized to being sleepy in the early game. He is going to try and push for you. And it was Fnatic's teammates that really rallied around it. I didn't want them to, like, you know, be disoriented, like maybe Rumble be on sides or something. No, they recognized the team fights were happening through mid, like the last replay, and they were together for that one. So they were stacking waves for it.
Yeah, and LEC, the first region to get a win with Jarvan, which is pretty good. Also, the first region to lose to Jarvan.
I didn't think that this first Jarvan win would come from Fnatic. From every team, honestly, they're not the ones that I believed in here, but they make it happen. They save the day and they save this series here as well. Now, Elioya was telling us it is going to be about that jungle matchup. It is going to be about me versus Razork, because that is exactly what it's been about all year long in the LEC for both teams.
Yeah, honestly, for the past couple of years, you know this better than anyone, Laura. Like, these two junglers, one of the best early game junglers, mechanically skilled junglers. Even when Elioya is talking about it in that interview earlier on today with G-Sun, that he does think it's going to be about those two, it's not ego, it's just true. It's just the reality. So maybe you should be looking to build a draft around it, but I think MKOI realized that you just can't build something like this and expect that, you know, that Razork won't just punch you in the mouth.
And now everything is on the line. One last game to prove it all. For both of those teams, we see MKOI backstage sipping coffee, good. Get that energy, get everything you need, Alvaro, to make this one work, because it is going to come down to this one game, this last game, to save the Worlds run. What are we looking at here?
I think things like the Kassadin didn't really make as much sense to me. I think you want to be proactive. Strong mid jungles, give your junglers the tools. I think like the mid jungle support combo we saw in game 1 for MKOI really worked. I think just play like it's your last game potentially at Worlds and be active. Try and make those early ganks happen.
Yes, and I know there's a lot of negativity right now about Fnatic from the fans, from everybody out there. Just know they randomly turn it up. Like, K-Corp knows that more than anybody. So don't sleep on them. Really play well around Jojo Pyun. That's my expectation. So just following up your point.
Do you think the momentum has shifted here? Because we were thinking that MKOI had the upper hand. They were favored in this matchup, given what we haven't seen from Fnatic. They wake up here. Is Fnatic taking the series?
Are you willing to make that take?
I'm not willing to make that take yet.
I'm not willing to make that take, Lore.
I'm making that take.
Oh,
I think they could do it. I think they could do it. Yeah, that's fine. I have the flag in front of me.
Okay, it's the aura.
Let's see what happens here. It all comes down to this final game between these two LEC teams, Fnatic versus MKOI. Let's see who takes this right after this.
They want to take some control with this, guys. Yeah, come here. Oh, they're flashing it. Look at the Boo, guys. I knock him. Yeah. No flash, no. No flash, the Boo. I have flash. Gaston is out. Yeah. Look at the Sivir, Mickey. Yeah. Look, no flash, Sivir. She's dead, she's dead. Gaston is getting fucked, Steve. Gaston is getting fucked. Yeah, we can kill this guy too. Yeah, Gaston the one in space. Guys, I can dive here, I can dive. Look. I tank tower, I tank tower. I keep tanking. I'm out now. I can Q. Nice, boys. Fuck them up.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll roll it by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Becker flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Tell me in the night you can trash that. Put me in the bed to get out back. I've been tossed aside. It's not too late to change my mind. I take it to another level. No holding back, that's right, yeah, it's now or never. And keep up the fire with something special. Yeah, we're doing this our way, and we're never gonna fade away. And no, we're never gonna fade away. And no, we're never gonna fade away.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. We're tied 1-1 in this first elimination best of 3 between Fnatic and Imcoy. Imcoy slammed the first game with nearly a 20,000 gold lead in 27 minutes of gameplay. But in game number 2, Fnatic took control before 2 minutes and never let go, achieving an even faster win. Now, one of these two teams is about to play their very last game at Worlds 2025. As we hop into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, it's Imcoy back on the blue side, and the mid lane bans are taking priority, with LeBlanc and Aurora banned out alongside the Nico. Over on the other side, Orianna remains a top priority ban alongside Yunara and Vi.
Also, I'm surprised the Vi taken away by Fnatic, because that has kind of been their go-to in these sorts of situations. But now, we'll have to see what that first pick is going to be. Is getting deep in towards the draft. Taliyah, yeah, okay, so Taliyah, I was going to say left open, going to be immediately locked in. That has been, again, one of those Jojo Pyun specials. Good in team fights, good in side lanes. It's going to be on Fnatic now to try and disrupt those.
Exactly. Taliyah tied with Ryze there for most picked by Jojo throughout LEC Summer at 5 picks. So we'll see what he can accomplish with the powerful roaming potential, with the powerful pick potential of this champion. Over on the Fnatic side, though, let's see what they've got cooking, because last time around, it was Mickey's Poppy that made so many plays. It's what facilitated the first blood. He played so aggressively on it. He absolutely gapped Alvaro in support in game number 2, and we want to see what they can get for playmakers this time around. But we're going with the Azir for the mid lane, the answer into the Taliyah, alongside Ezreal for upset.
Yeah, and the Ezreal hasn't worked out too well for Fnatic this time around at the tournament, but there is no Sion, that mega tank available on the opposite side thus far, unless Miro wants to go back towards the Ornn. But now, going to immediately go over towards what has been the other go-to pick in the jungle with the Xin Zhao. Razor could actually end up opening up with the Trundle in response here if he really wanted to.
Right, we always look at Trundle as one of those picks that feels really good about Xin Zhao. So much of Xin Zhao's power budget as a champion is target access. He has the ability to threaten carries in the back line. Trundle's target access is much more limited, but if you're standing there fighting him in melee range, he's very, very powerful. So it looks like we'll get the... wait, not locked in just quite yet. I'm not going to get ahead of myself here. Okay, Braum picked up for Imcoy for their support.
Yeah, I would double down on the Trundle pick now, because Braum doesn't give you the engage tools that you really want. Xin Zhao not going to be great into things like the Ezreal and the Azir for trying to set up those fights. So you imagine Mirwin has to go for something that's going to be a bit tankier, a bit more engage, and that's why it's going to work fantastically here for that Trundle pick.
Well, it looks like they're thinking what you're thinking, my friend. I'm not going to call it until they lock it in, but I wholeheartedly agree. It seems like it's a good jungle matchup. It seems like it's a good comp matchup, and it seems like it's Trundle on pick 3 here for Fnatic. So now, what do we want to see banned in the second half?
If I'm Imcoy, I'm probably looking at actually banning away things like the Ornn now, because if Elskorinden ends up getting a frontline tank for this squad on Fnatic, it feels a bit lights out. It's incredibly potent what they're bringing to the table. Whereas when I look at Fnatic, I'm kind of unsure what way Imcoy want to take the remainder of their draft. There's still a lot of AD carries that can be picked up here, and that looks like it's going to be the focus. And Mirwin, the specialty that this guy has is that flexibility in his top lane champion pool. So maybe if you want to try and limit that, something like the Rek'Sai, if you are going to go for a tank in the next rotation.
Okay, let's see here. What's it going to be, Imcoy? Do we want to try to target those tanks? No, instead, going to look towards that Yorick. They don't want to deal with the powerful split pushing pressure, and I can understand that, considering you've got Ezreal and Azir, who should be able to just like group up mid, clear out some waves, deal with that. That could be pretty facilitatory for a side laner to just wreak some havoc, so they want to take him off the table.
Will they? now Fnatic continue with these AD carry bans, it is kind of taking away those picks that have that safety.
Yep.
And going to be the Caitlyn taken away. So definitely wanting to force MKOI onto something that's a bit more steady and immobile, which is perfect again for what I think could be an Ornn rotation here for Oscar Rinnan if they really want to.
And I like this Karma ban here because when you're banning out Tristana, when you're banning out Caitlyn, when you're banning out these long-range AD carries, it's telling me that you're kind of thinking, okay, well, if we force you onto something shorter range, we can play Ezreal Karma and just terrorize the lane. So MKOI's got that read. They're going to ban the Karma out. Looks like instead, Fnatic are going to think about their support here. I feel like this makes a lot of sense. You're on red side. You want to get some kind of a valuable counter pick here for your 5th pick. So they'll just lock in the Rel alongside the Ezreal for the bottom lane, knowing the support matchup already.
So it's not going to be great in lane, but will be nice if it goes. And that was immediately locked in.
Wow.
That's a Vayne.
Yeah, that's an instant Vayne. I'm just checking.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just checking this really quick to make sure I see no Vaynes for, okay, never mind. But there's a Vayne, but it's only for upset.
Yeah.
This is Vayne for Supa. This is Supa's first Vayne of summer. I don't actually have the stats pulled up for the rest of the year. I don't know if he played Vayne earlier on.
No,
okay.
It was not a thing.
Yeah. All right, first Vayne for Supa of 2025 here in their elimination game for MKOI.
And I love this rotation from MKOI because we were talking about the Ornn is a little bit tough to play for Fnatic into the Braum, but I think it's still incredibly strong just for providing that team fight and setup that you want. But now MKOI, they're the ones that have turned around and said, right, we're going to play this strong front to back, and there's not really that like ease of lockdown for the Vayne. Sure, Rel can try, but apart from that, this Vayne essentially gets to run through these team fights, and up against an Ezreal should have a relatively easy lane.
Okay, I'm excited for this. I have not seen a Vayne game in a little while, my friend. Like, this is going to be exciting. Obviously, Jax can be a little bit of a problem with the Counter-Strike, being able to dodge away from the auto attacks, but a well-piloted Vayne can be such a menace without adequate hard CC to lock her down. So yes, Jax has Counter-Strike. Ezreal has nothing to lock her down. Trundle can throw out a pillar, but again, when you're in final hour, your tumble is such low cooldown, it's very easy to get away from the pillar pretty easily. If Azir doesn't catch Vayne in the shuffle, he's not CCing her.
And it's also you're trying to jump over to get the Vayne across Taliyah Unraveled Earth, across Braum, across Ornn, across Xin Zhao. It's like, that's a lot of CC that's on the opposite side, trying to prevent you from doing just that. I love this pick from Supa, and I'm so excited to see now if it can pop off.
I'm ready to see it, man. We've got terrain creation on both sides. We've got so much space creation on both sides. I'm really excited to see how well MKOI can try to enable this Vayne, because this is it. This is the season for both of these teams. Your 2025 ends here if you lose as we get on to the Rift. Taking a look at the runes, double summoner spellbook once again.
If I'm MKOI, though, and there is someone that I want to put that responsibility on, it is Supa. This guy has consistently been that top performer for MKOI. He has looked absolutely spectacular, memed a little bit when he first entered the league, but now has really risen to be the carry that you want on your squad. And now with the Vayne, has an opportunity to push MKOI deeper into the tournament, but it is up against Fnatic. And they'll be doing everything they can to try and shut down this bottom lane and make sure this Vayne never gets going.
Okay, I just double-checked to make sure there were absolutely no games in 2025 of Vayne. It's not that I didn't believe you, it's that I had to make sure that every time I said first-time Vayne 2025, I was not lying, because this seems like a hell of a way to say this is what we're putting our faith in. This is how we're keeping our world's dreams alive for MKOI. And remember that in the previous game, it was Mickey and Upset getting first blood before 2 minutes. So this time around, Supa and Alvaro have got to have a better time in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can see, though, like, it is something that Supa has played in the past. He's 2-4 over the course of his career on Vayne. Played that when he was back in the LVP, but this is his first time playing at Tier 1, or let alone an international for the squad. So Supa hoping that he can be that carry.
First time in Tier 1 being an elimination game at Worlds is a seriously Chad play. It's either seriously Chad or seriously bad, depending on the outcome, and that's what the fans are going to remember. So for Supa's sake, for MKOI's sake, I hope that they can find the way to protect this Vayne and allow Supa the space he needs, because you know that Vayne kills pretty much everybody in 6 hits, right? 2 rotations of Silver Bolts. As long as she's got plenty of damage, it hurts. And this champ can be a serious, serious problem. And there it is, immediately concussive blows stacking up alongside the Silver Bolts, and Mickey takes a pretty rough trade.
I'm keeping my eyes on Razork though. Is he making his way immediately down towards his bottom side? He is. So they want to try and punish on this bottom side of the map. Alvaro going to look for the ward.
Okay, but immediately Mickey going in, Supa with the early flash, but Alvaro's your target now. Razork continuing to move forward. Alvaro has to flash away. The Braum backing up here. Remember that he has the Winter's Bite, he has the Unbreakable, but since Stand Behind Me wasn't available, that means that he has to commit the flash since he can't jump to safety towards Supa.
Jojo's TP'd very aggressively in towards his mid-wave, though. I think they want to try and look for an evade here and follow up on it. Elyoya, though, second-guessing himself, doesn't think that his bot lane is high enough HP, and a bit worried about Poby on his own reset coming in to help out.
Yep, both mid laners taking a very early first back plus first teleport. I mean, it's only a tier purchase for Jojo plus potions. It's only a dagger purchase plus potions on the other side for Poby. So generally earlier than they would like to make that first recall, as Elyoya is going to have control over the bottom side river, control over the Scuttle Crab. And it looks like we're going to see a recall here from Supa go back and make his first purchase as well.
I'm curious what Razork wants to do in this sort of situation, though. He's about to finish off his camp, should be able to reset first and come back out onto the map if he wants to. Could try and make a play up towards his top side, but he looks like he's trying to sneak his way into the bottom side of the map instead. And this is great from Jojo, spotting it. Hang on a second. We don't see the Trundle on the top side. He could be anywhere.
Okay, you can see on your screen right now that last game. We've got some Game 1 versus Game 2. This is the games that each team respectively won. It was Fnatic getting first blood in both of them, but now we've got the jungler showing up down here in the bottom side. Alvaro trying to get away, but Wind becomes lightning coming out from Elyoya. It's first blood over to Supa with the condemn into the wall on Razork. Elyoya might die, but Supa wants to get one back. He tumbles and he finds the shot, but Upset is about to grab a double kill for himself. Both AD carries now with 2 kills. Oh! Mirwin nearly solo kills Oscar as the Ornn into the Jax right after.
The auto attack wasn't quite there for Mirwin, or he would have got that kill. But this game is already becoming bloody flowers. The kills on the bottom side, both junglers showing up in the bottom lane, and that's what I was talking about, is a good read from Razork, moving back down towards his bottom side, potential to make a play, but also prevent Elyoya from showing up in that bot lane once more. Now Fnatic go for Crab and potentially just vision into this topside jungle.
And the fact that both AD carries get the kills, the money is right where both teams would want it. Let's take another look.
But this, remember I was saying, but Razork had a chance because you'd assume Elyoya had gone back in towards jungle. Level 4 versus level 3, you can make the play, but that CC was clutch onto Mickey, prevents any sort of follow-up. Then Supa with the condemn on Razork and the Braum starting to follow up, allows them to get 2 kills for Supa. Upset will answer with a double kill, but if it's kills to a Vayne versus kills to an Ezreal, I know which side I'm picking.
The Vayne kills definitely feel better, I would have to say, but Upset also feeling pretty good about having double buffs on that Ezreal now. Very effective champion to be commanding those on level 4. Supa, level 4 on the Vayne as well, but Upset is much closer to level 5, because remember, he's not the one who died in that scrap in the bottom lane 2v2, or 3v3, I guess I should call it, since both junglers were also there. So now we've got the bottom lane duos here in mid. We have 2 minutes on the Grubs. Dragon has already spawned. It is the Mountain Drake. Those are harder to take than some of the other ones because of the tankiness of the objective. And it looks like Alvaro is going to go ahead and be the first support to step out of lane here. Just get a little vision at the entryway to the jungle. You talked about how Trundle is one of those good picks into Xin Zhao. He feels comfortable moving into Xin Zhao's territory, comfortable dueling against him if he finds him. So they just want to make sure that Razork isn't trying to steal away those resources.
Yeah, and immediately you can see MKOI moving Supa in towards this mid lane. They want to get him out of this long lane while you have the opportunity for Trundle to try and come in onto this bottom side. So instead, making things a bit easier for Supa, and Razork finding Jojo, but
ooh, Jojo now stunned up by the Shattering Strike. Razork and Poby going in for the shuffle. Jojo forced to flash, otherwise surely would have been dead there.
A good flash from Jojo to get over the Azir wall. Still, though, this pressure is coming through, and I like seeing Razork taking these aggressive trades. Knows he's stronger when it comes towards the backup he has and how just much presence Trundle has in these early stages. Will net the Dragon for Fnatic and buy them a little bit of space on this bottom side.
All right, so also the thing that I'm looking at, once we get into these larger fights, you already mentioned the amount of CC. Super takes a little bit of damage here. Mickey and Upset going to keep looking for a little bit more, but Alvaro doing a good job protecting his AD carry. You already mentioned the amount of CC that the team built around this Vayne is able to provide. But the other thing that I'm looking at, Ornn makes that volcanic rock appear. Jojo makes the entire Weaver's wall. Trundle even makes a pillar. There's a lot of stuff for Vayne's Condemn to knock people into, and Supa's going to have a lot of extra tools through that to play around in these team fights to knock back whoever's trying to dive onto him.
And that's the thing. I think if I'm Supa, that's the key to this, is not using that Condemn proactively in a lot of these situations. You have enough people that can use that terrain as well. Like Ornn is fantastic. The Taliyah can work well with this. You don't need to be the one using your Condemn. Use it for whoever manages to slip their way through all the cracks. Keep them pushed back. And as long as you're not getting locked up by Oscar and CC or Mickey CC, you can carry these engages.
Elyoya happy to start up the Void Grubs here. Going to be jumping on those shortly after they spawn. Mickey is around the area, going to step forward and at least see what he's up to. Elyoya has secured the first grub, so even if Fnatic wants to overload this area, there's no way for them to grab all three. Mickey just going to kill the little grub mites there as Elyoya heads back towards the area. Double buffs on this Xin Zhao does make him very strong, and we'll see Upset shoving in the wave, and now he and Elyoya can rotate over with Mickey to get priority over the topside river.
Yeah, Fnatic going to be able to push this back. So because we're seeing the Blade of the Rune King build coming out from Supa, this is where you are going to be much stronger in a fight, but you're bad at contesting on the wave, which is where you're going to have Upset continue to be able to shove these waves in and Supa approaching later.
Okay, now bottom side, Jojo gets shuffled back by Poby. No flash available on the Taliyah. Remember, that already had to be used last time. Poby gets some good damage onto the Imkoi mid laner, but Jojo continues looking to make his exit. Poby with a flash forward. Fetal Warfare claimed by Fnatic. Poby with the solo kill down in the bottom lane as Oscar Renan survives with 200 HP up here on the top side. Imkoi's not going to get anything back here just yet. Oscar Renan down very low, and he's executed by the ultimate of Elyoya. The counter-strike he was hoping would be able to keep him alive there, but Xin Zhao ulti with just enough burst damage to take him down. With the enemy top laner dead, that actually opens up the window for Elyoya to secure the remaining two grubs.
Yeah, I'm surprised that honestly Mickey didn't block it, or Oscar Renan didn't use his flash. No communication on what was happening to Supa.
Yeah, Supa down to about 400 HP here. Mickey also low. Alvaro, again, just doing what the Braum was drafted to do and protecting this Vayne.
Yeah, the thing is, though, on that play, because Fnatic had just got the solo kill for Poby on the bottom side. He had shoved in the wave, would have been able to reset and TP to the fight if you needed him to do so. And that could have been the Fnatic win con just for those Void Grubs. But instead, because Oscar Renan ends up going down and there's that miscommunication, it gives Imkoi that little bit of a chance now to get the Void Grubs, which is so crucial for this short-range composition. We see here, though, the play, Jojo tries to go forward, but Poby immediately cuts him off, knowing that Jojo doesn't have that flash, and tries to sidestep here the boulder, so then he could actually be in a position to chase down Jojo, but still burns the flash and has managed to pick him off.
Exactly. This is the dividends being paid on the earlier flash from Jojo, and here's the play and how Oscar got caught.
Yeah, tried to go all in on Mirwin, not respecting where Elyoya was on the map, and again the CC chain very, very strong. Managed to escape, but here I thought Mickey would just block the shot. You have the flash, you have his crash down as well to get the space that you need, but neither the flash from Oscar Renan to dodge the Wind Becomes Lightning or the Q from the Braum means he ends up falling.
Yeah, that's just an extra kill over to Imkoi. 500 gold lead for them, but again, that's so close. Everything is still contestable for Fnatic. This next Drake not spawning for another minute and a half. It's one neutral objective to either side, as we did have the first Drake go the way of Fnatic. We did have all of the grubs go the way of Imkoi. Poby now, nice footwork there, making sure that he does not get caught out by the seismic shove into the unraveled earth. 60 seconds left on our Drake timer. Upset doing a good job trading into Supa, as we still see neither one of those 80 carries having their first item fully completed. And critically, with this dragon fight becoming imminent, the Sundered Sky completed for Elyoya. This is one of the strongest single item power spikes in the game. He has his item fully completed. Razork does not. All of these Trinity Force builders are at pieces of their Trinity, and now Mirwin's got to try to get away. as Oscar and Razork want to make the move on the MKOI top laner, but they don't have the damage.
Razork also just not quite in range to get that pillar down to stop the charge away from Mirwin. So it means that Razork's not able to get in position. I don't think they wanted to overcommit to this play anyway, because as you say, Dragon in just a couple of seconds time, hoping they could burn a flash or an ultimate for Mirwin before that objective starts. And now Yoya looking to do the same, but Oscar Rinnan, Spidey senses were tingling.
Exactly, he knew. He's like, all right, if my guy was doing it, his guy is probably at least thinking about doing it. We do have teleports available for both of those top laners to join up with this dragon fight if they want to do it. We have items completed in both mid lane inventories now, with the Archangel Staff critically not fully stacked into the Seraph's Embrace for Jojopyun, and then the Nashor's Tooth done there for Poby. Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King in the inventories of Upset and Supa respectively here as well. So everybody's kind of hitting the same power spike at the same time, which means nobody's got a decisive advantage in this dragon fight aside from the jungle roll, unless Razork goes and completes it right now.
Should have it now, yeah, but it's the back timers that are advantage for MKOI, and that's the part that's making the difference. They've already set up in River, and now being able to push back Fnatic, who are trying desperately to use this bot lane to gain access, but they might have just found Mickey.
Good sidestep though. Not getting tagged by the Winter's Bite means he doesn't have to use the crash down defensively over the wall to make sure that he stays safe. Shattering Strike does not hit. Alvaro now could be in a little bit of danger for the Glacial Fissure. Right back onto Mickey. He's the target. Elyoya goes in and Jojopyun secures the kill. Now Razork flashes over the wall trying to stay alive. Upset stunned back by the Condemn. Supa's on the chase. Elyoya wants to hit him with the wind becomes lightning and Supa flashes forward. Upset's out of there and Supa just goes in on him.
Supa forcing the duel versus Upset and almost catches him off guard. I think Upset was expecting Supa to chase down. Oh wait, Razork caught as well?
Yeah, Razork stepped a little bit too far forward. He seismic shoved back into the Unraveled Earth, just disrespecting MKOI's control over the area. And Razork is punished. Enemy jungler dead. Here's your blank check for Dragon money. Nothing to it there for MKOI. As Mickey's back, he's looking around. He's trying to find some vision to clear out, but Elyoya should be able to take this Drake no problem.
Yeah, well, Poby has stuck around on this bottom side. Mickey just trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but Elyoya chasing him down. The Dragon, does a reset here?
No, Patience isn't ticking down quite yet. He's at the very edge of his Patience, Dagda, as Mickey continues to take a little bit more damage. Supa finally arrives. Dragon's finally going to lose some Patience there, but ultimately secured by Elyoya. Mickey did a good job of being a distraction, but could not distract enough. Ultimately, as the TP is going to bring Jojo up into the top lane. This was a little bit sketchy. Does manage to use that seismic shove to knock Oscar into the furthest forward rock of the Unraveled Earth, stun him up and stay alive. But Jojo losing 60% HP there off of a little bit of an aggressive teleport. Not exactly what you want to see.
No, at least Alvaro coming up here to help him out and ensure that he can continue to push in this wave. Even having Elyoya to back him up as well means he should be fine. But with Rift Herald here,
oh, nice pillar coming out from Razork. Immediately pops the Subjugate as well. Supa is the target, and Fnatic needs a little bit more damage to secure the kill. Mickey wants to go for the Magnet Storm, but Mickey dying gives triumph over to Supa. There's no way for the Trundle damage to get the kill, plus Blade of the Ruined King with a lifesteal. Supa stays alive. Fnatic overplays their hand, and with the enemy jungler ultimate down, with the enemy support dead, MKOI will say thank you very much, collect a free Herald.
And it's Fnatic members just dying at unopportune times that are causing these issues. We get Oscar Rinnan before the Void Grub's dying. Now we're getting the kill onto Mickey just as the Rift Herald spawns, and Oscar Rinnan might fall afterwards.
Oscar trying to get away from this one. Elyoya and Jojo moving together. Nice placement there on the seismic shove. Counter-Strike trying to turn it around a little bit, but there's nothing to turn around in a 2v1 when Talia hits her CC. It's another free kill over to MKOI. Razork will at least steal the red buff away, but a red buff traded for a kill, now going to be traded for a tier 1 turret. That's not enough.
And I don't know if Oscar Rinnan's allergic to his flash button this game, but kind of needs to start using that a little bit more. It's Fnatic now on the bottom side.
Fnatic's on the bottom side. They're trying to secure this first turret. They want to try to win the Feats of Warfare with this. However, the Herald was already used on the top side, and the Feats are going to go over to MKOI. Now they're still trying to beat the turret down in enough time to take the fight. Poby summons up the Sun Disc, but Alvaro and Mirwin will just walk away. Yes, they lose the turret, but they only needed to hold it long enough to win the Feats, and that's what they did.
Exactly, and for MKOI, honestly, I really like the scaling that they have on their squad. The fact that they're sitting with a 4K gold lead, 1.5 of that is sitting on this Vayne as well. They're in such a strong position, and because Fnatic are trying to play over towards these side lanes, they're not punishing Supa, who's continuing collecting money for free underneath this mid tower and just getting so incredibly strong. It feels very tough for Fnatic to find the advantages that they want.
Let's take another look at how this happened in mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, you get the all-in here, but great condemn here from Supa just before the CC went through onto Mickey, prevents that crash down, which would have bought them enough time. But Mickey hoping, look, if I trade 1 for 1 on this play, it's worth it. We can then look towards the Rift Herald. But Supa outplays in the 1v3.
And you saw there, when Mickey hit the auto attack and Supa went into the invisibility, he thought, okay, maybe Magnet Storm's damage will kill him, but it takes him down to 20. And then since Blade of the Ruined King has that % HP lifesteal, it just gives him enough HP to survive. Supa lives, and those are just the heartbreakers. Everybody who's ever played League has had one of those before, but now MKOI potentially going for an invade. Fnatic maybe with a collapse, but no, it's JoJo riding the wall straight in. It's Oscar dead first. Mickey wants to get away, but the Weaver's wall fades, and Mickey just barely has enough distance to get it out of that one, but it's a 4,500 gold lead for MKOI. They want to make it 5 and take down this tier 1 turret. They've got the wave, they've got the man advantage. Here comes True Shot Barrage, real nice damage onto 3 with that one, but still the pressure keeps coming in as Razork's got to be careful. Seismic Shove again, he's getting juggled around by the Glacial Fissure. One more hit will kill him, but he stays alive with the Subjugate for now. Mirwin bowls him over with the Orn Horn, and MKOI have 10 kills.
MKOI played that so well around Poby's range. Poby TP'd in and was dying to get that knockback with the Emperor's Divide, but he's not giving it, and now he's pushing forward.
And we got a TP coming in. Mickey wanted to step forward to make something happen, but now he's going to be in some danger. JoJo takes the kill, but Ayoya is going to be very low. Finally a shutdown, finally a kill, back to Fnatic. Upset's taking the credit, and Oscar gets another shutdown, this time on a JoJo. Supa and Alvaro trying to disengage. Fnatic gets something back, and at least try to staunch the bleeding.
It's something back, and crucially, some of that gold going into the hands of Poby is going to be very nice for them alongside Upset, but still, it's MKOI kind of dictating how these fights happen. Look how they play here. They know Poby is fishing for this Emperor's Divide, so they're constantly kiting back just out of his range, denying him that opportunity. And Mirwin with the snipe down in the back line. At this stage, though, MKOI done their job. All they need to do is back away. Sticking around for the tower was a little bit too greedy. They don't have to burn the flash on JoJo. Ayoya does help get a kill back, but with Oscar Ridden coming in, it's more on the dinner plate for them, for Fnatic, than it is for MKOI.
And then the flash there from Alvaro at the very edge to escape the counter-strike from Oscar Ridden. That counter-strike, if it would have hit him, would have gained another kill over to Fnatic. So Fnatic happy to shrink this gold lead here a little bit, come back into the game slightly. It was up to almost 5K, now down to 3.5, but it is still a very large advantage for MKOI, who will collect their second Drake of the game.
This is a bit of a mistake from Fnatic, though. They're not actually going for the third trade on the top side. They're sending Poby back, and it means that MKOI get the dragon. There's no real trade, and they won't be able to protect this bot side turret either. Fnatic failing on the cross map, failing in the fights, and might just fail at making it one step further at Worlds now.
Back to an over 4,000 gold lead for the side of MKOI. Fnatic are starting to feel the pressure. We're still at a state in the game, Dagda, especially with Otacon spawning, where I feel like Fnatic still have the ability to make a play that can turn things around. But if this lead grows much larger, they're going to be entering into the territory where they're counting on an MKOI mistake. The lead will be too big to simply make a good play of their own and get back into the game.
Well, the problem is at this stage, there's so many threats on MKOI as Mirren finds Mickey.
And Mickey's going to step forward, goes in for the Magnet Storm, but he hasn't found Supa here just yet. Supa going back over the wall as Oscar Ridden's going to get stunned up, blown up, shot down. He's out. Fnatic lose their top laner as MKOI make sure they win this team fight. They're the ones in charge. Mirwin's in the enemy jungle. Just Ornn 1v9 raid boss status. Looks like the enemy team might have the gear score they need to take him out, though, so a flash away defensively. Rest of the team on MKOI going down to the Otacon pit.
Oh, it's phase 2.
Has joined back up. Mickey's got to be careful as he walks away from this one. Razork can't get anywhere near it, and Otacon is slain without casualties by MKOI.
I was convinced that we were about to have round 2 for MKOI as they look for that invade. But still, it's Fnatic overextending to try and pick Supa. But what I was going to say right before the fight starts is you have too many threats. Elyoya is massive with 2 items on the Sinzao. Jojo is still strong. And honestly, Mirwin is dealing a ton of damage himself. Yeah. Like, even if you kill Supa, the wallets for MKOI are just too big.
It is seriously a problem. You can see now with Mirwin hitting level 14, empowered Blade of the Ruined King for Supa as well, so making that advantage rise even larger. I think in the current iteration of Ornn, the ornaments are worth about 800, 900 gold each, so you can just go ahead and add 1,600, 1,800 extra gold to the already 4.8 thousand gold lead as Mickey tries to escape. And Alvaro and Supa have arrived. That Rel is shot down in the air. Jojo picks up kill 3.
Yeah, at this stage, Mickey just trying to get out onto the map to see if he can do anything to catch MKOI out. But this game is already slipping very heavily in favor of MKOI. And it looks like MKOI will manage to, if they can hold this, keep themselves alive, go to 1 and 2 in Worlds 2025.
Exactly, man. This is where the pressure really starts to mount. Both teams obviously not starting with the type of opening they would want in the first couple of games of Worlds. Being in the O2 bracket is always such a daunting task because you have to then play and win 3 best of 3s to earn your spot in the knockout stage, in those quarterfinals. And winning this one is the first step. Fnatic currently down almost 6,000 gold. They're down 17 flower petals. They're down an extra Drake, and they have to try to find a way back into this game, but all of their attempts so far have not been coordinated enough.
No, they're trying to pick off Supa again. Everything is here, but MKOI reading it well, knowing that they don't want to give too much across. And Fnatic floundering and find nothing. And we knew it was going to be difficult for Fnatic. Over the course of this year, it has not looked so hot for them against MKOI. But again, MKOI just doing a great job of keeping them in check.
Yeah, when we looked back at the head-to-head throughout the year, back in game number 1, I believe it was 4 victories for MKOI to the 1 of Fnatic. Has been very MKOI favored throughout 2025. They've had Fnatic's number most of the time, and it looks like here in game number 3, they're set to do it again. Fnatic moving forward, but Razork is immediately met by Alvaro and Supa. The rest of MKOI not here quite yet, but a nice horn onto 3. Mickey's gonna die before we can cast a spell. Now Razork's trying to get away, but he's exhausted. Killed by Jojo. The remaining 3 players of Fnatic try to escape, but MKOI's in hot pursuit. Sundisk at least going to buy enough time to stop the MKOI assault, but a nice opening there from MKOI. The Call of the Forge God knocking up 3, the exhaust onto Razork so he couldn't do anything, the unraveled earth right underneath of everybody. There was no way out.
MKOI are just playing this slow. They understand as long as they stay together, they're going to be in a fantastic spot. And if Fnatic can't find these picks, they're just running more and more gold into the hands of Jojo, into the hands of Supa. And now they respond 20 seconds until that next dragon is up, and MKOI get to spend their gold.
And what a frustrating situation right there for Oscar. You want to try to defend your turret, but Talia just throws out Unraveled Earth. If you jump on her, you're stunned. If you walk close, you get shoved. There's just nothing he can do, as now the Baron is spawning, and you can see MKOI moving up to the area just to establish some vision, make sure nobody's going to sneak it from Fnatic. And here's another look at what we were talking about, that head-to-head throughout the year. The 2025 LEC Winter Playoffs lower bracket. That was the one time Fnatic won. Otherwise, it's been the MKOI show.
Yeah, and that was kind of where MKOI were trying to find their footing coming in towards winter, but since then it has been domination from MKOI in so many of these series. It's tough. I mean, the 2025 upper bracket round 1 for summer was where you got to see that push from Fnatic, where they were nearly able to take down MKOI and send themselves into such a strong position. But once more, they find themselves just that little short of being able to take down this MKOI roster. And the Spanish fans are going to be cheering loud tonight if MKOI can put that nail into the coffin.
They're on Soul Point now with a 7,500 gold lead. They want a couple of more kills. They'll at least force the flash out of Razork, but the flash isn't enough. They want blood. Elyoya takes the kill. Supa firing some extra bolts towards Oscar Venom, but the counter-strike keeps him healthy. MKOI having taken out the enemy jungler. Baron on the map right now. You'd have to think that's the direction they're going to head towards. Poby is down to the bottom lane at the same time, trying to provide a little bit of split push threat, but Jojo is already ready to answer that one. Has his teleport to join the Baron fight if need be.
Yeah, and you can see the observer showing there's some wards here for Fnatic that Poby could look to TP to, try and find that pick, but they're just never going to allow it. Alvaro blocks up upsets Ultimate, and the fight begins.
All right, teleport from Mickey coming around from the side. Oscar in the middle of everybody, but immediately Poby is dead as the fight begins. Supa's under pressure, but he isn't dead yet. The rest of the team peels beautifully. Fnatic knew they had to try something, but it just wasn't enough. Imkoi pick up 3 for 3. They're gonna take the Baron. That Baron just melts in the face of Ginsu's Bork Vayne, and now Imkoi command over 10,000 gold of a lead.
And they command everywhere that Fnatic can step, everywhere that Fnatic can look. And Fnatic tried so desperately here. It's a good engage from Mickey. Oscar in jumps in, but this is what we're talking about. The CC and the peel that is offered to Supa in these fights is so difficult unless you have everyone there. And Imkoi keep their AD carry safe, and we'll ride that high towards the base.
10.3k gold. 23 flowers, 2 extra Drakes, 2.5 minutes on that last Drake, so even if Fnatic managed to have a miraculous defense inside their base, they've still got a lot of tasks ahead of them to have any chance coming back into this game. They are now relying on some sort of mistake from Imkoi, some kind of a misplay, some kind of an overdive, because it's just so hard to play from this much of a disadvantage. Razork stepping forward, pops the ulti just to try to survive, but the damage from the Vayne is so much. Razork, one more auto attack from Supa would have killed him, and he barely hobbles away, but now that's Trundle without an ulti, trying to team fight whenever they try to defend.
And it's the towers that are going to fall. This Baron is exactly what you need for this short-range composition to take them down.
Now Poby about to get stunned up there by the concussive blows. Supa's unstoppable. Poby's down. Mickey's about to join him. It's 2 kills already over to Imkoi, and Oscar's lost his counter-strike. He'll be third to die. Imkoi, it might have been a longer series than they would have hoped for. That second game might have been a little rough, but here in game number 3, they're showing they've got what it takes. Nexus turret's under fire. Razork about to die. They'll stun him up and beat him down just to make a statement. Imkoi will emerge victorious from the LEC Civil War. They will make their way onto the Nexus. They will add insult to injury, looking to find the last kill here onto Upset. Mickey respawns and charges out. He immediately has to charge right back away into a black and white screen. Imkoi stay alive at Worlds and eliminate Fnatic.
The LEC hierarchy remains the same. Fnatic cannot get the upstart that they want, and a clean game 3 from Imkoi sees them now at 1 and 2.
This looks now at the overall head-to-head for these two teams throughout 2025 at a 5 out of 6 victory record for Imkoi against Fnatic. These two teams have faced time and time again, and almost every single one, it's Imkoi coming out on top as they make their way to the stage now to take their bows as they have earned the right to continue their competition here at Worlds.
And we always knew it was going to be difficult. Imkoi have looked fantastic in their early games at Worlds 2025, but haven't quite been able to get it across the finish line. Now though, against Fnatic, against familiar territory, they're able to do just that.
And Fnatic, they showed some serious signs of life there in that game number 2. A very dominant game from the early plays from Mickey. But unfortunately for Fnatic and all the Fnatic fans, this will be their last bow of 2025.
It has been a turbulent event for Fnatic, and unfortunately not able to pick up any wins. And it's got to be heartbreaking for so many of their fans.
But for Imkoi, it's time to hit the VOD reviews, particularly for game number 2. It's time to start prepping because the road remains long here at Worlds 2025, and the spots are few for trying to make it into the quarterfinals. We're about to head to a break, on the other side of which we'll hear from Elyoya before VKS take to the stage against PSG. Don't go anywhere.
I'm starting anyways.
Yes, I'm gonna lock a 0.
Coming.
I'm moving first, not letting it be, okay, yeah? Look frontal. I will go, okay? He has 2 marks.
No flash. I'm low, okay?
I can kill the AC. Nice,
Careful
let's go Drake.
So slow.
told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 and welcome Elioya to the desk for our Verizon post-game interview. Felicidades!
Thank you so much.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
How do you feel after this one? 3 games.
I mean, I obviously right now feel good. I feel relieved because we have one more chance, and more than anything, this means that we have at the very minimum 3 more days to practice to get things going, because I think with our actual level right now, we are not gonna make it. Honestly, our objective is to win Worlds, so being honest, right now we don't really have the level. But I also know that we are the fastest team at learning, so if we use these 3 days well, I think we're gonna continue ramping up, and we will be a really scary team.
Fantastic.
How has practice been going compared to like the stage games? Do you feel like you underperformed relative to practice, or has practice been a bit tough too?
It's a tricky question. I think we've had a bit of both. I think what we showed in the G2 game usually doesn't happen in practice. Well, actually, it sometimes does too. Like, So I think it really depends. I think we have some games that we get things going, and we seem like a really scary team in which we still struggled in attack and sequence, as we could see in the official games.
Yeah.
So that was a really good reminder for us we need to work harder on this during practice, and it's something that we've done. But I think it's somehow similar, yeah. I think the game 2 of today, I haven't seen this much in practice, thank God. So, yeah, I think it was more of a castle in Jojo Pion, you know. Sometimes he demands it, and it's the tax you need to pay for having a player like him.
Yeah, get it out of the way. It's fine, just not again.
Actually, kind of expanding on it, because you guys, it's so fun to watch your drafts. Obviously, sometimes it could be difficult, but you get the Cassidy game, and then at the end of it, you already see Supa on stage. The Vayne game, apparently it's his first Tier 1 Vayne game. What's the process of being able to pick something like it? Is this something that on stage, he just sees the angle?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, sometimes there is the case that we practice certain champions. Today was not the case. We haven't practiced in either Kassadin or Vayne.
Oh, wow.
So we just pulled them because they were good angles, or we thought that they were really strong. Still, Supa is really good on Vayne, and cannot say the same for Jojo Pion, but he tried on Kassadin, so yeah.
I know that historically, you're a team that trust each other so much. Again, I remember in the LEC, you could just like play champions that you haven't played in scrims and haven't practiced, but I also know that on the other side, Melzit, he's gonna tell you guys to just stop the issue, stop the problems, and just play something that actually has been planned. How do you know when to improvise or to actually go with something that has been practiced?
I mean, luckily it's not up to me, because again, when actually happened something really fun in the second draft. Like Jojo Pion was like, you can pick me either Galio or Kassadin, I don't care. He gave the decision to Alvaro. And Alvaro, in the last second, he had Galio, so he was like, I have no time for Kassadin. To which I smiled. I was like, nice. We are going to have the good champion. And then he could type it as fast. So it really depends. Usually the players have the choice. Sometimes if he sees it really clear, he's going to ask you. And if you have the confidence to pull it out, he trusts you. And yeah, we pull it.
I like the word confidence, because the way you guys lost the first 2 games and how quick Swiss can be, a lot of teams, like, it's easy to lose confidence like that. But obviously you had your first interview with G-Sun earlier, and you looked like you still had confidence in being able to know what the game plan was. How does it feel coming out of those games with the early lead that you had versus KT and G2? And what's the process in which you kind of keep that confidence and focus going into today's games?
I think it's one of the hardest tasks to do at Worlds, because you need to process a lot of information in a really short period of time, in which if you don't adapt, you die.
Yeah.
So we really believed that what we were doing was good, that we had some minor adjustments we had to do, but the path in which we were working was good. Problem is, when these things don't really work out in official games, then it gets to your head. It's hard to maintain to that plan when things are not going as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had a really long talk in which we really believe in the process that we are doing. We believe that right now we are in the good track, and as long as we can learn as fast as we can and we can fix some things, again, we're going to be a really scary team. Like, is what we were saying. Like, we were close of beating KT. We had 3 drays. We were in a really winning spot.
Yeah.
And then we just threw it. So we can be a really strong team. We can also be game 2 into Fnatic, so.
I mean, just even looking at that goal graph, both game 1 and game 3, you guys were able to like easily keep that goal graph. It seems like, at least from those conversations you guys, it's working to be able to keep the lead. So that's been awesome to see.
Closing thoughts, Elioya, you made Worlds every year since you joined the league. That's something that we've discussed in the LEC. How different does this run feel so far for you?
Really different.
Yeah.
I mean, we feel like we can beat any team. Like, we believe honestly, it's on us. Like, if we show up on a good day and we do things like we know, we coordinate, we play tempo well, we do all of these things, we can beat any team. But at the same time, there is other moments which, for mental, attitude, ego, we don't really know the reason still, but we've shown really poor performances. But I mean, we're really confident this run. I think we can beat anyone. It's honestly on us. And we know it's just a matter of time that we will win Worlds.
Yeah, you're all perfectionists, and something is sure, you said it yourself, you're always going to put in the work. So looking forward to seeing you guys again next week. And enjoy some time off with your parents, I hope. So that they're here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And congrats on taking this one. Now, we're going to take over for the next matchup. It's going to be VKS versus PSG. And here, guys, what can we expect? Because it feels like usually the toughest soldiers get the toughest battles, and it feels like it's been the run for PSG so far.
Yeah, I feel like for me, PSG have had a really rough time in terms of their schedule, but despite that, have shown some strong performances. Particularly, I feel like they've had early starts. Cars has been trying to find a lot of early momentum up against the likes of, you know, HLE and Gen.G. Tough teams to have drawn. And still trying to make some action happen, trying to make some life happen. And it did peter out towards the later points of the game, but that early momentum, that early life is always what you want to see when you're in a bit of an underdog matchup.
Yeah, it has to be frustrating taking a look at that. Gen.G, HLE, like what the hell is this? Please, the luck of the draw going our way. And so having Karsa basically even poke fun at it. Both Ming and JJ, please, what are you guys doing? Get a better touch on it.
Justified. Justified, honestly. Justified crash out.
Yeah, I mean, that would be matter too.
As much as I agree on the fact that they had a really tough schedule, they showed a lot of signs of life here. What do we think of PSG so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun because in both games, at the 20-minute mark, they've been ahead of kills, obviously behind in gold, but that just means that they've been really proactive. Not only have Karsa been looking topside for ganks in the first game that they had versus HLE, but against, or at least versus Gen.G, but versus HLE, like we got to see the pick that he had, and then he was constantly looking for invades again and again. So it seems like they're very proactive trying to find angles.
Something that we're going to be looking at here is the mid lane. It is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Maple versus Miru.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, it's a battle for the tournament survival between Maple and Miru. Maple's last dance hasn't had the start he would have liked, but with a 12-year career to his name, he is no stranger to pressure. He will need to level up one more time to make sure that his final Worlds run will not end in humiliation.
Once again, they're just full sending the same play over and over, and it's working. And over, it ends up working.
Facing this household name of internationals is Miru, the shining light in an otherwise shaky team thus far. As you said, so far it's been really good. Meanwhile, though, a little bit low. Room prison under turret Miru. Who will keep their tournament run alive? And who will be sent home?
Both of them playmakers for sure, specifically Miru, with how it's been for VKS. Yes, Miru's been amazing. He's been on the ball. Everyone else needs to be on the same page as well.
Yeah, I think Miru, especially like getting that early solo kill on the Rise, he was super proactive in that game, making things happen in the map. I feel like they kind of fell apart in the team fights, but that's the sort of agency we really want to see from him.
Yeah.
And we've seen games like in the finals, domestically, on that Akali. I think if the team can play around him and really back him up, that's where we can see the win conditions for this team.
Yeah, and something that we really want to see from VKS is actually what they showed against FlyQuest, this proactivity right off the bat in the early game.
Yeah, it was specifically Dasamis, and I feel like he's the key. Like, his Jarvan performance where he was looking for a top lane gank again and again, he was very close at being able to make it happen. This was the lesson from the Team Secret Wales game where it felt like they were just getting outworked, out-movement. A lot of the early game plays from Team Secret Wales were just coming through without really a response. So it was nice to see the angle. Sadly, FlyQuest just played better. In this instance, both of them escaped. In the next instance, when they came up top, Inspired came up, and he was able to get a kill. So it's like, damn, it didn't work back then. It sucks because both of those games felt like stomps where they really didn't have an angle, where they looked much better domestically. They need to have a better performance, at least for their fans back in Brazil.
I feel like if you're just a little bit nervous, playing a little bit lower than that level, and you execute even slightly, you saw how low their health bars was.
Yeah.
And that can cost you, at a tournament like this. So hopefully they come into this tournament. Obviously, they've struggled a little bit so far, but this is our last opportunity to really show what they can do.
And I'm just seeing them here in the huddle. A lot of it is, look, we're in the worst position we can be, 0-2. But, like, just put out every kind of... Just be as smart as possible, but obviously just have no kind of... Yeah, no regrets, no hesitation, nothing like that.
And that's the thing. I mean, especially when you're in a tough situation like this, you want players to have fun. And I feel like you would be the coach. I would be still right now. I would tell my players, just have fun. Just play your style. Play what you want. Play something that you're comfortable on. And in that sense, I want to talk about Dasamis because he contributed a lot to the Jarvan and the failures that we've seen on that champion being 1-9 right now. I don't want to see him on this champion because obviously one of the issues that we've seen so far is
let's go!
Yeah.
Let's go!
See, that is the energy that I want to see from them. That is the energy that I want to see from them. I want to see them hungry for that win. I want to see them confident here. I do not want to see this miss on Jarvan though, because it feels like they have an issue closing out games. They haven't won any. So what kind of jungler do we want to see him on?
I mean, the Disamis that I saw dismantle 100 Thieves back in the LTA and really took a game off of FlyQuest, he is a player that is active, that we saw from his toe when they were playing versus Team Secret Will. So like, he's somebody that when they have a tempo advantage, they're bringing Miro topside, they're bringing Trimby up there. We haven't seen that team, and you can make the case of like, well, there's better teams at international play. Well, no, like FlyQuest is the team they place against, and 100 Thieves are playing better than they did when they were in back in the domestic region. So it's like, we just need to see the VKS that we saw back then.
For me, I think a big factor is when it comes to the 5v5s, it feels like they lost a lot of the confidence there.
Yeah.
I think we've seen other teams, even not necessarily our strongest teams, when it gets to the 5v5s, the Engage, I think Team Secret Wales were a great example. The Engages were clean and crisp. Everyone was on the same page. I think VKS in that matchup specifically, it just seemed like they weren't ready. They weren't ready to be engaged on, and were kind of caught off guard and caught sleeping a little bit. So I think they should approach every objective, every fight, and make sure they're just ready to throw everything and commit to the fight.
Yeah, and some of the toughest points to review for your team a lot of the times are the mechanical misplays. When you go through team fights like these, you don't want to like point out like, well, you missed another Recon W, which happened a lot this game. It's like, a lot of the times you don't want to bring that up because the player knows. And so a lot of these points, you could see it in their faces. Trimby's face throughout the entire game, he's aware of that. When he was on, like right next to us doing the interview, he's aware of that. It's just about being able to perform on the day. Their coach spoke to this pretty clearly. So we'll have to see if that confidence is shown today versus PSG. That has shown that level of confidence the entire Swiss stage so far.
You know, usually when you have a mismatch like this in the past between major region and a team with less experience, because when you look on the side of PSG, you cannot get more experience than this and the core of this team.
Yeah.
You want to create the surprise. You want to go for some early cheese maybe. Is it the kind of team that can do that? Right.
Specifically VKS?
Yeah.
Maybe, but I think they should just focus on the fundamentals.
Okay.
Because sometimes, like, I think PSG is a good team, sure, but they're still the 3rd seed in the LCP. VKS should be confident in the fundamentals they had in the LTA South and when they were playing in the LTA playoffs. So even though I have confidence that they'll show it at some point, now the spotlight's on you, and if you lose now, you're gone. So it's interesting to see if they can actually shake off those nerves and be able to focus. But I can understand you're looking at a PSG that's been playing Ruthless versus HLE and Gen G, and you're like, damn, they look pretty good.
Yeah.
And that pressure can still be there.
Yeah, I will say with the best of 3 as well, you have a bit more wiggle room, so hopefully they can come into this game 1 and have a bit more of that free confidence. I think best of 1 can be quite stressful in that environment at Worlds when it feels like every loss in Swiss stage has massive impacts.
And if there's one other player that I want to focus on, it's Mortis. He's the rookie. He showed that level of confidence. He was the one that was like shouting, cheering, everything after a good teamfight win. I want to see him perform well this game.
Let's see if they can show that fire. Again, one team will be eliminated at the end of this series. It is VKS taking on PSG. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk, and welcome back, everybody. It is time for our second best of 3 of the day, Elimination Day number 1. We've already sent home our first team. I won't spoil for anybody who woke up a little bit late and still needs to catch that first series, but it did go to 3 games, and now we'll see if our second set of competitors can do the same as VKS and PSG are about to take to the Rift. I'm still Captain Flowers. I'm still joined by Dagda, and we are about to eliminate our second team from Worlds 2025.
Yeah, and it'll be heartbreaking on both sides, regardless of who ends up getting sent home. VKS, a team that a lot of people were putting their hopes on from the LTA South. This was an incredible performance for them to manage to take that second seed against LTA North, but not quite able to find that same success at Worlds. And when you look at the pedigree that is on PSG talent, how well they've done at internationals in the past, it will be very surprising to see them gone as well.
All right, let's hop into draft and see what we've got. It's PSG on blue for our first match here, as we have Nico and Aurora banned out on their side, Yunara and Azir banned out on the other. This is about the most common set of bans you could see. This one, however, does throw a little bit more into the mix. The Akali, obviously a very targeted ban towards Miru on the side of VKS. This guy is the standout, the star player on this roster, so throwing some extra target bans his way, I think makes sense.
Also says to me they were trying to set up for this Orianna first pick on PSG Talent side, now not able to. I wonder will they just default to the Wukong, or is there something else that they're starting to prioritize a little bit higher coming into this?
I mean, Wukong is available, Sion is available, a lot of these powerful early picks.
As an EU person, I've realized you don't pick Sion when Trundle's still available, all right? We've realized that already against PLG.
all right. We've got a couple of lessons learned here. So instead, I think they agree with you. They're going to go with the Wukong. I feel like this has emerged as pretty solidly the strongest jungler on the patch. Teams are always happy to be locking it in, and I'm sure PSG will be happy to get it for Karsa.
Yeah, they'll be very, very happy, and it's something that Karsa can perform on. And honestly, I think Karsa has been putting in fantastic performances in the early games. It's just been when it gets to the team fights and around those objective setups that they just weren't able to match up toe-to-toe against people like Hanwha Life and Gen G. That Sion, though, going to be taken on the opposite side because there is no Trundle.
Exactly. You either have to play Trundle top into him, which is not super common these days.
We also learned that in EU because Oscar Vernon tried us. So we have a lot of learnings when it comes to Sion.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys are...
yeah, we've got the whole smorgasbord.
All right. All of the lessons of Sion are learned in Europe. We have discovered here today, but it will be the Sion locked in for VKS. There for Wall in the top side. Desamas will lock in the Xinjiao for himself. So two very powerful junglers here for both sides in game one.
And definitely something that gives Desamas the opportunity to try and be that bit more aggressive levels 1 through 5, where he can have impact in the lanes as long as he's got set up. So I'm now curious what we get for the likes of Trimby. So I want that engaged support, something that can provide CC, enable a Xinjiao to get access into this bottom side of the map and try and play around this early game a little bit better for VKS.
Okay, we've got the Ambessa locked in now for PSG and for Aja, and it's worth pointing out that Sion is Boal's most played throughout summer. Ambessa is Aja's second most played throughout summer. So both of these guys going to be on pretty extreme comfort here in the top lane for game one.
Yeah, and even, I mean, Maple taking the rise, this guy's been around for so many years. He's going to be more than happy to operate in this kind of 1-3-1 style, and this is something the PSG talent domestically work quite strong on. I would have to see if they're going to be able to bring that now to the main stage as well. Okay, though, we're going to have to see what they want to try and answer with, because, again, I think you kind of have to take your mid laner here to answer the rise, and it will be that Taliyah.
Okay, taking the Taliyah. I like this as well because, yes, Miru has played it a couple of times. It's not a trademark Miru champion or anything throughout summer, but it is Maple's most played by a country mile over on the other side. So since we are in Fearless, this will also deny the Taliyah for the remaining 2 games. I like this here.
Yeah, and it's also strong into the Wukong. Plus, when you've got the slow from the wind becomes lightning, hitting that seismic shove becomes significantly easier. So you've got a decent mid-jungle pairing, and it's something that you can look to try and play through on VKS's sides. However, moving into this next rotation, it will be AD carries that are next on the chopping block, with neither Mortes or Betty having any sort of answer right now. And I think it's a good call. Betty has looked very strong across not only opportunities domestically, but also at points during the course of this series and internationals in the past. So taking that focus on him makes a lot of sense here.
Okay, Caitlyn off the board. We'll see if we want to continue targeting those long-range AD carries or if the switch changes to support instead. And yeah, looking at the Poppy. Remember, the support Poppy from just the last series was very impactful, so keeping that one off the table could be a good choice here. 1 AD carry ban, 1 support ban. Obviously, both teams only looking at bot laners here for this second half of the draft. What else do we want to see banned by VKS?
Well, honestly, if I'm VKS, the thing I'm worried about is kind of tank shredders. So I'd honestly be looking not at like the traditional AD carries that we've seen thus far at the tournament, but actually things like the Jinx and maybe even things like the Aphelios for some of these fights. Aphelios is a little bit harder to operate, but I definitely think I'd be looking more at those opportunities for PSG talent. Now, I know Kaiwing is kind of the guy that would go for the Thresh coming out of the LCP, but still, something like a Jinx Thresh I think can work in this sort of situation.
Well, we've got the Lucian banned out. So VKS, with Lucian and Caitlyn banned away, that feels to me like they're looking to remove some of the most lane-dominant type of opponents. There with the AD carries. Braum banned out by PSG. This makes a lot of sense to me. When you already have Wukong and Mbessa, you do not want something that excels against melee opponents and excels against counter-engage.
Especially if it actually, instead of going towards a Jinx Thresh, they're going to go towards something like a Kai'Sa Alistar, right? Just try and bypass that front line of the Sion and then try and find that access to the back line. Looks like the Alistar, though, going to be snatched away. So Woody, is it Leona? Is it Nautilus? Maybe the Nautilus is your best answer here?
Yeah, we've got the Alistar. Now the Kai'Sa, remember, in the previous series, we did see the information come up on the screen that Kai'Sa is 1-8 so far at this event. She went up to 2-8 after that game because they did secure a win.
Solid improvement.
2-8, a 20% win rate is not exactly what you want to see.
No, you're not filling me with hope here. But I think you're kind of stuck, to be perfectly honest, as PSG talent. Either you go for, again, like Jinx, and go for the, hey, we're just going to go for a full front to back. But that opens up then for Morteus to try and answer in kind with something like the Aphelios, or you try and go for the Kai'Sa and take the opposite end. So I think for PSG talent, it is a bit tough to be in this position.
Okay, they lock Rakan. So again, it's more engage, it's more full send, it's more of this ability to dive right in. And instead, okay, no Kai'Sa this time around, but we are going to get one of the champions that is tied for Betty's most played throughout the summer, the Corki, locked in. This does have some powerful DPS potential as the game goes on to get through something like the front wall of a Sion.
It does feel like for PSG talent, though, they need to get the ball rolling early, because otherwise you just don't have that. Especially locking in the Sen if they're going to go for it. Your DPS is severely lacking. Maybe that actually will give an opportunity for PSG talent to come back. Yeah, okay, they go with the Sivir instead. So looking at PSG talent, like good side lane control and a decent lane neutralizer in the Corki to try and just provide access for PSG talent to play a 1-3-1. And if they can find picks and snowball through that, that is their win condition. But for Vivocade, I mean, great scaling, decent side lane in the Talia, fantastic front to back. They are all about playing this slow, steady grind through PSG talent as they look for those objectives.
And I like the Sivir, particularly when I look at Sivir, I look at how easy is the spell shield in the lane for the matchup. Rakan's Grand Entrance, you better not miss it. Corki's Phosphorus Bomb, it sails through the air at the speed of molasses, right? Like, both of the main spells that your opponents use to trade are very easy to spell shield. So I like this pick here. We'll see how well it works out for VKS and PSG, who have both not yet found their first wins here at Worlds 2025. Both now have to battle through 3 best-of-3 wins in a row if they want to make it to the next stage.
I do agree with the desk, though, in that one of those roads have felt a little bit easier to try and go through, right?
Yeah.
You have Hanwha, you have Gen G for PSG talent, and although they did try their damnedest, and they did give them a good run for their money, they just weren't quite able to take down the LCK Seed 1 and 2, which I personally think is fairly okay. Whereas for Vivocade,
it's a tough draw.
Yeah, whereas for Vivocade, it just wasn't quite the same. And I think that's where, if you're coming into this game, I'm favoring PSG talent, because like it was Team Secret Wales and FlyQuest that Vivocade lost to. Yeah. And I think there's a little bit of a difference there between the two squads.
And if you look back at the game that was played against Team Secret Wales by VKS, it was very scrappy early. It was VKS invading at level 1, getting punished, but then getting something back. It was VKS trying to make a play on the top side and misexecuting and getting punished, but then getting something back. And so they would have just kind of these back and forth swingy plays that they would start but miscalculate, but then they would still be able to find something. It was unfortunately for them the Rift Herald where the game got completely blown open in that one. Their matchup against FlyQuest, unfortunately, there's not a lot to really talk about because it was just very one-sided for FlyQuest. So for VKS, what I want to see here is I do want to see them continue to play aggressive, but as they play aggressively, I want them to really make sure they've got those calculations down and they're hitting it when they first go in.
Because it also feels like we haven't got to see the VKS that we saw in LTA, where they would get these early leads, use that to overload a side lane, find those success and find the picks in a side lane, and be able to blow a game open like that. Instead, they've been on the back foot, look like they're doubting themselves. And even when they go for some of these side lane plays, they aren't even working out for them. Like, I was heartbroken for them in the FlyQuest game, where they went for that dive with the Jarvan, and I mean, barely not able to finish off the FlyQuest bot lane.
And you can see here on your screen right now, Brazil actually has a pretty rough relationship with the APAC teams, the teams that comprise the region now known as the LCP, here for the past few years. Back in 2021, it was Peace eliminating Red Canids, excuse me, then DFM eliminating Loud in 2022. In 2023, GAM eliminated Rainbow 7 and Loud, and then in 2024, Pain eliminated VKE. So that one, kind of 2024 being a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, it was like they Power Rangered into the mech that could then take on everything that came out of LATAM and CBLOL, because it's not like it's LJL, it's OCE, it's what was the LCP, like all of these coming together, sorry, the LMS, all these coming together to take on VKS now, and it's PSG Talon who are a very difficult team to face off against. And I don't know how VKS can try and overcome it. They haven't looked as confident, and I need them to try and find that success once more if they hope to take down PSG Talon.
And back on your point about playing against the Korean #1 and #2 seeds, the task doesn't become much taller than that in terms of the draw that you get for your first couple of matchups here during Swiss stage, or back in the olden days, the group stage, right? You don't want to start off having to play against teams like that, because I know a lot of teams, a lot of players talk about momentum. They talk about mindset. They talk about how much easier it is when you feel like you've got a couple of warm-up games and you're really in your motion to be able to continue that motion versus just having to play against two of the top contenders in the whole thing at the very beginning. But they did do pretty well, at least in the early stages of those games. PSG, despite falling behind in both games, secured the feat of warfare in both. So they were looking for kills and they were finding opportunities. And now that they're up against an opponent of a significantly lower caliber, I want to see them also remain bloodthirsty, remain hungry to make these plays happen.
Well, I do like that we're already seeing Desamas at least trying to be a little bit more bloodthirsty, just showing up in that mid lane, see if he could punish the Rise on the early levels, but not quite able to make it happen. That's what I want to see from Desamas, especially in this game. Try and get active pre-level 6. See if you can implement some of these lanes you could set up, but it's Trimby taking a lot of damage, having to burn the heal to escape away.
Yeah, the Alistar not in great shape down here, but Desamas does have a distinct advantage in this game compared to the previous two, and that is he is not playing Jarvan. So he was, unfortunately, on a champion that wound up with a pretty rough win rate in his first couple of games. This time around on the Xin Zhao, on one of these champs that has just been a staple, I feel like, worldwide throughout all of summer, has just been a reliable kind of everything. Swiss Army knife champion in the jungle. So I hope that he can find some angles for some plays here. As early on, honestly, not a whole lot happening from either side. Desamas just going to sweep, make sure that there's not that common chicken pit ward in his jungle, make sure that they don't have any eyes on him as those chickens spawn for the second time.
Oh, actually, great engage here.
Yeah, nice double knock-up coming out there from Trimby as Betty already had to use the barrier and the flash. Wants to get away. Morteos going forward in its first blood over to Brazil. VKS first on the board.
Huge win for VKS on the bottom side. Morteos getting off to a great start thanks to that engage from Trimby. And it's not only the fact that you get the kill, this is a nice wave that will be lost for PSG.
Yeah, it's not like Corky's one of those 80 carries that's playing teleport. He dies, he just teleports back into the lane. It's not that bad. He's got to walk all the way back down there. Let's take another look at how this started with Trimby's nice knockup.
Yeah, especially as Trimby had already taken a bit of a beating on these first few, but at least getting to heal up on the Alistar. And Betty tries to step up to follow, but Morteos, good spell shield. And then Trimby barely getting that auto attack as well to finish off Betty. And would he try desperately here with the Quill into Flash to heal his AD carry? Does force Morteos' flash, but it's still the kill in the end.
Exactly, and even though you force Morteos' flash, Betty had to spend both summoner spells as well. So when you look down there at the bottom lane, it's still summoner spell advantage for the side of VKS. They've still got barrier on Morteos, they've still got flash, not just hex flash, real flash on Trimby. So still playmaking opportunities available for them, and we'll see if they try to do anything with that. If they try to bring Desamas down here, Miru level 6 on the Talia could also be a playmaker moving towards the bottom lane with Weaver's Wall.
I actually thought VKS might use this as a chance to go for an early dragon, because essentially this Corky can't contest the wave state at all if Desamas is on this bottom side, but not feeling convinced that they could go for it. Instead, they're going to move Desamas back up towards the top side as it spawns, and it looks like try and use this advantage instead once they start getting towards those void groups.
All right, Aja trying to keep the pressure on Boal up here in the top side, and you can see the farm is telling the story on its own, Dag, that it is nearly a 400 gold lead for Aja. He is 3 waves ahead of Boal in terms of farm. The Ambessa running the matchup here nice and early, but as we know, Sion's job, even if he can't stay even in the lane, as long as he's getting some farm, as long as he's stacking Soul Furnace, he'll still be able to do a good job frontlining in the fights later.
Yeah, that's essentially it. Sion and these tanks, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And especially when you've already got the Sivir off to a nice start, makes things significantly easier. Like, it's a BF sword to a Cole and a Tier. That is not exactly where you want to be in the matchup.
He's got the glowing moat.
Fairy moat?
Yeah, it's a glowing moat. Yeah, 5-hole ability haste.
Actually, do you know what? That will make the difference. Yeah, it's the Corki who's winning, actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's giving you 0.4 second cooldown on your phosphorus bomb, surely. But no, I always remember Kobe telling me that he hates buying that thing. It just feels like you didn't make a purchase at all because the impact of it is so small. Compared to a BF sword, which, especially on a champion like Sivir, which already excels at pushing the wave, Morteus and Trimby should just have total control over the tempo with his bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's why, like, again, I kind of want to see Desamas getting active in the early stage. It was great play from Trimby and Morteus to set that one up, but now Dragon, there we go. I was going to say started by Desamas because I think you could, well, should be started. I think you're in a decent position here with push mid and boss, but maybe worried about a Void Grub trade, or are we just going to look for the dive?
Might just be wrapping around for a dive here. Does pop his sweeper to make sure that he's not detected. Trimby almost level 6. Achieves that one as those minions are down. Desamas moving around, and Betty and Woody, they know something is up here because their own jungler is up at the grubs and nobody on the VKS side is around to contest. So that means they must be up to something somewhere else. That somewhere else is exactly where Betty and Woody are. So Betty's gonna go ahead, just take the opportunity to go for a recall here. He'll buy the fully completed Phage, but he loses a lot of minions down there in the bottom lane. But at least PSG, in the meantime, they do not let this dive succeed and they get all 3 grubs.
And this is a bit of a gamble from VKS. Giving 3 grubs to a 1-3-1 comp always feels a little bit scary, but it is a good investment in Morteus and saying, if we can get this lead on the Sivir, if we can play towards our team fighting strength and Betty just isn't in position to match, that's where we can come alive. And going for that early dragon, you can force those fights in the 3rd dragon, and it'll be huge for VKS if they can do so.
All right, so objective handshake plus the advantage of losing the wave there for Betty when he had to recall because of the threat of the dive. Honestly, pretty solid moves here from VKS, but I'm not going to lie to you, Dagda. With these 2 teams going head-to-head, I'm very surprised we only have 1 kill on the board almost 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's very surprising to me as well. The only reason I think PSG Talon have to take a bit of a back foot is obviously bot lane not going so hot. Also, you've got the Wukong, which kind of wants a little bit of time before it can really get active in those lanes.
Yeah.
But now that you have both Karsa and Aja ticking over to that level 6 and having those ultimates available, this is where I think you can get very aggressive if you want to try and play on some of these side lanes.
All right, Desamas and Karsa, both still 0, 0, and 0. You already talked about how Wukong likes to power farm. Xin Zhao sometimes can do the same thing, but I really like to see him out on the map, getting involved in the lanes. If nothing else, at least blowing a couple flashes, making the lanes less safe for his enemy laners if he can, but still no effect anywhere yet for him, as we do have Karsa getting invaded right now by Trimby, but Trimby's just doing his busy work as a support, getting that vision down in the enemy jungle, just trying to track Karsa as he potentially looks for any of these plays. Level 9 on Maple in the mid lane does not yet have the Rod of Ages fully completed to start stacking, but it would be very early to do so. Woody takes about half of his HP there from a nice seismic shove combo built off the Pulverize from Trimby, but he's not really worried a whole lot about anything more, as Karsa is going to show up now. Quick crushing blow onto Trimby, but again, nobody really wants to fully commit to anything.
Yeah, I will also say, to give Betty his due, despite the pressure that has gone down towards that bot side, hasn't actually fallen any further behind in CS. Remember, he died and lost 6 CS to the turret, but has just stayed within essentially touching distance this entire time, so not being pushed even further behind, which I'm kind of surprised at, especially with the pressure that is there. Should be able to pick up this wave and kind of match so. For PSG Talon, if the game does kind of slow down and you're able to get this Cole popped onto Betty, suddenly he's matching Morteus significantly closer when it comes to gold, and VKS haven't really done anything with the lead.
And I always like to see champions with stacking items. Hold on, Desamas going forward. 3 talent strike, finds Karsa. Cyclone looking to turn it around. A lot of damage back into VKS, but it's not quite enough. VKS now turning their attention back over onto Maple. Betty rotates up for the bottom lane. Desamas going to be in some danger, and PSG have found the kill. Low HP on Karsa, but he's not dead yet. Bawal here in the front line, but Trimby's the target. Maple with a little bit more, but the overload does not hit. VKS won't get anybody back just yet. Trimby with a flash headbutt pulled, double seismic shove, beautiful moves coming out from the VKS support. Feet of Warfare claimed for the Brazilian squad as Miru wants another. Betty has been found in his own jungle. Miru gets him with the auto attack. Betty with a late flash. Now Aja's gonna die too. Karsa's about to die next. He flashes over the wall just to try to survive. VKS nearly aced him at 12 minutes.
VKS are playing out of their minds in these fights. Trimby's pulverizes on point again. And there's just so little that PSG Talent can do to respond.
Let's take another look at this as it was VKS wanting to get scrappy.
And this looked a little dicey here because there was a huge amount invested on towards Karsa's clone. They thought that they had him, so they all in. But instead, Karsa managed to escape. But the TP here, very aggressive from Bawal. Then the turn onto the Samus was really good from PSG Talon. The Ultramagia holding Bawal in place. And this is where it looked like it could have been a disaster. But Trimby, taxiing off the minion, knows that if he can just set up the play, the combo's there with Miru, and they tear through PSG Talon.
1v2, go, go, go. Very good, very good. 5-5, he can combo. Yeah, no. Lolo, kill him. No.
Honestly, huge there. It was Trimby's Alistar turning that play around. VKS now with a 2,000 gold lead. 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns. Then only a minute after that, the Rift Herald is going to join the Rift. PSG looked like they had a better time in that fight, but when you're going up against VKS, Trimby might have been the one who made the big plays there, but Miru has been the hero of this team throughout the year. This guy has been a star player in the LTA South, and he feels like he kind of has that secret sauce. He's like the, for the EU metaphor, he's like the Caps of Brazil. If he's on the team, your team ends up doing really well.
Yeah, whichever team he has joined has suddenly shot up the charts, and the fact that he was able to come across the VKS and help them out so much in summer. And he looks fantastic. The Talia flicks have been on point this game with the help of the setup, and if Miru and Trimby are feeling themselves like this, that's going to be a very different story for PSG Talon, who just haven't found that success in this early game.
Exactly. It was the Trimby pulverize into the Unraveled Earth, into the seismic shove from Miru that got those 2 kills, and then Miru riding the Weaver's Wall into the back line, setting up for the additional kill onto Betty. And I feel like Betty in that last fight just got a little greedy. Looks like Trimby's getting a little bit greedy now. Does end up getting ignited here. The redemption not really going to matter a whole lot as Trimby is already down. So a nice pickup there from PSG, punishing Trimby.
Also just good timing on it because Rift Herald about to spawn in 15 seconds. So you're missing your Alistar now before he gets into that objective. Doesn't have that ultimate on the Unbreakable available either. So this might give PSG Talon the pick they need to set up for that objective.
Level 11 on both of the solo laners for VKS and on Maple as well for the PSG side. Just still needing a little bit extra EXP before the Ambessa hits that point. So it looks like nobody on PSG going to start up the Rift Herald here just yet. Trimby will have enough time to make it back out onto the map.
Yeah, it looks like we're Karsa very close to level 11. He's been doing a great job of power farming this whole time. So I think he should tick level 11 here, maybe just shy before this Herald starts. And that could be a really nice spike because Aja just hitting level 11 as well. That second point to the ultimate could be clutch. Karsa actually just shy.
And speaking of things that could be big for this fight, Seraph's Embrace just fully evolving there for Miru. He just got that last couple of stacks that he needed to hit 360. So having that extra shield going to go a long way in protecting him if PSG decide they need to take out the Talia. When we're looking at teleports, they're available for everybody except for Miru. He still, however, has the Weaver's Wall, so as long as he's somewhere remotely nearby, hanging out in top lane or mid lane, he will still be able to join the fight, and VKS are going to begin the Herald.
They're in a significantly stronger spot. PSG Talon ceded a lot of area of control. Karsa, though, looks like he might just be trying to sneak in to get the steal rather than take a full fight.
Yep, Karsa on the left. VKS control over the area for now. The wraparound is coming. Aja looking for his angle as Woody is already down. Morteus on a rampage. PSG wanted the pincer attack, but VKS was ready. Trimby going in again. Karsa's not fooling anybody with that clone. And now Maple's going to be your next target. Miru rides the blast cone over the wall, and Trimby's ready to keep on going. It's a beautiful 1, 2, 3 alley-oop. VKS on a killing spree again. 8-2 game. Rift Herald in their pocket. They are smacking PSG right in the mouth.
The LTA second seed is popping off here against PSG Talon. There is just no control in these fights for PSG. Everything has gone astray, and not only are you getting these kills, you still have that Rift Herald now to try and break up a mid lane. You're taking control in sides, and PSG are just desperate to get anything on the map.
And remember, back in that first game that we saw VKS play against Team Secret Wales, the game was back and forth. It was close up until the Herald, and that was when VKS took the fight that they did not want to take. Team Secret Wales started running away with the game from there. Herald fight, check in the box.
This was a fight that PSG Talon didn't want to take. Like, Woody gets caught out almost immediately as this fight kicks off, as everyone jumps on. Aja whiffs on the follow-up on the ultimate with a great sidestep from Miru. And now your engage is completely gone. And Miru, a great wall, not only knocks back the monkey, but interrupts Maple's realm warp as well. So prevents that escape tool for PSG Talon. And they just chase them down so effectively.
And this is just beautiful. Pulverize, seismic shove, decimate, just juggling Maple. There's nowhere he can even move. He didn't have his flash, but even if he did, you're not going to get a chance to use it. Now the Herald's been summoned up in the mid lane, used to crash the tier 1 turret. Trimby's going to drive that one right into the tier 2. It's a 3,500 gold lead for VKS, and it's about to be 4K as that tier 2 falls. This is such an awesome early and mid game thus far from VKS.
Yeah, PSG Talon stepping out, seeing if they can catch VKS if they don't sync their resets, and PSG are going.
Karsa wants the engage. Miru flashing away with the flash follow coming in from Karsa. Meanwhile, VKS with the counter attack over the wall. It's Betty and Woody looking to get away as Miru survives. Betty's first to die and Woody follows. There's no way you're killing Boal as Karsa and Aja try to escape. Karsa's very low, and another rock flies over the wall. Now Aja will be next to die with a decimating smash pulverized combo. Boal's on a rampage. 4-0 for Brazil.
PSG thought they might have caught VKS slacking, but it's VKS expecting them to go for the play, and they catch them out as now. Trimby, does he end up finding Maple?
He does. Oh, Maple gets caught here. Now, Maple has his flash to try to get away. He has Realm Warp as well. We'll see if he can try to use it, but no. He thought maybe the cooldowns weren't there, but Trimby had another Pulverize. It's a delayed ace for VKS.
And look at the setup here. PSG thought maybe we could get onto Miru, but a great flash away keeps him safe as the rest of the fight erupts on this bottom side, picking off Betty. But it's the reposition from VKS that means that they catch out PSG, and I understand what PSG were going for. That maybe if they don't sync their backs properly, we can catch people out, separate them as they go for those resets. But it's VKS who are ready for it and catch them all out.
And one thing I noticed in that replay, it's the same thing that you pointed out in the previous Herald fight. These public executions from Aja are not connecting. The Ambessa is never getting in onto the targets that he wants to get on top of, and it's making it so difficult for this champion who's supposed to be about backline access and putting threat onto carries to do that job.
And that's another dragon now, third of the name for VKS. Bounties available for PSG Talon 20 minutes into the game. And Atakan has only just spawned. PSG a little nervous about that Atakan being taken. Boal gets some damage put onto him.
Yeah, but he's Scion. He does not care even a little bit. 895 stacks there through Soul Furnace. Another public execution, another miss. Aja is just not hitting this critical spell on Ambessa, and Miru smells blood in the water. Aja smells honey fruits, and those might be able to get him away. Miru still continuing to use the speed bonus on the Talia. It's a solo kill for Miru. Aja dead for the third time this game. 0-3 and 0 on the Ambessa, not having the impact that PSG wants him to have as VKS, now with their 7,000 gold lead, now with their soul point status. Miru Miru arrives into the fight. Disamas jumping straight on in. It's going to be 2 more kills for VKS. Maple and Betty are the only 2 left alive. Betty's going to be knocked back with another beautiful seismic shove. Trimby wants another headbutt pulled. The rest of the team isn't there. Trimby's very low. Maple at least gets 1 more, but Bawal wants the last little bit of damage to take out the enemy mid laner. Bawal with a hammer to his rib cage shatters Maple and finds his way through the enemy base. 1 more shield should hopefully keep him alive here, you would think. Aja's back, but he has no public execution. He can't try to stop Bawal. He's shoved back again by Miru, and Aja loses 2/3 HP. It's a 9,000 gold lead. It's about to be an Otacon for VKS.
Where's this Vivocade been at Worlds? This is not the team that I expected to see here today. PSG Talon pushed Gen.G, pushed Hanwha Life, and it looked like VKS hadn't come alive all tournament long. But now, against the LCP 3rd seed, they are showing up in game number 1.
This is the VKS that beat 100 Thieves back in the LTA Finals weekend in Dallas. This team, when they're locked in, when they're ready to go, when they're coordinated, you said it earlier, Trimby and Miru have been playing wonderfully together so far this game, and I cannot give enough praises to Trimby's Alistar, 0, 2, and 17, a part of everything but 1 kill so far in this game, going for the dive onto Aja now, and again, it's that 1-2 punch with Miru to set it up and knock it down. The only kill Trimby hasn't been a part of was Miru solo killing Aja up in the top lane back when all the fighting was going on bottom.
These aren't punches anymore, Flowers. These are haymaker after haymaker. PSG are dropping to the floor. It's a KO.
It's a bar fight and PSG are stuck paying the tab. VKS are gonna take a big swig of victory and push their way into the enemy base. That top lane inhibitor turret is already down. Inhibitor is the target, and that one will melt. Bawal locking up Karsa, Maple, and Woody all on his own. Karsa with a defensive cyclone, but I don't think it's going to matter. Wind becomes lightning, and lightning strikes Karsa. Disamas takes the kill, and VKS might just be looking for the end of the game. They got super minions marching down the top lane. It's not like they can take Baron yet. He's not even on the Rift for another minute and a half, so they'll turn their attention over to the mid lane inhibitor turret. That one's gonna crack. We'll see if they can take the inhibitor. There's 20 seconds on Karsa, but everybody else on PSG is alive, and VKS backs away.
You might as well go back and spend that gold, because Baron hasn't spawned, and we have 3 items on Morteus. We have a 16 stack Magi's for Miru as well. VKS are commanding this game, and not only are they beating back PSG, but they are putting down a statement that they have arrived at Worlds.
Miru has not died, 6-0-9. Morteus has not died, 7-0-11. Bawal has not died, 6-0-8. The only 2 that have died are Disamas and Trimby. Disamas died in the fight that completely blew the game open for VKS, and Trimby has died twice. Well, once was kind of silly, but the other death was, again, just part of the big VKS machine.
Look, there's good deaths and then there's glorious deaths, and VKS are trending more towards the glorious.
It is a glorious game 1 for VKS indeed, as Bawal jumps in behind Karsa. Miru's got plenty of damage. Woody wants the quickness, but he's quickly finding his way towards another lost team fight. Aja finally hits a public execution, but it's way too late. Betty's next to die. Bawal 7 kills on the Scion leading the charge. Woody will be the final kill towards the ace. It's a triple for Morteus at the very end of the fight. 26-3. VKS will annihilate PSG in game number 1, and they are only 1 game away from moving on and staying alive at Worlds.
Holy VKS! That was sick! I mean, that was insane! I cannot believe they just dismantled PSG Talon like that.
That was incredible from VKS. For all the Brazilian fans watching, this is what they've wanted. I was reading social media these past couple of days, and the Brazilian fans were saying, I saw a few different people like, we know that it's hard to challenge for the actual crown. We're not here to win Worlds, but we want to compete. We want to see that fire. We want to see you guys fight back. And here is VKS fighting back. AD, what do you got?
Let's go, Brazil! One of the biggest upsets, if not the biggest upset we had at World so far. It's not so much that they beat PSG, they freaking stomped them.
They arrived to the tournament. They arrived, all right? You can make the case for 100 versus BLG, but who cares? Like, the last 2 games from this team was, like, barren. We didn't see anything from VKS. This one, they shoot up and just kicked ass.
I feel like some teams struggle and break under the pressure, but this is an example of a team really responding well to the pressure and showing up. And it was just great to see. Something we've been critical of was the team fighting. It felt like didn't have the coordination there. They came in so strong. And Trimby, man,
wow.
So impressive.
Trimby on engaged champions. Historically, what he has best. Whether it's his Rakan or his Alistar, he was on every move here, working with his jungle, making things happen.
Yeah, now initially started with them looking and basically hitting a Wukong clone, so it didn't really look too good at the beginning. But as the fight went on and PSG were entertaining the fight, Trimby sees the angle.
So this re-engage, he gets the W and then the Q flash off the minion. To find this re-engage when the cooldowns are down, and again, it looked like before the fight, it was a little bit timid from VKS. This was a super confident play that came through, and they cleaned up so much on the back of that. And then this fight coming in, once again, going in with confidence.
Right when Rakan is looking for the angle, they don't let it happen for Woody. He pops ulti, they kill him right immediately. And even as they basically are able to chase down the rest of the team, what we saw was VKS basically saying, screw the side lanes, we don't need to be there for it. They showed up for the fight in the last replay. Sion was there immediately, he knew he was needed. This is just a VKS that recognized, we're gonna take a fight. They came in today ready. This is what we really wanted to see.
And that's the thing, I was wondering if they could surprise them, if they could cheese maybe. It was not about cheese, it was about perfect League of Legends, being on the map at the right time, this coordination that we haven't seen so far.
When you think about Brazilian League of Legends, you think about team fighting. And the fact that they were losing out in team fighting, especially VKS, is yes, they're good at being able to play the map within the region, but also, hell yeah, they should be able to team fight, and we haven't been able to see that in the last few games, so the fact that they showed it here, and they were much better than PSG, that looked strong, I felt like, yes, for 0-2 going up against HLE and Gen G, PSG as a team in team fighting looked good. No. Trimby brought out the classic Trimby Alistar, and he was everywhere, 92% kill participation.
I mean, Alistar as well as a pick where if you're not feeling confident, if you have an off game, it can be so easy to flounder on this. And he was just so locked in. You know, KP, 92.3%, he was 100% for a lot of the game, and was just consistently finding and setting up these plays. He was absolutely on fire on this one.
What I think is really surprising is when you look at the trajectory for this team when they arrive at Worlds. First, they arrived late. Plan got cancelled. They couldn't get the amount of training that they wanted. They couldn't get what they wanted out of the training they got. The first few games didn't go well. How did they make it happen today?
That's a great question, because remember, Boal coming back into competitive, so there's always going to be that feeling. Mortes, a rookie player, so when you're on a stage like this and you already start out poorly, yeah, it's going to get in your head. It was great that we also got that interview with El Yoya talking about being 0-2 and behind and having the mentality to still come back, right? The mentality is there now for Vivo Cade Stars. Now going up against PSG in Game 2, I don't know what to expect.
I mean, you got so much confidence. Like, at minimum, they've gotten a great game at Worlds, which I think was all the fans really wanted, was a good performance at Worlds. They got a great game, but based on how that game went, I think PSG should be really worried right now.
But I'm actually wondering, what do we expect now? What do you have? You have flip-flops. Can we show Rasmus?
Yeah,
wait, these are your flip-flops.
It was easy for PSG coming into today. I'm flip-flopping. I think Vivo K-Stars are going to be able to take it. Like, why not, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm with you. I believe in momentum. Right now, the momentum, I put it on VKS side.
You know, it's really cool that you're supporting the LTA team now. I would have thought you'd have come in supporting the LTA team. You know, Law came into the first series supporting the LEC team.
Yeah. You never doubted them, Raz.
You understand the tactic. Look, Laura understands the tactic. You don't get too excited for KT. I'm not getting too excited for Vivo Cade Stars.
You didn't get too excited for any of your teams.
Hey, calm down, all right? I'm a realist here.
PSG is going to be playing on blue side here, so staying on the same side, actually. So they believe in the preparation that they had. Any priority that we want to see from them here?
Good question. I think the mentality that they have, it's so hard to get a priority gauge on this team because they're a team that wants to be able to counter pick on mid for Maple. Like the Swain pick they showed earlier on in the week was great. the Nefiri pick too. So I'm really curious as to what it's going to be. Orianna is just like the most powerful mage in the tournament. Orianna and Azir. So like I'm probably going to expect them to do that and try and play a slower and patient game.
All right, a lot of control, a lot of lane priority maybe on the side of PSG, but it doesn't matter for now because it is VKS coming in strong in this elimination series. Brazil is here at Worlds. Let's see if they can make it happen right after this.
Brazil!
Brazil!
We can win. I have combo.
He's low. Kong is on
One
HP.
mirror, one combo.
2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
Okay. Look our combo. Okay, Lolo.
Okay. I don't have kill.
Lolo. Kill.
Come.
Yeah, kill.
No flash, right?
Yo, kill this.
Good job,
Okay.
I can look.
Yeah, Lolo.
Oh.
Okay, now.
Okay, keep it.
Okay. No way. Okay. Let's play here.
Guys, look hard.
Okay, you want me to go. Very good. 5 combo.
Look Kong behind.
Yeah, no. Lolo, kill it. Nice!
VKS will annihilate PSG in game number 1.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked it will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners. Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
25 and our second elimination best of 3. Game number 1 was staunchly in the favor of Brazil's VKS as they defeated PSG from the LCP 26-3 in absolute domination, largely off the back of Trimby's Alistar engages and Miru's Talia follow-up.
It happened so fast, Flowers. It felt like the game was like kind of even, and then next thing you knew, it was 1 team fight, 2 team fight, 3 team fights. The game is completely blowing open. And as you say, it was that combo between the Alistar and the Talia that worked so well. But even Trimby from the get-go in lane on the Alistar, putting the herd onto PSG Talon.
It was Trimby's Alistar that got them first blood down there in the 2v2. And then it was Trimby's Alistar in that mid-game, early mid-game, I should say, River team fight that looked like it was going the way of PSG, who turned it around and enabled Miru to clean everybody up. But now we're back into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, here for game number 2 in the series. And we'll see if PSG can bounce back, because again, they're targeting these mid-lane assassin picks from Miru, the LeBlanc, the Akali. Those are out of the picture, alongside the just general OP Nico. That one's going to be kept off the table as well. Azir and Orianna also banned out by VKS. So 4 out of 5 bans so far targeting mid lane.
Yunara is still left open, so I'm curious if we end up seeing the ban. There it is.
There it is.
So what do we first pick here as PSG Talon? Like, Rise already taken off the board because it was played in the last game. A lot of those mid lane picks already taken away as well. So is it just going back towards something like the Vi or one of these junglers?
Well, let's see what we get, because also 2 of the biggest junglers taken out in that previous game as well, right? Like Wukong and Xin Zhao now no longer available because of Fearless. So PSG, you got to get some value out of this. That's another one of those picks that is very often banned in mid lane. The Aurora locked in for Maple and PSG.
Yeah, she's very strong, does well into a lot of matchups, and also then having that assassination potential and dive potential really does open up the game. We'll have to see what VKS want to try and answer with, because I still think going for some sort of jungle lock-in here and maybe going for your support could work out relatively well, but we'll have to see what they want to go for. Like, Kiana has been a pick that has been relatively strong, but we haven't already seen Desamas bringing that one to the table. It looks like it will just be the Annie in response. Is it going to be the Jarvan, and we just go for bare bones basics here for VKS?
Okay, VKS, they're just going to lock the Annie. It doesn't get much simpler than a mid-lane Annie. Pretty good stuff for engage. We know what this champion is going to do. Tibbers for tempo in lane very often. So that's going to be Miru's play this time around. What else do we want to go for here for the side of VKS? Whoa, that could be spicy. Nope.
Okay.
Nope, we're going to get... I was like, now, hold on a second. I still do really like the Pantheon.
Yes, I think the Pantheon is a great addition here. Good setup in your mid-jungle, the ability to play for side lanes are fantastic, and just decent team fights. So I think this is a much stronger pick. And PSG Talon, again, I'm not really sure. Because we haven't seen a huge amount of these deeper picks in the draft, what exactly you want to go for. Rumble, still going to be nice, but it does mean that for Maple, more than likely going towards this Jarvan, for Karsa, going towards the Jarvan, because it is strong in enabling both of the Aurora and the Rumble. But I think you just take the Jarvan. I'd be worried about the Jarvan getting banned away in this next rotation.
I'm still a bit of a Jarvan hater. I still think that the champion has not had a great showing at Worlds thus far. Last game, remember that I said Ambessa was the 2nd most played champion for Aja throughout summer. Rumble is the only one that he has more picks on. So again, it's comfort for the top laner of PSG. Varus locked in for Betty alongside the Corki. This is his most played in summer. So it's more comfort, more of what PSG is used to.
And more of that backline access, because I believe essentially what PSG Talon want to do is poke Varus into Rumble ultimates, into Aurora damage, and just cause a ruckus in the backline. Whereas VKS feels a little bit like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going for this very strong tank top, front to back, similar style to what we had in the last game. If I'm PSG Talon, I am target banning Trimby. I want the Rel gone, I want the Nautilus gone, I want nothing that can enable Trimby to continue the performance he had in game number 1.
Yeah, I think Trimby's Alistar performance in that first game was one of the best Alistars we've seen at Worlds so far, right? Like, he was constantly setting up plays, constantly hitting multi-man pulverizes that were then followed up by multi-man seismic shoves, and it was really just a beauty to watch, unless, of course, you're PSG or a PSG fan, in which case it was terrifying, and we will go ahead and see some jungle focus here from VKS, who have already locked their own jungler, so they're going to target the pool of PSG a little bit further that Kiana removed.
I think it'll be Kiana and Jarvan, and then it's, or maybe Kiana and Vi. Okay. But either way, you're still very limited on the pool that you have available. And if I'm Vi into Ornn, Annie, Pantheon, I'm not exactly, you know, smiling as I go into that one.
You're not having a great time.
Yeah, so I think it might be a Jarvan ban, try and force Kai'Sa to go towards, or sorry, Karsa to go towards the Vi. Because you can't really go for a Wukong. You're so AP heavy already.
It's also
fearless. Or sorry, the Maokai, because you're already so AP heavy. So I like not having, I was going to say that Wukong available really hamstrings you in this sort of draft for PSG Talon.
All right, last ban of the draft on the VKS side, Braum instead. Okay, so they do not want the defensive capabilities of the Braum for Woody. Bard also banned out here by PSG, so both sides missing their supports, both sides paying a little bit of respect towards the role. We'll see if PSG want to levy another ban towards that role. But like you said, Vi and Jarvan both still open. Vi, of course, not super happy about diving into the current VKS team. Jarvan has had a terrible track record so far at this event, so I can understand just being less afraid of him because of that. And there you go. It's another potential support banned away in the Poppy.
Yeah, I think now you probably take the Nautilus here for Trimby. You can round out your composition with the Kai'Sa. Struggles a little against the Varus in lane, but will be fine as you start to rotate around the map. And then if I'm PSG Talon, there is a chance maybe you try and go for something funky, like you take the Nefiri that we saw Karsa pilot already, but it means that you're heavily reliant on Woody having a strong support to be that engage tool.
Right.
I mean, you don't really have the rest of the fundamental pieces like a strong tank top laner. It does get pretty tough.
Well, we've got the big rel engage there for Trimby. The amount of engage right now on VKS is simply insane. You've got Rel Magnet Storm, you've got Ornn Call of the Forge God, you've got Tibbers from Annie, and then you've got Pantheon to jump in over the top of whoever starts it off with the Grand Starfall.
Yeah, you basically just point and say, screw everyone and everything in this area in particular when this fight starts off, which I think is going to be a rough all time for PSG Talon again, because you're heavily reliant on this Leona. It could be to be that real soul tank for you, unless you want to go for like Sejuani or something for Karsa, but even then that doesn't really fit with the composition you're trying to go for. Yeah, it's going to be the Jarvan, but Jarvan's going to melt as he goes in here.
Well, we'll see if they decide to lock it. It is really just Woody's Leona so far for the engage. Okay, Jarvan locked in for Karsa. So you've got Leona and Jarvan for your engage. Varus can obviously go for picks as well with Chains of Corruption, and then Aurora and Rumble to try to follow up here.
Okay, it's going to be the Ezreal at the end of the day. I thought they might still go for that Kai'Sa. Again, you kind of have the ability to keep yourself safe with the Killer Instinct on some of the engage tools from PSG Talon, but the Ezreal works just as well. Very strong when you hit that mid-game, able to answer for some of the damage that's coming through from PSG Talon, but crucially can keep himself safe from both the Aurora and that Jarvan.
Exactly. Ezreal has always been known for over a decade now in League of Legends of being able to just shift out of Jarvan's ulti. Well, he can also shift out of Magic Bunny Jarvan's ulti. It's very easy to get away from the circles of doom when Flash is on your E. So Morteus just trying to make sure that he stays safe. And when you have all of this mega engage with Trimby or Boal or Miru going in to start off with these AoEs, it's very easy for Ezreal to just see it and just shoot True Shot Barrage over the top. And again, you've got just another layer of that big damage coming in for burst.
This is still a difficult one for PSG Talon. Like, I prefer what VKS are bringing to the table. And again, if VKS get on a roll, they are going to just absolutely steam through what the LCP is bringing to the table here. And for PSG Talon, they have shown strong early games. They have shown they can get leads against some of the best teams at Worlds 2025. Now they just have to see if they can do it against the Brazilian representatives.
Yeah, I said last game that when we watched PSG versus Hanwha, versus Genji, versus the top 2 seeds from the LCK, they achieved the feat of warfare in both games. They were first to 3 kills, even if they were not winning overall in those early games. Last game, it was VKS getting the feat of warfare. It was the Brazilian squad that was more active in the kills, and I want to see PSG have some of that same bloodthirst that we saw from them against the LCK squads. Game number 1, we had 1 kill on the board 10 minutes into the game. I'm expecting more action here in number 2. Nice hit there, piercing arrow from Betty at level 1. Speaking of Betty, on Varus, for his career, he is 70 wins, 38 losses. This is his most played champion by 35 games.
That's pretty damn impressive. I mean, not only the fact is it how many games that he's played, it's that win rate, very, very strong. And he's opting in towards that poke Varus that we were talking about here, so he'll be very strong at holding on towards that mid push, enabling Aja and Maple when it comes towards sides, but also if someone drops low, the poke that can come through from Aja and Betty, the combo that you have on some of these isolated targets with the upfront burst PSG talent have, Betty can try and snipe off a few of those members.
And worth noting as well, specifically because they're both full engage, full send, engage tank supports, Summoner Spellbook on both Woody and Trimby. There's no aftershocks for bonus durability or anything like that. So again, kind of what you're talking about, where you said it specifically for VKS, if they get ahead, PSG is going to have a real hard time. Whichever side falls behind, that support engage is a one-way ticket.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what supports have figured out, is actually a bit of an invade here, so Thomas gonna need to be a little careful.
Yep, there comes Karsa, does steal away the large Krug. Samus fighting back here a little bit, but a nice steal from Karsa to interrupt Desamus is clear, and now he's waiting for Desamus to just check this brush again. I love this from Karsa. Another EQ combo. Desamus down to 200 HP. He's going to take the blast cone. Karsa making sure he doesn't step so close that he gets knocked the other direction. But now Desamus has been forced out of his own jungle. But Boal has got the wave shoved up. He's going to come in after Karsa. Karsa already used EQ. Karsa's in danger. He's down to 200 HP. Even if he tries to flash, Miru is waiting. Karsa initially with the big brain for the invade, but greed is a deadly sin, Dagda, and he pays with his life.
Big brain, but no brawn to back him up. It's Boal who ends up teetering over and putting that scales in favor of VKS. Aja now trying to make him hurt for leaving the lane, and we'll actually get a good amount of damage onto the Ornn.
I mean, that Ornn is still plenty happy being the one who received the kill. He got the wave shoved up early, so he felt comfortable walking away and roaming. Now Karsa back out onto the map. Again, he's going to invade Desamus once more. He will not be dissuaded from this. Looks like he sees the blue buff. He's going to check the brush. Desamus knows that Karsa's looking for him. He's going to drag this Gromp all the way over here, so if nothing else, he can at least complete his Gromp task. Karsa still thinking about this. Woody stepping forward, making sure that he can use his sweeper. But now Desamus has level 3 on his Pantheon. He's going to step forward. Woody nearby, though, means it's so hard for Desamus to try to do anything. He wanted to throw the spear, see if maybe he can find something else. Desamus needs to try to get away. He throws up the shield. Desamus is down. Karsa takes the kill, makes this game a 1-1.
VKS knew that this was happening. Miru had started to roam over, but he actually goes back to the mid lane, which enables PSG Talon to outperform VKS in that bottom side jungle.
Karsa is playing so aggressively in the jungle in this early game, invading, interrupting the Krug clear, and now Miru in a little bit of danger. It's a flash Zenith Blade from Woody, dodged by the response flash from Miru, but now the immobile Annie no longer has the defensive summoner spell.
The question mark is what Karsa wants to do, because he knows that this Pantheon's going to immediately move towards the Scuttle Crab. Miru should be able to step away.
Okay, Miru, 200 HP, making a little bit more distance on this one. Did not have a stun ready and charged. Desamus continuing to retreat back in his own jungle, because guess who's back, Dagda? It's Karsa again.
And it's a great call from Karsa on the path. He knows that the only thing on the map that Desamus can do is that top side scuttle. So immediately forgets about his bottom side, moves up towards this top, defends the scuttle, now can start his clear back down towards this bottom side, and has really set Desamus behind.
Desamus on this Pantheon, down the largest gold deficit individually in the game, 369 gold behind his opponent, and Karsa going to make that distance even more as he clears out his own blue buff, clears out his own Gromp. He's got plenty of camps ready to farm, as now Maple has to get away from Trimby, who has made his rotation over towards mid, and it's a couple hundred gold lead for PSG, largely off of Karsa's antics.
Yeah, and it's a great start for him. Again, like the experience will eventually even up because of the catch-up XP, but the gold and the and everything else is such a big momentum push for PSG Talon. The flash not on Pantheon makes a lot of these early plays difficult, and if Carson now can kind of play off these spot side pressure, he can maybe look to contest the push as Trimby and Morteus bounce this wave back.
Aja cooking up the wave here, getting this one shoved out. Does have equalizer ready, but while TP's in and immediately just ready to try to keep this wave frozen, make sure that he can farm up whatever he needs to. Does have Spectre's Cowl already purchased for, you know, heading towards the Kanik Rooker that you would have to expect every tank builds into Rumble early on to make these trades a little bit more bearable, because right now you can see Aja wins these pretty hard. Desamas has to be so careful when he walks around these brushes in this game. Bawal going in though, looking for the solo kill into Aja, but a nice flash for the PSG top laner, getting himself away, making sure he does not get hit by the knockup on that. Bawal, I'm expecting him to go for the fast Ornn combo and try to double brittle proc, really make life miserable on this Rumble.
It doesn't quite end up hitting it, but it still delays Aja on the reset, which is honestly a bit of a win here for Bawal. He's got the, oh, hang on.
Yeah, Desamas in the mid lane. Tibbers has already been summoned. Maple's in some serious danger. He goes between worlds and he gets away. Maple, he flashes just to try to make sure he gets away from the Comet Spear. He would have lived anyway, but a bit of a panic there at the very end. Did not want to get caught out. The Dragon down to 400 HP, and now Trimby stepping in. Crash down, dodged by Betty there with a flash of his own. Morteus continues firing here with the Mystic shots. Trimby still looking to see if maybe he can get a little bit more lockup onto Woody, who wants to get away. Trimby with a shattering strike. Woody's about to die. Morteus takes the kill, and Desamas gets away. VKS get a kill, but PSG take the Drake.
It's a good start for PSG Talon, but VKS are coming alive. Bawal needs to escape, but can he?
Yeah, he's Alcove gaming right now. Aja trying to make sure he doesn't overheat all the way. This is looking a little bit silly, but Aja is winning. He overheats, steps back into the alcove. Bawal again, just trying to create some distance. This is Ornn gaming right now as Aja continues trying to burn him down, but Bawal just taunts him with the emote. Bawal gets away.
The most intense game of Peekaboo might not be over yet though, as we get the TP from Trimby. They're looking for Aja. He has no flash.
He has no flash, but there's not a lot of damage between Rel and Ornn. We'll see if there is enough. There's the Bellows Breath, but no. Aja sidesteps the knockup and stays alive.
Aja breathing hard after that one. That was a workout and a half to try and stay alive and also get the kill, but can't quite do it. But PSG, they're on Desamas again. Good flash.
Yeah, Karsa jumping in there for the Cataclysm. Desamas immediately responds, flashing away. PSG full sending again. Desamas is their target this game. Game number 2 is all about Karsa playing aggressively and the rest of the team ready to back him up. Maple so thankful to have got out of that gank in mid lane earlier as well, but he does not have his ulti. He does not have his flash. The Aurora is very vulnerable. Aja has now teleported back out onto the map after his recall to join up with the rest of the team. The Grubs are alive, and that's going to be PSG's goal.
Yeah, I think at this stage, VKS are kind of shown they're happy to be patient. They don't want to try and overextend and contest PSG as they move in towards these objectives, even though they have... Oh, hang on. Do they want to try? No, Trimby just going to kick them to the curb. Yeah. But it's just, yeah, even when you don't have, like, Maple's ultimate was up quite at the right time, but also because Desamas is that level down, thanks to how aggressive PSG Talon have been in his jungle, it does make them a little bit more scared.
Well, now Desamas does have the Grand Starfall, and this is kind of the great equalizer if you fall behind early.
No, that's Rumble.
Yeah, okay, my bad. My bad, buddy. Well, we've got the great leveler outer of game state for Pantheon here, since he can try to use this to set up a play, get a numbers advantage when you wouldn't think you'd have one, and try to get some sort of edge. As now the engage comes out from Trimby, Desamas and Miru ready to follow it up. Maple staying alive for now. Morteus needs a little bit of damage. He trades 1-for-1 with Maple. Trimby's gonna get cooked up by Aja. Feet of Warfare claimed by VKS, but Trimby's about to die. Aja needs a little bit more damage, and he finds it. Now Miru's the one under pressure. Ornhorn summoned up by Bawal. Aja in the back part of the pit, and he's gonna drop now too. VKS. They deny 3 Grubs. They end up having a bloodbath 2-for-2 in the fight.
It is a messy fight in the pit, but the problem for VKS is that Betty wasn't here. It's everyone invested on VKS's side, and Betty gets to have some alone time on the bot side. Maple, thanks to the electrocute, finishes off Morteus, and that takes so much of the wind out of the sails of VKS in this fight. Miru cannot be a consistent DPS. Disalmas has been set so far behind, and Aja is getting a ton of work done, doesn't quite finish off Miru. But the fact that VKS had to pull everybody to the fight leaves Betty on the bottom side.
Betty's going to benefit from that one a little bit, but an even fight there for VKS brings our gold back to a standstill. Feat of Warfare claimed for VKS, feels really good for them, and very important as well since PSG now have 2 out of 3 of the neutral objectives towards the Feat of Monster Slaying, excuse me. So that means that it's probably going to come down to the first turret.
But also look at where that gold is positioned right now, because Morteus has a very nice advantage over the Ezreal, which is pretty big, and Aja having that advantage and Karsa is going to be a little bit more of a difficult situation to overcome, because they can try and find access to the backline. That dive and that excess damage can be so important to how team fights can pan out for PSG talent. So if Morteus can stay alive, especially as he completes this Trinity Force, maybe there's a chance for VKS. But if Aja and Karsa get to have their way, that's a terrifying time for VKS.
Absolutely, my friend. Sundered Sky completed for Karsa on this Jarvan. Nobody else across the map has their first item fully done, so Karsa's in a great spot to be able to lead the charge and continue playing aggressively. Trimby with a crash down, buffers through the Zenith Blade, now defensive Magnet Storm having to flash away, but he's trapped inside the Cataclysm. Trimby's down, nice pick. PSG.
Right before the dragon spawns as well, PSG get exactly what they want, and this was more what people were expecting coming into this series. Karsa dictating the pace of the early game, getting into the face of Disalmas, and PSG being able to fall back towards strong team fighting and pick-orientated plays.
Okay, Disalmas is hanging around nearby, so is Morteus. Miru also around the area. Here comes Boal. It's the Ornhorn. Karsa's in a little bit of danger, and so is Woody. Now Miru's found Maple off to the side. The Drake is stolen away by Disalmas. Boal's in the pit with everybody. Betty's going to be the target, but over the wall goes Boal, and now Woody's ready to follow. Boal is next to die. Betty low, but safe for now. Aja's cooking everybody, and Morteus is down. PSG find exactly what they wanted, and VKS find themselves staring down the barrel of a 2,000 gold deficit.
PSG are bloody and bruised, but they are walking, and that's all they need to do actually is, hang on, Disalmas.
Disalmas jumps in, but that Grand Starfall is not where he wanted to place it. He's about to die to Leandries, just barely survives, 24 HP.
That was a brave move from Disalmas, and VKS crumble at the dragon. They steal the dragon away, but after all the burst is used again, it's the lack of consistent DPS which ends up hurting them. Maple gets close to being one-shot by Miro on this bottom side, but crucially doesn't. Betty close to going down in the pit, but once again doesn't, because Aja is doing a ton of work on this top side at keeping Morteus out of the fight, keeping Disalmas out of the fight, and it means that PSG can focus on the 2 other members that have overextended into the back of the pit, and they can finish them off.
And the 2 flashes right there at the very start from Karsa, from Betty, to not die to the Ornhorn were huge. Now Karsa invading yet again. Redemption keeping him alive. Trimby and Disalmas have Morteus coming in to help him. But remember, PSG have a 2,500 gold lead. They're just working with a lot more firepower, and they can't get any kills back.
Karsa barely got over with the flag and drag before Trimby had the knockback and managed to get positioned into the Baron pit, which meant that he was able to survive. That was very close to VKS finding a pick back, but this game is explosive, Flowers.
This is the PSG that fans wanted to see. They are bloodthirsty, they are aggressive, they are constantly putting the pressure on their opponents and making their opponents play their game. Karsa being in Disalmas' jungle from level 2 has seemed to rattle VKS and cause them to constantly have to react instead of be proactive.
And again, it's the fact that you have so much gold on Karsa now, so much gold on Aja. This 1-2 combo has been crucial in so many of the fights thus far. But if VKS can find a way to get some control back on the game, limit that pressure, maybe there's a chance. But it doesn't look like PSG are going to let up anytime soon.
That Varus from Betty is definitely looking pretty solid right now. 1-0 and 3 has his Ghost Blade, stacking up the tier, working towards the Muramana. That's going to be another big issue. Obviously, Boal's not going to care a ton once he gets more items, but even right now, he's only magic resistance. Everybody on the side of VKS is highly vulnerable to these piercing arrows, and if you can get some good poke from Betty on this champion that he has so many games on before these fights, it's impossible for VKS to play it out.
Yeah, Trimby poking his nose in here towards the Rift Herald, but I don't think you really get to do what you want here. More just window shopping at what he wishes he could have as the rest of VKS start to move down towards his bottom side. Aja reading that well, moving up towards the mid, making sure that he's not going to get dove anytime soon.
Yeah, Trimby's not got a whole lot that he can really say about that Rift Herald take, so he'll just back away from it. And PSG will find themselves another objective. And it did end up coming down to what I thought. We've got the Feat of Warfare for the side of VKS, the Feat of Monster Slaying for the side of PSG. So the Enchanted Boots is going to come down to who gets turret number 1, and we'll see what that looks like. I'm honestly really ready to bet for PSG because they've got the Herald.
Yeah, that's generally where the thought process would lie. Is they want to pick Maple, though.
Yeah, they're going in after him. He wants to go between worlds, but immediately the crash down with the shield is ready to lock him up. He's surviving for a very long time, but the Comet Spear finds his back, and VKS are going to get their man.
Trimby barely clipped him there with that Shattering Strike and actually got the stun. I'm shocked it went through, but it now opens up as Miru. So let's be careful, though. Karsa does a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Karsa's going to step forward. He'll just clear out the wave, make sure the turret doesn't take any excessive damage. Karsa, of course, having the Herald Eye himself, will be able to do plenty of work on a turret if he gets the opportunity. You can see the mid lane, bottom lane, and top lane turrets, though, on VKS are all in pretty good shape.
PSG do need to be careful of these pick plays. This is what VKS are known for, overloading the side lane and finding moments to catch you off guard, and especially with a Pantheon. If VKS can continue to find these picks, that's how they can slow down the pace of this game, give themselves time, opportunity, and space on the map to try and fight back at these objectives.
Karsa picking up his next red buff here as PSG are ready, I would think, for the next objective fight, which is that Cloud Drake spawning right now. They still have an almost 2,000 gold lead. They should still feel very confident about taking this next fight. Leandri's completed on both Maple and Aja. Again, you've still got the Ghost Blade on Betty for the extra movement speed to either catch somebody with Chains of Corruption or sidestep some of these big AoE ultimates that are going to be flying out from the VKS side.
Looks like VKS aren't interested, though. Dragon started by Jarvan, as Karsa feels confident with the position he has on the map. VKS now trying to position themselves, but you don't have Miru here, and you've got your Ornn on the wrong side of the fight.
Yep. Miru does have his teleport to be able to join, but it looks like he's going to walk it down the long way instead. PSG are going to pull off of the objective. They can see Miru roaming, and they do not want to be caught off guard. Aja does have his teleport to join up if necessary, but there's a big difference between having all 5 there at the start and needing one guy to channel for a few seconds before he can join. You can see here with your ultimate indicators on the screen, there's still a little bit of time left before Grand Starfall is ready here too. Dasama's going to take the opportunity, go back, complete another purchase. Again, Unleash teleports available on all 4 of our solo laners, and critically, Woody has now swapped over to Unleash teleport as well. We'll see if the Leona can find any creative angles, but no, he's just going to use it to get back out on the map faster and allow Karsa to restart the objective, which he restarts on a ward.
They needed to match the reset from Trimby, who'd gone back for the wards, but topside plays.
Oh yeah, they're just going to make the move onto Aja instead. They even sent the True Shot Barrage over the top. They wanted to make sure he was dead.
Great equalizer from Aja, though, because it may have prevented that top lane turret from going down. Betty.
Okay, Betty under pressure, but he's still fine for now. Trimby only slowed by the Solar Flare. Heals back up with the Redemption. They are trying to protect that tower, like you say, the equalizer with his dying breath to make it so VKS can't immediately force down the turret. But now, Trimby needs to disengage back here in the mid lane. Karsa walking through. Morteus continuing to apply the pressure as Miru puts the damage into the tier 1 turret up there in the top lane. And VKS, despite the advantage of PSG in the game so far, they will trade the second Drake for PSG for the first turret of the game, and that earns VKS the shoes.
Honestly, I'll take that as VKS. You can still look to contest the Dragons later, and these side lane picks with this Pantheon are starting to turn the tides a bit. That 1.5k gold lead that Karsa had over Desamas starting to fall apart. And even when you look towards Aja, he's not having that same sort of control that he has, especially when he's the focus point of these picks from VKS.
And this kind of goes back to that earlier fight, the Dragon fight that was so tragic for VKS, but PSG ended up losing the Drake instead. That fight actually ends up making this trade possible, because you don't want to give away Soul Point for free, because now you're in a really bad situation for the rest of the game. But a TP's coming in. PSG could be in a little bit of danger here, at least Woody could, as Boal jumps in, slams his head straight into the wall, slams Woody straight into the grave. VKS picking up a kill.
I think it's Adakan that VKS are interested in. They'll trade the top tower for it potentially, but what can PSG do to try and mount a comeback here? Aja could teleport down. VKS, there's question mark pings as exactly what they want to do.
Okay, Miru clears the wave. They clear out some of the wards nearby. VKS, they're going to send it for the Otacon. Woody is going to respawn here in about 3 seconds. VKS DPSing this objective as the Herald is summoned up here in the mid lane. The charge will not kill the turret on its own, but the auto attacks to follow up will. PSG on the approach. Woody does not have a teleport to try to join up here. Aj is going to be your target. They want to full send it. They kill him before the redemption comes in. VKS take out the enemy top laner. They got a 5v3 for now, but remember that Woody is on the way. 5v4 yet again. The 4 are just different this time. Otacon resetting, VKS backing away.
You got the TP coming through from Aja, and Maple's ultimate didn't really hit the key targets that it would like to. Resets coming through now for the Annie. Do we just send a take 2? But it looks like we might be backing away for VKS.
Yeah, VKS health bars are pretty injured. You can see everybody on the team there down to about 60% HP. VKS also committing the Tibbers, the Call of the Forge God, the True Shot Barrage. A lot of tools used to guarantee the kill onto Aja means they aren't ready for another team fight at Otacon.
It does mean, though, TP down on Aja, and they actually just had Boal in position to try and go for this. So it means that they can actually get a Summer Spell advantage, they get the kill advantage, and now they can start to push out these waves and still create points of threat on the map. VKS are doing a fantastic job of finding these quick plays to hold themselves in this game and slowly claw it back.
Desamas is now 3-1-4. Karsa is 3-1-4. For all of the pressure that Karsa was able to apply early, Desamas, like I said earlier, the great leveler outer, the Grand
It just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it's just such a catchy name. Makes it so he can be a part of these plays and get back into the game. But for PSG, you've still got a slight advantage, and the big advantages are on Karsa and on Aja. It's this Jarvan with 2 fully completed items, this Rumble with 2 fully completed items that are your big left and right punch, and those are the 2 that really have to sync up for PSG to get a win in a team fight.
But they're not getting a chance is the main problem. Like every single time it's VKS starting the fight to find a pick, and then they run like all hell away. Make sure you can't do anything about it. Like, point in case.
There it is, another grand starfall with Boal tanking the turret. Aja's gonna be in some danger, and Desamas kills him before I finish my sentence. Boal on this Ornn is so tanky, he showers in turret shots. He's got time to wash under his arms, and he's feeling great.
And there's just 0 that you can do as PSG Talon. VKS are using this Pantheon so incredibly well. And again, like, how do you make this combo work with the Jarvan and Rumble if Rumble's dead every time?
It's pretty tough. Last time I checked, the abilities do not cast when one is dead in League of Legends, unless you're playing
I think you got that right, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got,
check the wiki, though.
We got some problems here for the PSG side as the tier 1 turret is down in the bottom lane. It's always a big difference when you're fighting for Otacon if one side has their tier 1 in the nearby lane and the other side does not, and that's the case that VKS has right now. However, Aja is back on the map. He's coming back out here, and this Otacon is not dying particularly fast.
Trimby snuck his way into the bush, though. This could be a massive engage from the VKS support. PSG, they want to try and contest.
They're going to step forward. Benny's your target. Crashdown only finds Woody. They want to full send it. Woody's not dead here just yet, but they're going to find a lot of damage onto Maple. Karsa into the back line. Miru's already down. It's a massive play coming up from PSG. They found 2. VKS overplay their hand. And it's PSG with a huge punish, and they're set up to maybe take the Otacon now. The redemption's gonna top off the health bars. PSG are right back in it.
Finally, PSG find the team fight that they needed, but still VKS, they aren't done yet. They're gonna try and turn onto Aja.
Okay, Aja takes a big chunk of damage, but really, it's not enough. Boal, Morteus, and Desamas trying to do everything they can to fight for this Otacon. Trimby's engaged. botched ends up being the big change in this game. For all that we praised him in the previous game, the Thornbound Otacon has found its way into PSG's pockets, and the Rel pincer attack, the blunder, going too early after Betty. PSG see their moment, they punish, and they're right back in the driver's seat.
Trimby had the unsealed spellbook smite and was hoping beyond hope that he might be able to get that steal alongside Boal, dealing every bit of damage he could to the Otacon. But it's PSG who once more take control of this game.
Beautifully turned around by PSG. Take another look here.
It's a great flash from Betty. Immediately gets away from the problem, which was Trimby. And here, Karsa sends it into the back line, locks up DeSamus and Trimby with Aja there to boost. And there's just nothing VKS can do. There is so much damage between this topside duo on PSG Talon.
PSG are so glad.
Look, Pantheon. Try to kill Javan. Kill Javan. I have smite. Kill Javan.
PSG are so glad that that was the way that team fight went, and you could see the frustration on Trimby's face after everything happened in that fight. Now VKS looking for another one. They're going to go in on Karsa. They take him low, but it won't take him down. True shot barrage over the top. Karsa still alive. Aja still alive. Trimby down first. Now it's turning around yet again. Miru flashing away, looking to escape from Betty, as Maple's now going to be your next target, and he is gone. DeSamus in the back line, staying alive for now, but Karsa barely hangs on too. It's two dead on the side of VKS, but VKS still chasing PSG. They come out on top, +1.
I saw the potential for that arcane shift and thought Morteus might have had it, but PSG Talon once again is so close in these fights, but it's VKS who keep falling. It's a nice pick onto Karsa, but the ult from the Leona separates the damage out, and watch that as Maple jumps onto Miru. You've got Betty who comes onto Miru as well with the ultimate from the Varus and makes this fight impossible for them to play. Morteus has to be the sole DPS in this fight. But PSG are just rotating members in and out on blinking health bars and make it so difficult for them to follow through.
These fights are getting crazy, Dagda. It's 14-10. It's sole point, though, for PSG with a 4,000 gold lead. Woody, honestly, not too afraid of this. Comet Spear's coming in, though. Betty and Karsa right next to their support. TP about to arrive for VKS. Battle lines are drawn, but it's Maple off to the side here on the Aurora.
It's so difficult. VKS, they're still trying to make the same play, still trying to look for these picks, but PSG have become aware of exactly what that game plan is. They're just not letting them find that access. It's still an incredibly close game. Like, one big combo from VKS could turn this around, but PSG Talon are fighting so well in these engagements.
What a crazy game, man. I'm having a lot of fun here with this game number 2, and PSG are in a really good spot. 4,000 gold lead, sole point already, 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns. Taking stock of all our summoner spells, it's also PSG with the teleport advantage for now. 2 minutes, however, is enough time. I believe at least Boals is going to be up in time for that dragon, but we could have potential something here in the mid lane. Honestly, this Edge of Night doing a lot of work for Betty as well to make sure that he's not a primary target for the VKS squad.
Yeah, all the VKS are trying to do is quickly play off of 2 lanes. You see them push 1 lane, and then either Miru or Boal, whoever cleared out that side lane, is just drifting across the mid, hoping they can find a pick. Maple gonna interrupt Trimby there, but it's just PSG trying to find that space and find that vision to spot VKS on these roams towards mid.
Advantages in individual players for every role except support on the PSG side, the largest 2 of which are the 2 largest gold leads that have existed this entire game, which is Aja on the Rumble, which is Karsa on the Jarvan. And as long as these 2 can get their fight, they're going to be looking pretty good. Very important to notice as well, Seeker's Arm Guard, currently built, currently unbroken for Aja. This is a massive tool considering he has been the primary target for VKS the entire game.
There's your ult, just to check the Baron. That side of the map looking very, very dark for VKS, and Boal might be getting lights out here as well. As the engage comes through, Redemption tries to keep him alive.
Yep, they're just going to take down the Ornn. For as tanky as he was earlier, the damage between Aja and Karsa is so much. You've got Guardian Angel on Karsa now as well. With Bloodletter's Curse on Aja, it's so easy to burn through that magic resistance. Excuse me. The dive comes through. Disamas under pressure. Miru under more. Aja takes the kill. And PSG have taken both enemy solo laners off the table.
It's so well coordinated. Locked down Miru, who is flashless, to set up for Aja's ultimate, to put the pressure onto the Salmas, so he has to run away as well. And now Dragon about to spawn. It will be Soul for PSG Talon.
And when you look back at this game, you look at an early game advantage for PSG, and then you look at a mid game that was going all the way in VKS's favor up until the fateful Otacon fight. And that's really where everything just completely shattered for VKS's side. PSG winning that team fight, taking the Otacon, rising to a 3,000 gold lead. Now with the Dragon Soul in their possession, a Cloud Soul at that. Very scary stuff. And a 6,000 gold lead. VKS is going to need a PSG throw if they want to come back, because PSG is looking good.
And it's not a PSG that do it particularly often. Rabadon's Death Cap now completed for Maple as well. Going to be providing a ton of damage onto this backline, and it looks like they're done with playing around. They're going to TP in towards the Baron area and look to force one final fight against VKS.
All right, this is it. VKS probably has about one more chance here. Tibbers, I mean, it's dropped on Karsa and Woody, but what does that do? There's nobody else nearby, nobody in the neighborhood to follow up. Karsa full sends it. He knows he's got Guardian Angel. It doesn't matter if he dies. Miru and Morteus both just burning away. Betty dominating on that Varus as Boal goes in. Rams his head into nothing. Disamas and Morteus firing back here a little bit as Maple tries to put the pressure onto the Ezreal. He can't quite kill him here just yet. Morteus firing off the Mystic shots, but PSG have killed everybody else, and Baron will be their prize.
It's the missing shots from VKS as Maple fishes for one more. But it's PSG that have got that Baron. And you called it in the fight, Flowers. There was just not enough damage to come through onto Karsa. And Aja's ultimate was perfect in that fight.
The Guardian Angel does what Guardian Angel was designed to do. It gives Karsa the opportunity to jump in there full crazy, give himself as the initiation. Even if he dies, he still sets it up, and the team is ready to go.
You'd, at this position, think maybe, because you just saw Varus on midway for VKS, that you could take the fight, but Karsa sends himself in, the ultimate from Aja. It's a red carpet of disaster for VKS, a welcoming of calamity. As the engage follows through, Trimby tries his best, but there's just so much damage, so much burst potential on this PSG side, and VKS just can't hold strong.
Well played from PSG. Karsa getting maximum Guardian Angel value out of that one. Miru not able to contribute anything to the fight. And we talk about VKS, we talk about how important Miru is to this team, how much his personal play matters so much for how much they can win. And really, 1-4-8 on the Annie has not been nearly what he was in game number 1 on the Talia.
And it's kind of the reason that we've seen Annie fall apart, where if you just don't get these leads, it's just not working out for you. And unfortunately, with the way things have gone, VKS did find some picks to get back into the game, but it just hasn't been enough. And PSG Talon, with this Baron, starting to siege on towards the inhibitor turrets.
10,000 gold lead, Dragon Soul, Baron. This should be just about everything they need. It's one final attempt coming out from VKS. Betty's low, but low's not good enough because the counterattack from PSG arrives. It's Maple grabbing the first kill. Disamas trapped behind enemy lines. Miru's already down here too as Morteus tries to escape, but Maple's just throwing out twofold hexes. He's already got himself a double kill. PSG have cleared 4 of them off the rift, and they don't lose a single man.
And now with that minion wave starting to conga line its way in, PSG gonna try and push us now to 1-1.
It looks like we are going the full distance for both series here today, Dagda. PSG, not to be caught unaware, not to go down without a fight, will slam back here in game number 2. They will take out VKS and have one more shot to stay alive here at Worlds.
There's a reason Karsa is so revered within this region. He put on a masterclass in controlling this jungle.
And I think that has to be the story of the game. Karsa in the enemy jungle from level 1, level 2. Analyst desk, what do you think?
I think that, yeah.
Level 3, 4. Okay, no, yeah.
That level 1 was a bit weird from him, but it's the invades. He doesn't stop, and experience speaks for itself. Here for Karsa, he knows.
Legends as an old man, by the way.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, he's seen billions of situations like this. He knows exactly how to handle them, especially after that first one that backfired. He goes again.
Well, like, even just kind of running through it, because he goes, he gets the Krugs, he pushes Pantheon off. Yes, Boal comes in and makes it difficult for him. But this man, the moment you push him back off, you think he's not going to stop? He's going to keep going.
I feel like this was just such a bold play to go for, especially when you're already down in the series in an elimination situation. But Karsa has been so aggressive in challenging the enemy jungler and looking for invades so far in this competition.
And so it's crazy to be able to see this because this happened within the Nefiri game versus HLE2. Karsa is playing ultra aggressive. Yeah. He recognizes his own matchup. He gets his teammates to be able to recognize what he's trying to do so they can back him up for it. Sometimes the condition's going to be a little difficult, as you can tell, so he super pushes for it, then goes for Raptors, doesn't accept Boal to come through. So this is the one mistake. You're like, okay, damn, my bad. Like, man, I was being a little bit too greedy. But Boal it hurts his laning phase quite a bit, actually.
And he comes back. He does it again. And he actually doesn't stop. And I'm just wondering how much space is he creating for his teammates? Because obviously on the side of VKS, you see this. Your game plan changes.
I feel like it's just a balance of expectations. You know, Desamas didn't expect him when Desamas looped round for him to be there again. And then Karsa didn't expect Boal to come over. And then Desamas obviously didn't expect him just to invade again here. And just ends up catching him off guard because this time he has the support of his bot lane.
Yeah, and it's great to see that he's like, yeah, you know what? I knew you didn't finish your full clear. I'll be there for it. And he does it again later on, 8 minutes into the game to contest the red buff.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking going for Krugs again, but no, he's for sure there with his support. His full team gets the support so he can get this done.
How much do you think this impacted both the early game for his team, created space for his laner, but also impacted VKS's early game?
Well, Pantheon was definitely behind in terms of experience. That was for sure a problem that Desamas had to deal with.
I think so much as well with a champion like Pantheon, you can so easily like clear into gank into clear, and really set a fast pace to the game. But here, I feel like Desamas was like really shut out a good amount of being able to enact that early game plan, and so often the laners had to move to adjust to try and protect their jungler, and it really just allowed Karsa to run the Rift.
And by the way, that counter jungling rate that you see there, highest of the tournament throughout. This is just, yeah, specifically for the game, but Karsa throughout Worlds, the entirety of Worlds, he is #1 when it comes to counter jungling. He is so far at this event for how ancient this player is. Yeah. He's somebody that still is very confident in his knowledge of being able to push certain matchups.
And that's what I think is really beautiful with this player, and also this mix of player being reunited from the old Flash Wolf days into PSG coming here at Worlds today. The fact that they were able to reignite that synergy and still make it work.
It's insane. Like, of course, like him and Maple, don't even question them on their synergy. That's not even a question at that point. Betty as well, if they're involved in the plan, 1000%. It's a large part of why their team fights have been so good, especially this team fight around Dragon, that you're like, is it good for VKS? Is it good for PSG? At first it looks great, and then like PSG is able to turn it.
And Boal goes over the wall, and it gives like a route out. You know, you actually see Woody, Zenithablade over the wall to follow up, and then so much value because people just keep chasing over the wall. They get to turn it around, and it ends up backfiring here. I think VKS trying to chase down those low health members, really costing them.
You can see how close this game was. Like, for a good amount of time. Even with the slight advantage that you could see from PSG around 15 minutes into the game, like, it's not as if VKS is sleeping. They're still fighting back into this game. It's just a better game and team fight from PSG as a whole.
Absolutely. And it came from Desamas. Again, with the Pantheon, collapsing on side lanes, trying to make plays and keeping the pace in that game and trying to make things happen. It wasn't enough this time around, especially when you look at the experience that you have on the other side of the rift. We've talked about this old Flash Wolves reunion. It's 2025, but they're still clicking and working together.
Yeah, I don't know why I doubted them, Dan.
Oh, are you flip-flopping again?
I don't have another flip-flop.
You're flip-flopping again? Raz!
I have a second one.
VKS is from your region.
Yeah,
how many times? You know what? I feel like this is no loyalty from you. You've given up on them again.
I haven't yet.
I will give it to you one last time.
No, I'm sticking with him. I'm sticking with VKS.
Oh, we have a shred of commitment here.
Damn, you're ashamed
You know
of me.
what? That's character growth. I appreciate that, Raz. For once, you've stuck to your region's team.
Maybe
you know what?
Curse them. Who knows?
Question is,
actually, that's a worry, yeah.
Yeah.
100 Thieves were doing good until you believed in them.
Game 1, they had the perfect draft. VKS had all the champions that brought them success domestically.
Yeah.
Game 2, even if it wasn't ideal, they kept on fighting. They made it hard for PSG to grab this one. What do you think is going to happen for that third game here?
Oh, I keep
Do you think
saying-
they have it? Because, again, on one side you have the experience, but you have that fire on the side of VKS.
Yeah, I mean, the trend here is that Boal is willing to sacrifice a lot. He did it on the Sion game. He did it on the Ornn game. You know, the Ornn game it hurt him a lot, I think, within the early laning phase. So, I still keep saying the control mages are incredibly strong. I want to see him back on the Orianna. I think Miru's control mages are exceptional and try and scale out a little bit more.
For me, I think it's just very much about tracking costs and making sure you can't do something like this against the Samus. Samus is so much of the early game plan. If you get shut out the game, I think they're really going to struggle.
And they're going to try this one on the blue side one last time for all the marbles. Is it going to be PSG or VKS taking this third game? We'll find out right after this.
So around the area, here comes Boal. It's the Ornn Horn. Cars is in a little bit of danger, and so is Woody. Now Miru's found Maple off to the side. The Drake is stolen away by Desamas. Boal's in the pit with everybody. Betty's going to be the target, but over the wall goes Boal, and now Woody's ready to follow. Boal is next to die. Betty, low, but safe for now. Aj is cooking everybody, and Morteos is down. PSG find exactly what they wanted.
turn if my blood is poison. Where it hurts, I don't feel the same. Painting pictures of a broken vibe. Where a part of you had stayed alive. All I do is run, run, run. All I do is run, 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 run. Further from what I know. All I do is run, run, run. I can feel every cold sensation. Take shape with your warm embrace. Lift me up and I keep falling down. Hide the truth as if it's not around.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025. It is time for the final game of this second elimination best of 3 between PSG and VKS. Game number 1 saw VKS absolutely dominating their opponents, 26-3, 27 minutes into the game, absolute victory. Game number 2, it was Karsa in the enemy jungle from level 2, terrorizing Desamas, building a lead for the side of PSG. Now PSG, they did lose that lead a little bit in the mid game, but ultimately it was the Otacon fight where VKS didn't find the engage they wanted. PSG took the fight and then ran away with the game from there. Now, only one game remains to determine who gets to keep competing at Worlds 2025 and whose journey for the year ends here.
It is heartbreaking for either of these squads. They put on a show in the respective wins, but now one game separates you from that flight home. And as you say, Karsa put on some absolute heroics in that last series, or sorry, in that last game. We'll have to see if he can control the game like he did once more, or whether, honestly, that VKS aggression, that ability to find picks on sides, can take them over that finish line.
If that's how Jarvan is supposed to be played, I can understand why he keeps getting locked in these games, because Karsa was an absolute menace in that second game. But now we are on to game 3, and this is where we start to feel a little bit of the pinch from Fearless. Typically it is the games 4 and 5 that really have those pools constricted, but even in game 3 you can start to feel a little bit of, well, wait, hold on, these pools are getting a little too slim here. So I'm curious how the draft is going to play out this time as VKS are on the blue side, PSG on the red, and let's see what we get. It's some arcane bans for VKS. Caitlyn and Vi both banned away as bans 1 and 2. Meanwhile, PSG, they do not want to deal with Nico. They will keep her out of the game.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. Nico just so incredibly strong, especially as you get this deep into into Fearless draft. I imagine Azir going to be kept. I imagine Orianna going to be kept, as you're saying. I don't know exactly what takes that like first pick position. Although, if I'm VKS, do I ban away the Yunara in the hopes that they ban Orianna? Because otherwise, maybe you just leave one of those really strong picks open and hope you can pick the other.
Well, the thing is about the Orianna, both mid laners have played a couple of it. couple games of it, excuse me, so far this summer, but not a lot. Again, it's a champion that's had a lot of presence, I feel like, all over the world. It's a champion that's been banned a lot, so not super surprised to not see it with a high number of picks for either one of our mid laners here. Lee Sin banned away, the Karsa Classic. This is not a champion that is powerful in the meta. This is not a champion that's super high on the tier list or the priority, but it is a champion that Karsa has worked miracles on in seasons past.
And there is when you win MSI on this champion, kind of makes sense to maybe take it away when your elimination hopes and dreams are on the line. So LeBlanc could be banned. So both Orianna and Yunara open. Now, what is the priority here for VKS?
So interestingly enough, yes, that Orianna is open. I would expect that to be the priority, but also the Akali is available. So if they want to just take the Yunara instead, then the other side, sure, they'll take Orianna for Maple, but then if Miru takes the Akali, he's comfortable on that.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Great call, Flares, because it just opens up the draft so much. And again, it's the only thing I'd be worried about is something like a Nocturne Orianna as an answer. Because even though you have the Akali, I think the ability to punish the Yunara by looking for picks with a Nocturne Orianna could potentially work out in your favor with just how much damage and upfront burst there is. We'll have to see if that is going to be the plan or what is going to be the answer for PSG Talon.
All right, well, the Orianna that we expected traded for the Yunara. That's the handshake of leaving them both open. So far we're correct, but let's see. Because the Nocturne, I feel like, probably not super highly prized for Desamas, although it is one that he has had quite a few plays on so far this year, or this split at least, excuse me. And it looks like we might have a graphics error. I'm not sure what champion was locked in for the side of PSG. Hopefully we can get that updated ASAP to figure it out and see what that one was. But the selector is back on the VKS side.
Yeah, I imagine you're going to pick your jungle here, try and answer for, I imagine, what Karsa locked in for himself as well, and then the support. And at that stage, you're in a pretty good spot. We just got the heads up that Karsa did lock in the Nefiri on the opposite side, and it's a Nocturne taken by Desamas instead. And there's the Akali you were talking about, Flowers.
All right, I guess I was a little bit wrong. That Nocturne is the pick for Desamas because he has had 3 plays on it so far in summer. The only 2 picks that he has played more, and he's played a lot more of them to be fair, are Jarvan and Xin. Those are obviously both removed because of Fearless. Wukong and Pantheon are a couple more of the champions that he's played as much as this, but hey, those are removed because of Fearless. So happy to pick up the Nocturne here. Miru on the Akali, just like we were expecting, ready to slam that one despite it being banned in the first couple of games. Miru is exceptional on this champion. It's one of his most played. And that Nefiri for Karsa. Nefiri versus Nocturne, this is setting up for a spicy jungle matchup.
This is a very spicy jungle matchup, and match in general, because when you look at the way Nocturne wants to operate here, he's more about turning off the lights and causing chaos rather than fully synergizing with the Akali. Can still do it on some of the dive, but more about causing chaos for PSG. And when you're trying to work with an Orianna Shockwave, something that is protecting the Nefiri in that command protect from the Orianna, being able to disrupt that can be vital for the success for VKS. But if PSG Talon can enable this Nefiri with invades to get the leads that we've seen Karsa get before in this champion, that is going to be very, very scary for the VKS side.
All right, let's check out what we've got in the second half of the bans here. As Rek'Sai is the first ban for PSG, they know that VKS do not have their top lane locked in yet. Cassante picked up for PSG. Feels like a pretty powerful option into a lot of choices, but of course, we know how annoying Rek'Sai can be. The champion is so difficult to punish, it's so difficult to heal because it just heals, or it's so difficult to kill, excuse me, because it heals so much. Over on the other side, it's focused onto the AD carry pool, since that's the advantage that VKS already has that PSG doesn't. Kaisa banned away.
I think, I was actually going to say Poppy might be needed to be banned. Very strong into the Cassante in that top side. Thank you, Broken Blade. Much love to you. And I think that could also be very strong into things like the Nefiri, trying to lock that down and just provide that tank front line that you want for something like Yunara with the peel.
And of course, if PSG want to take the Poppy themselves, they can absolutely do it here on their 4th pick. We'll see if VKS want to spin that last ban on it. What's it going to be? No, double AD carry bans instead. They're going to ban out 2 of those scrappy lane AD carries with the Kaisa and Lucian combined. Rek'Sai and Aatrox banned out by PSG, so double top lane bans from them. Now let's see what we get.
So basically identifying VKS don't have any real sort of engage in the draft. So PSG just saying, look, we'll take the Braum. We imagine that Trimby's going to go for something like the Nautilus here, or the Rakan on that bottom, the Nautilus on that bottom side, and we should be fine then into the matchup. Okay. But and even if you do try and go for some sort of engage elsewhere, I don't think there's much Boal can really bring to the engage side of things in that top lane, at least from what we've seen in the meta at the moment.
There's not a lot of engage on either side so far, honestly, Dagda. Like, yeah, Glacial Fissure is a much better counter-engage tool than it is an engage tool. And Shockwave is good to follow up an engage, but catching somebody out with it just directly can be a little tricky.
It is, but there is the doggo. And Neferi can just send herself in and go, okay, I will be that engage tool, and then it will just immediately pop the W. We get the big shockwave, and then I can follow up afterwards. So that can be a pseudo engage tool. There's that pop we were talking about for Boal, I imagine, in the top lane. It looks like Trimby not going to go for engage, for the beefy engage tools. Instead, looking at the Bard for that tempered fate.
No Poppy plays so far in summer 2025 from Boal, so this will be his first Poppy. Trimby on the Bard. We're going to need to see some seriously accurate tempered fates. This is your main engage coming out from the side of VKS. Nocturne can fly in, Akali can fly in beside him, but again, it's not like there's immediate lockdown next to that.
Yeah, I think though the issue is what do you try and do as, okay, I was going to say it's Betty here. You want something with a little bit of peel. Xayah going to be the tool, because a tempered fate onto an immobile AD carry and also the Orianna could completely remove any sort of follow-up PSG talent had to an engage. So it looks like Betty going to be able to peel for himself and avoid any sort of mishap from either the tempered fate or that darkness from the Nocturne.
All right, how are we feeling about these two comps? Do we feel like there's a specific edge for either side, or is it more down to the execution?
I mean, VKS need to snowball. You've got Nocturne and Akali, two assassins that really want to be able to decimate this backline in PSG talent, and you have the potential to do it, but if you start to fall behind, that becomes very difficult to do so. But on PSG talent, I just think it's much easier to execute. You have strong front to back, you have this Neferi that can actually be that engage tool alongside the Orianna Shockwave, your own pseudo Nocturne Orianna combo, and then you can have self-peel on your Xayah, which makes it easier then to try and protect the rest of your backline.
So probably advantage PSG then.
I think so, yeah.
Unless VKS can really snowball early.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Poppy will get value in trying to block things like the Neferi, also trying to block things like the Cassante, which can hurt the engage from PSG's side, but it's going to be tough. But if VKS can find this early lead, I think they have the ability to just snowball out of control with this double assassin comp.
And I think a lot of that pressure is going to be on Miru. It's going to be on this Akali that, remember, was banned for the first couple of games. It's going to be on this pick that is supposed to be one of his best champions. And I think that that's the pressure that Worlds brings. That's the pressure you have to be able to rise to if you want to stay competing here. This is it. This is the last game for one of these two squads at Worlds 2025 as we take the Rift for the last time in this best of three.
So much of this game is going to come down to execution in the moment. These small, minute details that are either going to keep your year alive or end it right here. And already, VKS trying to get aggressive and get that vision down, but it's been responded by PSG.
Yep, PSG just flinging a couple feathers back at him here. You can see the early ward of the pixel brush there, dropped on the PSG side. Meanwhile, Dasamas hanging around the enemy jungle. Oftentimes, you do want to see like the late Raptor ward placed down just to keep an eye on what the enemy jungle path looks like. Aja has the defensive early ward here. Oh, not Aja, excuse me. Karsa placed that one down. Aja still has his ward available to place.
I like this positioning from Boal, though, because as the Cassante tries to move back into the lane, you'll be able to get some good damage, and that's kind of the advantage of a Poppy in the early stages. But Dasamas hovering barely out of vision. This is so good from Dasamas.
Dasamas is going to Karsa. Karsa, he throws out the Duskbringer, immediately finds the dog. He's hungry for a little bit of a hot dog lunch. Karsa flashes away. Dasamas, Duskbringer first blood level 1.
Revenge is a dish best served as a cold owl hot dog, as Dasamas manages to pick off Karsa and put him in the dirt.
And you can see he doesn't go back to the red buff. buff because at level 1, the respawn timers are very long. Instead, he's going straight to the chicken camp instead. Burn that one down fast with Nocturne's powerful AoE, hit your level 2 immediately, and then switch it up and go to the Krugs. If Karsa wants to come back to the red, he'll find it still intact, but the Samus is stealing away everything else.
And you get to keep this pressure, but Miru
still just walking away here, down to 100 HP. This Akali taking some real pain from that clockwork windup from Maple.
Yeah, Doran's shield and that pot bringing back a lot of HP. Definitely needed it, but Maple doing a good job of keeping control in this mid lane. Still though, like you can see, Samus, he does such a good job here. Playing around that ward perfectly. Barely eking around the edge, just out of vision. Incredibly well played. And as the ward goes down, you kind of already realize as Karsa, I'm in trouble, and it's already ended for me. He knows even with the flash, was hoping that maybe he could escape, but Samus times it perfectly with the Q.
Yeah, knowing the cooldowns, knowing he could flash and get one more auto attack, one more Q. Play the sad help the animals commercial, Dagda. That dog is in some trouble. As Karsa now down about 400 gold here early. Samus with the early lead, feeling pretty good about it. Now clearing through his own red side jungle. Karsa thought about maybe stepping up a little further forward there, but no, he's just gonna go back, pick up the crab.
Ooh, Cortez taking a lot of damage though. Still out to back away. As you say, Karsa will get the crab. May also look towards me because this wave is not in a good position for Miru, immediately exiting out that top side. As Samus going to reignite his red buff here as he finishes out his own.
And Karsa is going to see exactly what's going on, and he wants a little bit of revenge. Samus wisely dropping his ward inside that brush, wants to make sure that Karsa can't play around this, as immediately the fear already connects. Trimby coming up to try to help Samus. Karsa is low, Samus is lower. Trimby trying to get the kill there. They finally take out Karsa, but now it's going to be a bloodbath, and it's VKS in trouble. Betty's still getting away. Miru needs one more hit. He gets it. The feat of warfare secured by PSG by a split second, and it's a 4-3 game, 4 minutes into the game.
PSG Talon completely turned the play around. It's the roam from bot lane that turns it in their favor. Samus thinks he has the play with Trimby on the Bard being able to react first, but with the wave crashing from Arteus, he can't respond. And Woody is getting so much value from the Braum in this. Stun 1, kill. Trimby moves towards mid. Stun 2, kill. And as Miru goes in with this E, ends up miscalculating barely the damage that he needs, which means one more auto attack goes down, and if you had just a bit more damage onto Maple, maybe it would have been enough. But that Braum getting so much work done here.
And you can see the despair on the staff of Vivocade Stars as they realize this early game where they had that advantage from the initial invade, excuse me, from Samus has now turned into a PSG advantage. Maple's Orianna at 2-0 now. And this is the last dance here for Maple if PSG do not secure the win in this game. The last dance, excuse me.
Hey, look, we might have a last dance, we'll see, but for Maple, it's been a long time coming. This guy's been around for so long, has been a veteran of the LPL, the LCP, has existed on so many iterations of so many different teams, and to play for over a decade at this stage and still be hitting Worlds, it's such an incredible accomplishment.
Exactly, 2-0 on this Ori early on. They want to win this game. They want to make sure this isn't the last game that we see Maple in at Worlds, and they're going to keep doing everything they can to make that a reality. It is a very small lead for PSG after that bloodbath at the VKS red buff, and now Karsa is wrapping around to look for a gank here in the bottom lane. Woody stepping forward, heal coming out from the VKS support as they back away. Karsa level 5 here with the Fury. Pretty scary stuff. That control ward's gonna get cleared out by Samus, but there's no more fight to be had.
Samus still has an advantage though with the Tiamat fully completed, whereas Karsa just sitting on the 2 longswords, so VKS still looking to fight. The stun is there, but the Braum, the value from these stuns is so high in these fights.
It just does so much. You just tag the guy, all right, it's up to the rest of the team to do the work. Tag the next guy, all right, rest of the team to do the work. You can just make sure that everybody is controlled all at once. The Samus on the Nocturne, that Tiamat can do so much to accelerate a clear that is already very fast. And once the Samus hits level 6, which is just one more camp, I do want to see how much value he can get out of the Paranoia. I feel like Nocturne is one of those champions similar to something like Karthus, where you have that extremely long cooldown in the jungle on the ulti, so you have to make sure you're getting value every time you cast.
Garza hopping over the wall here. Looks like he wants to try and get again into this jungle. Has the push in mid, plus Woody to help him out. Actually, it's going to be the scuttle, but again, what started off as this Amos trying to be creative and get that early advantage, now just hasn't really netted into anything, thanks to that invade on the bottom side for PSG. So all things considered, it's still PSG Talon with a slight gold lead, but the presence on the map, that is the much more crucial part for shutting down this sort of double assassin comp.
Trimby rotating into mid now to try to help Miru, who is feeling the additional pressure of Woody's presence up here. Woody now making his way up towards the top side of the map. Miru level 7 on the Akali, does have the Hex Tech alternator for the extra little bit of burst here in the trades, but Maple's already got his catalyst. You can see picking up the tier 1 boots and the blasting wand now as well, working towards getting that Rod of Ages online as early as possible. And I feel like that whenever you have a champion that wants to build these stacking items, like a Rod of Ages, like a Yuntal Wild Arrows, anything that just needs to stack to be full power, getting a couple early kills is just that much stronger than even it would normally be.
It really is, and it just sets you up so nicely. But Karsa now just hit level 6 as he got into the pit, so that Maple-Karsa combo could start to come alive if VKS end up overextending just a little bit. Don't have the Poppy in position to try and block that combo for PSG Talon.
Exactly. Neither one of the top laners has their teleport available to try to join this fight. Desamas wants to step forward and at least try to smite one of the grubs away. He will get the single one. Paranoia has already been cast. Miru tries to move forward, but the Feather Storm already flies out. Void grubs overall secure by the side of PSG. Desamas wants to jump in, but Betty's going to stay safe. The barrier isn't even needed as Miru's the next target here for Karsa. He keeps himself invulnerable for an extra second and jumps back over the wall. Now Bowal's going to be your next target. He has to flash away. PSG, they come out +1 grub, +1 kill.
Desamas thought once that Feather Storm was gone, he might have a chance of picking off Betty, but the rest of the team can't set up. And again, Morteus is trying so hard to get into these fights, but he just can't do it.
And Miru's Akali also not getting the chances he needs to find that massive burst damage that Akali has to find to win the fights. Let's take another look.
And look at how the darkness plays a massive factor here as well, because as we start to play into this, you'll see the Bromstone is nearly on towards I think it's Trimby as the start of this, or maybe it is the Samus as we go into the pit, but not able to follow up because there's no vision of Desamas as they go into the pit. And as it's to Miru, sorry, they'd love one more auto attack, but they're just not able to see him thanks to the shadow and then everything else. And then as Desamas goes in, Betty gets a great feather pullback, which just shuts down the fight. But Morteus can't just sit on a target and deal the DPS he wants to. He's essentially chasing after all these members of PSG as they're jumping in and out, and can't really be the threat you want him to be in that fight.
Exactly. He gets to shoot Braum, which is exactly what PSG wants him doing, because it means he can't be effective. Now PSG moving over to the first Drake. They'll have the Scuttle Crab right next to it as a side dish, and it doesn't look like anybody from VKS has anything to say about it. PSG going to secure their second objective of the game.
And as you already said, Maple is so accelerated in this game. The early Rod of Ages and the ability to now just pretty handily side lane into this Akali is huge for PSG, because that's really the big issue with Orianna, is how vulnerable she is in a side lane. But when you just deal more damage than your opposition, and you get more of a shield, and you get tankier because of the Rod of Ages, it makes that threat significantly less viable for VKS.
And one thing that I always look at in 2025 League of Legends specifically, when you're accelerated with Rod of Ages and you're able to purchase it at about 10 minutes, 10.5 minutes, that means it hits 10 stacks and you get that huge power spike at Otacon, which is where we see so many bloodbaths, so many throws, and Miru now pulled back by the shockwave, having to use the ulti defensively to get himself away. And with Woody's help, Maple just continues finding himself in great positions in this game. Karsa wants to jump in with the ulti, but Trimby's here to try to protect Miru. PSG, they have more men in the area, but it's not going to stay that way for long. Maple caught up here in the Tempered Fade. Miru looking for a little bit more. Boal has joined, and so is Morteus. It's everybody from VKS. Maple's already down, and it looks like VKS wants a little bit more. Keeper's verdict, knocking one away. Aja needs some damage back, and he goes all out to find Miru. Betty still safe for now. Karsa trapped in the pit, but can just jump right over pretty easily. Mortea's still chasing. Maybe an Arc of Ruin. No, nothing more to find. It's a 2-for-1 for VKS.
At least PSG Talon gets something back, but it's a nice collapse for VKS. PSG way overextending there, and honestly, Maple needed to flash the Tempered Fate before it actually hit. So good damage and turnaround here, but Trimby on the roam up interrupts Karsa as he goes to the play, and at this stage they try to back away, realize that TP's coming in. Maple needed to flash that though, because that would have given the opportunity for PSG to start to walk away from this. But as VKS all collapse, you've got the follow-up from Desamas. Morteas is in a fantastic spot to actually turn on this play. I thought once Boal knocked Betty away, this was going to be a turnaround play for VKS, but Aja able to get enough space after the kill to escape.
And we're back to a nearly even gold state, Dagda. This game is looking like it's going to be another close one. We have about 2.5 minutes till both the Rift Herald and the second Drake spawn. Whenever those timers are synced up, it does make things a little bit interesting as Betty's forced to use the Featherstorm there. The exhaust from the Summoner Spellbook from Trimby, putting the pressure on the enemy AD carry. But now PSG's coming around from the side. Trimby's gonna pay the price, taken low, taken out. Nice moves coming in from PSG, but Miru wants one back. He's exhausted, but Karsa chases him too far, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
VKS are responding well to the PSG plays, but still they're getting these kills back and forth. Karsa getting that combo we were talking about with Maple works out well to begin with, but Miru answering back, and it's Boal who didn't have to move, so he gets some turret plating on the side.
Yep, a little bit of extra money for the Poppy, and I think that as this game goes on, as we continue to see what looks like it's going to be a bloodbath of team fights, Boal's accuracy with Keeper's Verdict is going to play a huge role in how these fights go. If he can knock out multiple players from PSG, turn a fight into a 3v5, then you got some serious danger. Desamas just flies in like a ballistic missile to take out Betty, who still had half cooldown remaining on his Featherstorm. Morteas with the Arc of Ruin to slow down Karsa, the Tempered Fate to lock him up further, but they don't have enough damage. He gets away with the Blast Cone for now, and Morteas hits him with a couple more orbs to take him out.
It may not be the end of it though. Aja is desperately trying to fight for this wave to keep it away from the tower, but Boal is slowly encroaching, and so is the rest of VKS.
And it's so hard to kill Boal, even though it looks like he's low, because he has Sundered Sky. The amount of healing you get from this item is really, really powerful, and so Boal feels encouraged to continue moving forward. Steadfast Presence stops Cassante from moving forward, and that just means that no more fights to be had.
But there is one with a stone turret on the bottom side for Miru. That's what VKS are constantly doing. They are putting pressure onto PSG, but always having another lane in their favor. So Miru again collapses a wave. Again, PSG Talon lose out on the side lane. And now with Dragon in 30 seconds, we're seeing a ton of these items already completed. And I think about half more going to be finished off here for VKS right before that objective spawns.
Stridebreaker done for Nocturne is absolutely massive. The active part of this item is so helpful for securing your paranoia kills, and Morteas just gets obliterated. Nice pick from PSG.
That was exactly what PSG Talon needed to do, because as VKS come back onto the map, they will be terrifying. But Morteas not having flash, not having that ult dodge, makes it very difficult to escape this combo from the mid jungle of PSG Talon, and they use it perfectly.
PSG going to secure their second Drake of the game here, continue stacking those objectives. However, that also means they're going to secure themselves the boots. They've already got 2 neutrals. That'll be their third. So it's feats of strength for the PSG side here in game number 3 as the Rift Herald is on the map, but it was the Dragon the priority for PSG. They know that's the easier one to take. They know that's the one they'll be able to get. They're still trying to defend this tier 1 turret down here. Miru's clearing waves critically. Ticks level 11 on the Akali, so second level of the ulti.
Yeah, VKS also aware the PSG are down here because they saw the Progs being started by Karsa. So still hovering to make sure that Miru will be safe and can freeze his wave so no extra pressure can come towards him.
All right, Maple just continuing the shove out there. DeSamas wants to jump in, but the problem is it's 2v3 right now. Miru continuing to jump forward, and Maple is down. Woody and Karsa now trying to get away. Miru's got to be careful to not be stunned up underneath the turret. Karsa still running. Morteus from the side, jumps in point-blank range for the Arc of Ruin. And Karsa, he flashes too late. He's already down. Trimby goes forward, but they don't even need the stun. It's a double kill for Morteus. The Yunara shows him what he's got.
The VKS playbook of playing pick after pick after pick is still alive in this game number 3, and PSG Talon are struggling to keep pace once more. They're desperate to try and keep VKS at bay. We'll see it as we get into this. So already VKS are aware the PSG Talon are on this bottom side. The Krugs are already taking half damage thanks to the double Q from Karsa. But DeSamas sees the opportunity that he needs, and great play and patience from Miru. Waits for the ultimate from the Braum before he goes over, and then finishes off the kill onto Maple. Majority of the gold now gone, and Morteus sees his opportunity, doesn't quite hit the slow. But Kraken Slayer Yunara is so strong at this point in the game, and they rip through the jungle support of PSG Talon.
And that's what it looked like. Karsa not keeping track of the Kraken proc, flashing away when he thinks it would have took 2 more auto attacks to kill him, but the Kraken Slayer bears its fangs and takes him out. 0, 5, and 6 for Karsa on this Nefiri has constantly been punished by VKS here in game number 3. Morteus now with Runon's Hurricane fully completed, with Cole cashed in, Miru in the mid lane. He's got his Rocket Belt already done, and Shadow Flame is just about ready to slide across the cashier's till. This next purchase is going to make that Akali even stronger, and DeSamas is starting up the Herald on his own.
Yeah, the Rift RLI might be the credit card that he needs to buy that purchase, because if you can play that on a side lane and get him a little bit of extra gold, Miru can be so strong. But even taking this mid lane structure could be fantastic. Morteus taking the... Oh, hang on.
Wow, yeah,
Miru's on the way.
Tempered Fate and everything. Miru's making his way over. Here's Paranoia. It's DeSamas, level 11 with the extra range of the Nocturne. Flying in, 2 already dead on the PSG side. Betty flashes away. Miru's in the smoke. Another 5-point strike to try to whittle Betty away. They will not get the kill. DeSamas decided it's not worth it for the Herald. I don't care. Kill these guys, then we'll go back and get it later.
21, 22, 23, and 24. It was the CB LoL and LATAM America that were pushed out of Worlds by this region. But here, VKS fighting back. 4.5k gold lead. Rift Herald in their pockets. And with 20 minutes just around the corner, the opportunity to keep the pace of this game going is still there.
This is such a huge game for Brazil. Such a huge moment for VKS. If they can win this, eliminate PSG, break that curse that you're talking about of so many years falling to the regions that now comprise the LCP. For VKS, this would make them champions of Brazil more than they already are. This is the kind of performance that Brazilian fans want to see at Worlds. This is what they've been hoping for after the first 2 disappointing games that VKS showed on the stage so far. And honestly, Dagda, the VKS that I've been seeing here today, even in the game that they lost, are looking like a totally different team.
It's the VKS that came second, the VKS that pushed LTA North all the way to that finals to try and take them down. And once more, they're opening up in this mid-wave. They have the Rift Herald, but they don't need to use it here. PSG Talon are just spread thin.
Yeah, even though the grubs did overall go to PSG, you've still got the 1 grub for that extra little bit of sizzle and spice on the turrets. Feels good for VKS to have that extra pushing power. Now Otacon is on the Rift. And VKS fans will remember game number 2. Obviously, that game was much closer at this point, right? Only like 1,000 gold apart or somewhere thereabouts. So it was much easier to toss that advantage away. However, VKS still need to be careful around this objective.
But VKS this game seem to know what they want. It is picks on side lanes with DeSamas and Miru, making sure you can find these quick assassinations and not let PSG find a moment's respite. This is where PSG are dangerous though, when they can group up and when they can look for Morteus. That Maple Karsa combo still exists.
All right, PSG, they've got to try to stop this bleeding. They've got to survive these pick attempts from VKS, but Miru is moving through the enemy jungle. He's setting himself up on the flank. Maple's about to face check into the Akali, but no, he throws the ball in instead. The lights are going off. Desamas is going in. The feathers have already flown, and now it's a little bit of danger for Desamas, but Miru jumps into the back line. Karsa trying to get away, but a nice tempered fate there onto the enemy support. Woody is locked up, and Karsa's already down. It's 2 kills for nothing for VKS. Aja gonna be your next target here. Cassante is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. They'll slam him back into the wall. They'll knock him down. Miru's on a rampage, and VKS just murdered 3 of them.
Desamas is the feint, while Miru is the hook that's following up behind it. Trimby manages to catch Betty.
Betty's down. Beautifully done from VKS. Every time Desamas uses his ultimate, Betty immediately featherstorms defensively to not get caught out. But that just means that as long as VKS can find that follow-up punch you're talking about, the Xayah is a sitting duck.
It's the dragon taken for VKS. And so much more in that fight. The gold firmly in their favor, control in their favor, but PSG, they're TPing in. They want to try and catch VKS before they can reset, but they're too little. It's too late.
This is desperation. There's not any time to possibly punish this, but let's take another look as Desamas flicks the lights.
And that's the thing, it's this fake engage from Desamas. He goes on to Betty and goes, peace, I'm out of here, immediately gets away from all that damage, but opens up for Miru to be the damage dealer in the back line. The ultimate onto Woody means that you don't have that safety net in the Braum when these assassins get into the back line. And honestly, the fact that Boal manages to stop the engage follow-up works perfectly. I think the hearts are racing for many a VKS fan.
Yeah, you could see the staff earlier in the game, the sadness on their faces when the level 3 invade didn't go so well, but now the happiness, the joy at the fact that they're this far ahead in the game. Everybody gathered around the top side here for the Otacon as PSG try to dig in and defend.
It's so difficult. VKS have so many ways to attack, they have so many ways to set it up, but PSG desperately want to try and find their moment, but I don't think Otacon is it. If you have this push in mid with the tier 2 tower already gone, you always have Desamas when that ultimate is available, who can shift over towards this top side. And Miru is just sitting in the backline waiting for the engage.
Exactly, Miru is always on the pincer. VKS want to try to take down this tier 1 turret before they really try to force anything hard. There's immediately your tempered faithfulness keeper's verdict. Now they're diving in the carries, they're both dead! Maple and Betty are out of the picture, and Miru's still hungry for more. Karsa, Woody, and Aja all have to scatter as the carries get assassinated. Perfectly coordinated there. Keeper's verdict takes out the supportive roster. Tempered Fate locks up the turret so they can make the dive, and then they jump in. Maple and Betty die before there's anything they can do about it.
VKS just kicked in the front door and said, do you really think you're safe here? The golden key to take them down. The Otacon is theirs, the towers are falling, and it looks like VKS have found a way to take down PSG Talon against what so many people thought was going to be a done and dusted series.
VKS have truly turned things around in this series. Their first 2 games, everybody wanted to see more. It felt like the team wasn't finding strategies that worked. They weren't playing coordinated enough together to find any chance to win. They were making mistakes and throws, and now they're 41 flowers to 15. They're 9,000 gold ahead. They're in a great spot to win this game.
And they did it by taking out the heart of PSG Talon, taking out the 2018 MSI champion Karsa. 0-7 on this Neferi. What was supposed to be a key part of the combo has been taken and shot and thrown to the curb, and it's nothing that he can do. He doesn't even own his own jungle anymore.
Yeah, VKS are ready to keep pushing on this one. They've got the experimental hex plate, completed for Desamas as well, so even more threat when this Nocturne moves in, as PSG still trying to claim their red buffs, trying to defend. At least they'll get the red, as VKS just take everything else from the enemy jungle. 4 turrets already taken by VKS. That mid lane tier 2 is down, side lane tier 2 is still standing. Baron on the board, Dragon spawning in 90 seconds.
And as long as Morteus has his flash, it is difficult for PSG to really make the plays that could bring them back into the game. They want to try and find that pick, and Maple has enough damage in his kit right now to potentially do it. But as long as you have that flash in the Yunara, you have that safety net, and it makes it just even more difficult for PSG talent to find these timing windows where they can make a play.
And we were talking about Maple's advantage early, about the early 2 kills that would then become 3 kills for the Orianna, the hyper-accelerated 10-minute Rod of Ages. But even that advantage, even that extra safety was not enough to stop this assassination comp on the side of VKS from working its magic. The Nocturne and the Akali providing the threat. Morteus on his Yunara, 6, 2, and 9, providing the consistent DPS that's now accented by an Infinity Edge.
And it's the fact as well that, like, Miru stopped off for the Zeeker's arm guard. I was like, cool, I'm probably going to need this in the fight. But the fights have been going so well for VKS. He's now just opting to turn that needlessly large rod into a Rabadon's death cap instead, because he never had to burn that safety tool. But Thomas might need to get out of here. Very quickly escapes.
Exactly. He smites down the crab. He makes sure they have the extra vision for the upcoming dragon fight, and then he steps away. Morteus just giving Aja a little bit of a hard time here with a couple of auto attacks, but now backing towards the safety of his own tier 1 turret. Stun onto Karsa. Boal going to be your target here from Betty and the rest of PSG. Keeper's verdict, wants to knock somebody away, but he's stunned up into the wall instead. Desamas already exhausted. Nice blade caller there. Forces the flash of the VKS jungler. Desamas is down. PSG, they've locked up Miru. They force him into the stasis. The Akali's in danger, but he jumps back away with a shuriken flip. PSG have found 1 kill and nearly a second. Miru is still on the run. Betty has no summoners to try to chase. Maple's got his flash, but Miru is still running. Karsa over the wall. He wants to try to catch this enemy mid laner. This could be the opportunity PSG needs to come back into the game. Trimby buying time. Magical journey over the wall. Morteus firing out the Arc of Triumph. Now Trimby flashes. Stays alive for now. Keeper's verdict channeled again. Morteus just firing back into the PSG lines. Miru jumps in, and now Betty's in danger. He goes for the Feather Storm, but VKS turn it right back around. Miru finally dies. Maple's getting away now. Aja with a nice third and Tofo strike, putting the pressure onto Trimby, who gets away through the Otacon wall. Now Boal scrapping with Aja back and forth. Maple barely standing. Desamas has respawned. By the time he gets close to the fight, he'll have the paranoia.
I think, though, VKS just want to try and get away from this. They ended up grouping for Maple Shockwave. Everyone around his teleport thinking they might have a chance, but Maple never used it in the initial engage. So the slow on the auto attack from Trimby was huge because it gave Mir the opportunity to escape. He still has the flash. The slow coming through onto these members was huge. And then Morteus stepping forward, he has the damage. Maple went back to base, which was the go button for VKS. But watch as Maple comes in here. Everybody groups for the shockwave from Maple, which takes Morteus low, which shuts down the Miru on the Sakali. And then the Cassante has enough to finish them off.
Ooh, some frustration on the VKS camp, but honestly, it looked like feelings of despair from the PSG staff side. They know that even if they found a couple of kills there, this game is still in dire straits.
But it's 8k gold that didn't look like that in that last fight. That looked like PSG talent able to separate out the 2 assassins, deal with them in transit because Aja could buy the space. But if they can find those fights again, maybe they have a chance. As it's Rabadon's death cap now complete onto Maple. It is a second dragon for VKS though, which makes these assassins much more durable as they jump into the backline.
And I do want to point out, because you mentioned it earlier, because he had to break his arm guard in the previous fight, Miru instead decides to complete the Zhonya's hourglass to make sure that he can stay safe when he jumps in for these fights. So still a little bit longer to go before the Rabadons arrives for the Akali. Immortal Shield Bow completed now on Morteus, so extra survivability here for the Yunara to make sure he doesn't drop. And even in the top lane, Dead Man's Plate completed now alongside the Fimbulwinter and the Sundered Sky for Boal. This guy now has even more opportunities to find those angles for the wall stuns.
And Trimby, crucially, 2 items completed. The Redemption and the Lock is going to help to keep Morteus safe from these PSG combos. But still, PSG are fighting well. Aja is in a very strong spot. And if he can get access to Morteus and to Miru, that's where you have to start to stress as VKS.
Aja level 16 now on the Cassante, the highest level player on the PSG side. Boal going towards the bottom lane, looking to keep this pushing straight into the tier 3 turret, as he will provide an extra area of threat. And you can see now recalls being channeled on the PSG side. Critically for PSG, nobody has Unleashed Teleport. So as long as Boal drags somebody down here, he's got to teleport to join back up with the fight at the Baron, and that's going to give VKS, a macro advantage.
And even the damage that he has from the Sundered Sky, you can see the Poppy Shield there doing quite a bit of damage to that turret. So if he gets a little bit of alone time, that inhibitor turret on the bottom side will fall, and that'll be the base cracked for VKS. Slow and patient is the game for VKS. But you've also got to worry, like Orianna late game, Cassante late game. These are not picks that you just push over.
Desamas with his Guardian Angel completed as his 3rd item. Remember, in the previous game, around the Baron fight, it was Karsus fed Jarvan with a Guardian Angel that made things happen. Now we'll see Trimby getting away on a magical journey before he takes excessive damage from the PSG side. Boal going to go ahead and take a recall as VKS start up the Baron. TP coming in from Boal to join up with everybody else. Keep your eyes on the Keeper's Verdict. Depending on who he knocks away, that could be absolutely massive. Baron already down to half HP. Miru Shuriken flipping away, does not want to jump back in onto Aja. Boal and Desamas, the two doing the damage onto the Baron right now. PSG on the approach. Aja jumps forward. Nice little lock up there with a Tempered Fate onto Karsa, but it already wears off. Baron down to 6K. VKS back away from the objective. PSG restarted at about half HP. The Scryer's Bloom is going to see them.
This is what PSG want, though, the front-to-back fight, and VKS know it. PSG feeling that this might be their moment to push VKS back.
And VKS will back away from that objective. Objective bounties falling off soon, even though PSG still down about 8,000. Boal, Miru, and Morteus just looking for any moment they could find. This game is so tense for an 8,500 gold lead, Dagda.
But that's because VKS know they need to take these fights with Miru on a flank, to have a threat onto Betty, to have a threat onto Maple. Because if it's just front to back, and Aja is able to walk at Miru like he did in that last fight, they don't have what it needs to carry this through. It is an 8K gold lead, but we are fast approaching full items.
And now immediately Desamas jumps in after Karsa. The fear has already been applied and the dog is in danger. Trimby takes him out. Betty's your next target. Featherstorm already used and Miru is rooted up. He uses the second half of the ulti to get away, but it's a massive shockwave coming in from Maple. Aja jumps forward into the front line, but he's taking a ton of damage. Glacial Fissure to try to protect the escape route. Has more damage, pours into Aja's health bar, but he goes all out onto Boal. Aja looking to make his escape. A little bit more damage from the top laner is not going to be enough here just yet. VKS, they kill the enemy jungler. Boal has to flash to try to get away. Another slam into the ground here with a Q. Boal is in danger. Where's the backup from VKS? PSG fighting for their lives. Boal stays alive. Aja and Woody about to die outside of the base. And Maple is the only man standing. VKS, they ace him.
VKS have done it. VKS have found their moment with that magical journey into the base. It might be a magical moment to keep their dreams alive at Worlds 25.
Karsa, the only man standing. He's the one who died first. He has to try to defend here. He jumps in to find a single kill, but he will now drop. The Guardian Angel is the only thing to fall for Desamas. Nobody else is alive on PSG. This is Brazil! And VKS stay alive at Worlds 25.
VKS play their game. Leave everything on the rift. And today, they will stand as victors and walk that path once more at Worlds 2025.
What an incredible showing from VKS to stay in the competition here at Worlds. After their first 2 games, we're not at the level they wanted. We're not at the level their fans wanted. This series, this best of 3, where almost everyone predicted PSG to be the favorites, it's VKS who rise to the occasion.
Because it was PSG Talon who stepped up against Gen G. It was PSG Talon who stepped up against Hanwha. But it's VKS who stepped up here today and now are bowing as winners in front of the crowd.
Beautifully done and incredibly well fought from VKS. Game number 1, a stomp utter domination. Game number 2 was a really good showing from PSG. VKS fought back valiantly, but PSG came out on top. And then here in game number 3, for as scrappy as it was early, it's VKS that ultimately rise above.
Man, we need to ban DeSamus for playing Jarvan. That performance today from this man, even though he struggled in game 2 against Karsa, played fantastically. You can see Karsa bowing out there with the rest of PSG talent. Tears in his eyes, tried everything he could today, but unfortunately that just wasn't quite enough.
It's the final bow for PSG, but a moment of victory for VKS as we hand things back over to the analyst desk.
They did it, and Raz, I am proud of you for not flip-flopping again.
You know, you stuck with them, Raz.
True.
For once, I respect you.
Thank God. I had the flip-flops. I had it right here. It was staring directly at me. We're not using it.
Didn't need them.
Always believed in you. They had it in them, and I want to take a look at that final fight because, oh boy, they had to work for it. But it's the coordination from VKS that made the difference here.
You could feel the nerves a little bit. I feel this game, they had a big lead, but were struggling to close it out. You can see the experience from PSG trying to find ways back in. And this was a scrappy final fight, especially what ended up happening. Boal here, he got dragged away over the wall, and then the rest of his team are starting to make moves towards Baron, but he's still going.
That's the funny part about this, is that everyone's like, all right, see it, we're going to Baron. And then Trimby, DeSamus are like, wait a minute. Maybe we can save you. What can we get out of this play? Then the Bard Q comes through. DeSamus just full sends himself in for the fight. It's that slow realization where you're like, wait a minute, we just won the damn series.
It's such a cool moment as well. Especially Mortez, who was like so ready just to go to Baron, moving over. Remember, he was just like, yeah, guys, I was here. I'm here for the final game and here for the picture.
Part of the family photo, yeah.
Yeah, for sure when you come into that final game, especially with so much on the line, with so much pressure, you have to be sure that the draft that you choose is going to be the one that's going to bring you the victory. What did you think about both approaches here?
Ooh, it's funny because I liked the side of PSG's draft. I mean, the tried and true. They used it a lot. Yep. Neferia and Orianna. I called for the Orianna. We got to see it. The scaling was there for the pick. But it was like a question of how coordinated was the dive going to be from VKS.
And yeah, I remember you saying this is like the combo, the mid-jungle that VKS used in their finals up against FlyQuest that worked well. I was a little worried about the Bard because, you know, Trimby on the Bard was great, but I feel like on the Alistair, you know, that game they won on that, he was leading the charge well, and it felt like, you know, you can't as easily do that with Bard. You can obviously set up plays, set up engages, but you can't be that body in the front line. But the execution was so good, you know, on the back of that.
I'm actually proud of him because, again, historically, Trimby, not a ranged champion player. He shines on those engaged champions. Rakan is the main one. Alistar is the second one, maybe. But for me, it goes to show how much he grew as a player, being able to maneuver that champion today.
Yeah, and even just like that composition as a whole, that's something they have to feel comfortable on. Like you mentioned it, that's the duo they won versus FlyQuest in their finals. And so now you're in match point, series point. Like if you lose here, you're gone. For them to pull something out like this, I felt DeSamus and Miru did a great job of being able to come through, but also Mortez really turned up.
Oh yeah.
Like,
wow.
He ran them down in multiple of those team fights.
Every single fight. I think there were so many moments where PSG thought they could just get away and lick their wounds, and the Mortez would just fly in, slam a haymaker, just clean them all up. Yeah. Every single time.
When I had questions about whether or not he's going to have like the nerves to be on a stage like this is his first Worlds, obviously. He's a rookie on a stage. That there's so much natural pressure here that he runs right down them. I was like, okay, fight's over. Seems like VKS would lose. No. The extension of the fight always went in their favor because of him.
Wow.
Yeah, and a situation like this as well, diving into an Neferia and a Roman, it's been like, yeah, I've got the confidence, I'm moving forwards, I'm cleaning up the fights. Lots of moments like this.
Yeah, there were exactly that. And so you have to give him a lot of credit to be able to bring up that confidence. And I talked about a lot of the player cams for him in particular, because Brazil is known for anytime you get a pop-off team fight like that, you have a player that will always raise the volume and your team. Mortez is that guy. And so it was nice to see him put in 36% of the damage, 36.8. A lot of trust in him as a player for good reason.
And it's so impressive to see them come collectively together today, especially after those first few games, especially after the failures that they experienced, the difficulties that they had at the beginning of their Worlds run. This bunch of players, Rookie, we are going to have Trimby in just a couple of seconds joining us at the desk. He's walking towards us right now, but I'm speechless, honestly, that they had it in them.
I think it's difficult with the context of they had issues arriving even to Worlds, right? And also with the start of how Swiss has gone. To bounce back like this against a team like PSG with so much experience, it's a huge achievement.
It's insane. Like this kind of a bump up. I don't know what happened in scrims or what happened in the conversation coming into a day like this.
It's that hurdle at the beginning of the day. It's that hurdle at the beginning of the day. We can ask them right now. Is it something they ate? Is it something they played? Trimby is getting ready right now. Thank you so much. Let's
Congratulations.
go.
Hello.
Whoa.
Fucking hell, I'm tired.
Man, tell us about today.
So sorry.
Yeah, well, thank you for taking the time to join us here, because first things first, congratulations,
Thank
man.
you.
Last time you came to the desk, completely different story.
Yeah.
It has been one hell of a journey for you so
It's
far.
been crazy. I think today's games, I do think we should have won the second game too, because it was really convincing at first. But yeah, like there's still some of the issues that we have right with like certain things. But I think we improved a lot last days. So I'm happy to see the results on stage.
We saw the pre-game huddle. You guys are hyped as hell.
That one, yeah. It's a special, it's a Brazilian thing, at least for this team. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Because, like, for you guys to be down 0-2 coming into this, and the way you guys came down 0-2, it's like you weren't playing the game you guys played at home.
Yeah.
What was the difference to be able to show that here today?
I think the thing is we didn't have much trainings before too, and everything felt so negative, you know, because we played first games, and it felt like we didn't even have chance to actually see what other team play, right? Like we're the people, the teams that were like, yeah, you know, we picked this, and felt like we got a lot of shit on with that, you know, where like we got shit by like picking Jarvan and Yunara, and like everyone picked that, you know, but we didn't have much preparation going into first days, and of course we played bad. I think we had way too many like struggles coming before in Brazil, like we didn't have much good scrims and everything, so
yeah.
But I do think now, I don't know, just clicked, you know, like we got some nice scrims. I think we realized we actually can win games, but of course, coming from the 0-2, the way we lost, right? Like the confidence is just really low, you know, so this win definitely helps a lot.
So game 2 we saw Casa, you know, challenging a lot, invading, and then game 3 Desamas comes in, level 1, goes crazy like that.
That's how we invade, yeah.
Was that the game plan? Was that all discussed? Did he just decide to go for it, or how did that play out? How was that
Did he
planned?
actually flash over the wall? He just walked. I don't remember. Do you remember? The Nocturne.
We're going to bring that right now, actually.
I would like to see,
we're going to have that invade. He played
some,
so well around vision.
Tricks, yeah. Oh, he knew the ward, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't flash. He just like
no, he knew the ward, yeah. The ward. Yeah, the Zombies is really, he's called to be like the Brazilian Canyon. I generally think like with the vision for sure, I think he's like, he plays really well, because Canyon, I would always say was like the best jungler I've ever seen playing around vision. But I do think he plays more like owner anyway. I think Canyon is more like a, you know, but I think, you could compare them a little bit. I mean, that's what I would say, but of course it's a big comparison, okay? Like, sorry, like I'm not the EU carrier, right? I'm just not, okay? Straight up.
I know your bard was pretty good.
Yeah, true, maybe they don't give you the bard again.
Okay, but that one, when they double tip it, whatever. It's been quite a bit of issues, yeah, but at least we had some fun this series, for sure, but yeah, it's been quite of a stressful time, like definitely going 0-2 and then playing. I still think LCP is very underrated, right? So I didn't know what to come for. Like pretty much, I was watching like all the CFO, and then like right when we played against TSW, it just feels like those teams that were so strong, and I think PSG was also strong, right? But of course, they had their weaknesses. That's why they were third.
Yeah.
So it was, I was not sure what to like expect, and I do think they played all right. But I'm happy we played way better than them.
What was like the exact thing that it felt like it clicked for you guys? That made it so you guys were able to come on here with confidence?
I think understanding what we actually want to do and how we want to play, it was the most important, because I think before we were trying to fill in to what seems to be the meta, right? Like the way teams played and who we played against. And then we just realized that some things are just not for us.
Yeah.
And we're like, let's just do this way and let's see if it can actually work for us. And I think also getting those practice that actually made us feel like we can actually play League of Legends, because those 2 games that we play on stage, it really didn't feel like we were actually like performing at all, right? So coming here today, having this first game where like, even, I mean, it was of course hard, right, to some extent, to some point. But I think the fact that we actually could make plays and be advantageous, be the one coming on top of those plays, I think just showcases that even though, right, we're like from the worst region, of course, doesn't mean that we're gonna just lose by, you know, in a team fight meta where you have to fight well, right? We're just gonna lose. I think we actually did really solid in that, and of course we had some silly mistakes, but that's something we've been struggling whole year, right? So just step by step.
Yeah.
We're gonna have the draw show soon. Do you want to stay with us and find out?
Yeah, I can. I saw Crisp. I saw Crisp waiting there.
I know.
I was like,
that's not a good news for Europe.
Yeah,
I gotta say.
When I played, every time I played against him, I got demolished. I really hope this time he doesn't make my life harder too.
I have flashbacks from 2019 when he demolished Europe's hopes in France against G2 3-0. I'm like, we gave it to you in 2019 in Europe. Please give it to us this time around in China.
Definitely.
A merciful draw is what we're hoping for here.
I'm just asking for North America versus Europe. We need that at least. That's the only ask I have here. Please, Chris.
I mean, I would like to play like... I mean, Koi is tough opponent too, but honestly, I mean, he should just bring whatever, whatever we need. If we can't win against the weakest team, it doesn't really matter. We just need to win against the strong ones too.
All right, so what we have so far is that KT and AL have advanced to the knockout stage. They will be in Shanghai in a week from now, which means that there's 6 spots remaining for the quarterfinals.
All right. Ox, if you got me with a matchup that you're interested in, because there's a lot of killers in Group 1 too. Like,
I'm hoping we don't get Genji H-Lee.
Yeah.
Good thing is, there's not going to be any repeat matchups here. So if a team is drawn against someone that they have already played, or if a draw would force 2 teams into a repeated matchup, the drawn team will be moved on to the next available matchup.
Yeah, so if
Let's see how this
you're wondering, G2 have played Top Esports, 100 Thieves have played BLG, and VKS have played Team Super Whale, so those matchups can't happen.
Yeah. Just give me G2 Fly. That's all I'm asking.
That's what I want, man.
Yeah.
I want that revenge from MSI.
That would be
still
fun.
salty about this one.
I'll give you Fly Genji.
Oh. I'll pass. I'll pass on that one. Give me 100 Thieves Koi. Oh, these are okay. Let's see what we got here, Chris.
Right.
Let's see the technique.
Oh my God.
Better than JJ.
So much better than JJ.
I saw him practicing it backstage. I saw him.
Ah, there you go.
Okay, G2.
Okay, okay. FlyQuest, FlyQuest.
It's open for
FlyQuest. It's a FlyQuest.
I can sense it. I don't even need to see the ball pull down. I'm closing my eyes at the moment.
If it's not FlyQuest, I'm blaming you.
Oh, my bad.
I would be so bad. All right, let's see what we have.
Moment of truth. Moment of truth.
Oh my.
Please be FlyQuest, please be FlyQuest.
Oh my!
Yes!
Oh!
Oh
my God!
Oh my God!
Crisper's our GOAT. Crisp.
We're coming for you, Raz. We're coming for you this time.
Hell no!
Absolute GOAT. Oh. Wow.
Trimby, I know you're LTA, but who are you rooting for?
Let's be honest, huh?
Come
I have
on.
some EU roots in me.
There
right?
you go.
Oh my God. What about the LTA, man?
I mean, I'm wishing to get LTA, but in the other group, you know, like 100 teams VKS. Like
True.
All right,
Yeah,
Genji is the second team.
Oh my God.
People are calling for it. Is it HLE? Is it Hanwha?
No,
The crowd goes
please.
wild, by the way. I don't know if you can hear them, but
They're
anticipating that matchup.
Oh. Chris,
All right, rolling the
Top
drums here.
esports. Is it top? Bro, Chris, show it already.
Oh my God.
I like how
Oh my God.
His former team!
2 for 2!
His former team!
Absolute banger of a series.
He did it to his former team!
Oh my God,
Wow.
Chris.
He just did it to them. That's
Ox,
brutal.
How do you feel about this one?
I chose death.
He doesn't feel anything. That's great.
I'm numb.
Numb. That's
Okay,
what he
this
is.
means
All
we will be
right,
getting
Genji.
HLE
CFO, right?
up against
Yeah.
CFO, yeah.
Oh my.
Wow.
That's gonna be spicy.
What a good matchup,
Yeah.
especially on mid lane. I mean, mid lane too, of course, but I really like the AD matchup.
AD matchup, yeah.
Vipers
And
against
Dogo.
Dogo, wow. Dogo has been playing very aggressively.
Yeah.
This, wow.
And they'll have played a lot before as well in the LPL, so
Yeah.
That is super high.
Taking a step back and look at all of
That
this.
is super high.
Crazy matchup.
G2 versus FlyQuest, whoever wins gets out of Swiss.
Wow.
Is crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy. It's actually a cinematic.
I mean, for all the other matchups we had before, I'm happy with that. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy.
It's funny, G2 of course have had bad runs like in terms of like unlucky draws.
Yeah.
The last time they had a decent draw, who they faced was NRG.
True, that is true.
You know what?
It seemed very easy at first.
Yeah.
To you, but
Oh, now it's the,
From
shoes on the other foot. Yeah.
Oh.
From an LCK's perspective, I'm
Alright.
just glad we dodged Genji HLE.
What are you praying for
sure.
now, Trimby?
my AD wanted to play T1, but I was like,
I keep on hearing this. MKOI told me the same thing. And
they
I'm
want to
like,
play T1,
why?
right? I don't know, it's just like the excitement, I think.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I never played against Carrier, so, you know,
Oh, that would
I would
be
love
hype.
to see it.
All right, VLG.
Right out the gate.
Okay.
People are chanting tier 1, by the way. They're chanting T1.
I see a lot of
You see,
VLG
everyone
T1
wants
signs.
to play T1.
Yes.
Everyone wants to play T1. Oh my. Nah, please. If now it's VKS, it's gonna be. Oh, I don't want to see the reaction.
Open that up. What do we got, Crisp?
He's trying to peek.
Please.
He's speaking every time.
Show it to
T1.
us.
No.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, guys, they didn't look that
They didn't look
good,
that good.
okay? They didn't look
They
that
struggled.
good, okay?
100 Thieves
They're
with them.
like-
You
they're
beat
like-
100 Thieves.
They're like,
so
they're like top one.
theoretically-
They won LPL, but
it's fine.
it's mandatory. It's mandatory.
Hey, 100 Thieves beat them and you beat 100
Yeah.
Thieves.
So, and we are technically way better than 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's what you said.
There you go.
That's all I'm saying.
I like
That's all
those
I'm saying.
odds.
Give me 100 Thieves right here.
Wow,
MKOI
MKOI?
versus 100.
Come on.
I want to see that
100
matchup. I
Thieves.
want to see it.
Please, I am begging, I am begging. Oh, he
Please.
feels it. He feels the 100 Thieves power in there. Do we get double? EUNA? Do we get it? Just show it to us!
Show it!
Oh, whoa,
That's good
whoa,
for us,
whoa,
though.
Whoa, whoa.
Is
Sorry?
Isn't it?
That's a good
good
job
for
for
us.
MKOI.
I think MKOI, I think is stylistically really good against
Guys.
that team, in my opinion.
Can
Alright.
100
I
Thieves
like what I'm hearing here.
Wow.
catch a break?
Oh
That's
my.
true.
Oh, you're
Oh
right.
That's true.
my.
Every time!
And
Oh my
Well,
god.
I'll be honest, I'm waiting for Dokla vlog. I'm waiting for Dokla vlog. I wanna see what he's saying.
that is going to be a very angry T1, especially after the last 2 games.
Yeah.
You should be a very angry 100 Thieves. They literally are just gone up.
That's true.
bangers after
I'm
bangers.
actually very sorry for them.
That is
It's
brutal.
actually brutal.
That's so messed up.
BLG, top esports, Hanwha Life, and now T1.
Run!
It's unbelievable.
It's the last run for 100 Thieves. They gotta make it
They
count.
got to sweat for it.
Wow.
An eventful year for this team, and it doesn't stop here, taking on the world champion. What do you think of the draw overall?
I think that
I'm happy with it, honestly.
I
Maybe
feel,
not Trimby.
I feel sorry for 100 Thieves. I think they had a rough. They've had it rough. I
Yeah.
really feel that's.
Yeah.
No one deserves that.
For sure.
What about yourself, brother?
I mean, let's not. I mean, of course, like, it would be nice to get like 100 Thieves or MKOI,
Yeah.
right? But to be fair, at the end of the day, if we're not gonna show good performances against BLG and we go to 2, doesn't really matter, right? Like, I think it's good that we play them now, because if we actually can beat them, which, of course, is manageable. I actually think it's doable, and
Yeah.
of course, people will like, you know, be like, for sure, right? But I think if we can actually beat them, we can showcase that we deserve to beat 2-2. Because I do think our draws, I mean, compared to like 100 Thieves, right? It was just way easier, right? That's
Yeah.
for sure.
And maybe after 100 Thieves beat T1,
Yeah.
you can then face them.
Wow, imagine for the... Wow, that would be amazing, actually.
For all the marbles.
West is back! West is back! Oh.
You were saying that your mid laner is looking forward to facing off against Faker. He was our Oppo player of the series today, and we
Nice.
saw the evolution of VKS from when Miru joined the team.
Yes.
Anything you want to share about your mid laner today and in general, the impact that he has with you guys?
I'm really happy that he showcased such a great performance on that, like on all these champions, right? Talia and then his Akali, who's like kind of a signature at this point.
Ooh, that's a U replay, by the way.
I mean, that WQ is kind of crazy. Maple coming out of a retirement just to get this one dished out. I do think he played extremely well all 3 games, and I'm really happy for him, because for sure when it comes to like confidence, we are on our low for sure, and I think he was like struggling a lot with that, because he was our like star player, right? And when things are just not going well, it's very hard for you to carry those games, especially on the world stage. So I'm really happy we could play together and try to enable him a little bit. But I think this series he enabled us a little bit more.
Oh, that's
for sure. That looked like a clip, like a TikTok clip, no?
It actually did.
After this one, I'm like, I hope PSG only saw that clip. I hope from our series only that clip.
Yeah, just add them.
I hope they're scared.
Show dominance.
For sure. Maybe I need to start vlogging like Dokla as well.
There it is.
There you go.
We love that kind of content.
That is crazy. That is
the shirtless content too.
No, okay. I mean, he was about to he was about to take the shirt off.
Simon should have.
Yeah.
Raz really wanted it. Raz said he'd join him if he did.
Hey, if he did it here, I would have done it.
I mean, you need to invite them. After we win BLG, please invite.
Please, we will.
They're mocking me for the fact that you guys are not taking them, right? Because they're a little bit scared of their English, but their English is fantastic. Don't worry, like, go for it.
Okay, that sounds great to me.
I think it's important. I mean, they will like stress a little bit.
Taking notes. Even Miru, like, I remember him from the LFL. He was fine in interviews.
I think he likes. It's just right. I mean, Miru is probably like
maybe more shy.
Yeah,
but okay,
you can take our coach. You can take our coach. Maybe they can do some translation. Chris. Yeah.
All right.
He's really fluent in Korean and English, so he could help with that. Yeah, for sure.
Trimby, is there anything you want to add to the Western audience before we
Steer that camera down. Tell them what they want to hear.
This is your time.
FlyQuest versus G2. You have to be there. I don't know what time, I don't know what date. Please just write it up whenever you know. I'm not sure if you check it on LoL Esports or not, but please be there. It's a... I don't even know what to say.
But what about you? What about you?
Okay,
and about me, we'll try our best because we play against the first seed of LPL. But
you got this.
We got this, okay? We're gonna train. We're gonna train like there's no tomorrow. I think, tomorrow is my birthday, so I'm gonna be really old. I'm gonna be extremely old.
Happy
I'm gonna
birthday!
be 1 year with more experience coming into that game, and I hope I can make it work.
There you
birthday buff. We're just gonna do it now, by the way. 3, 2, 1.
Oh
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
You can live with Baron.
Happy birthday, dear Trimby. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. I didn't want to mention it, so I didn't expect it. I'm very sorry.
I wish you a birthday win.
Thank you.
Amazing performance
Wait, are we
today.
actually playing tomorrow, please?
No. You have time. But still. Yeah, in 2 days from now. So, yeah, birthday celebration, hopefully, when we come back. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate every single time.
And yeah,
so nice.
Congrats again on taking PSG down. And with VKS advancing, it also means that we had earlier today another team dropping. It is Fnatic earlier today against MK, and we spoke to Grabs in the Verizon Game Day interview. Let's check it out. Grabs, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Obviously, that's not the way I wanted us to have our first interview of Worlds. Really hard to reflect now because the series just ended and the run as well, but what are your first impressions and take on why things didn't work out for Fnatic this time?
It's always really hard to answer this without getting to the detail. And ultimately, I'm responsible for the performance, right? So if that is just the level we can show, then it's on me. I think we could have been better. Multiple reasons why I guess it didn't happen. It's not surprising, though, because, again, we just don't manage to fix the issues we're talking about. Week in, week out, could be the way staff approaches it, could be players being resistant to change, I'm not quite sure.
All right.
Ultimately, I think this is a competition, and this has been our level. Sure, we played against CFO and BLG. If you play, I don't know, PSG and Thieves, we get to win more, and suddenly fans maybe don't see it as bad. Obviously, leaving 0-3 feels pretty awful, though. But yeah.
You say not surprising. As a European fan and someone who works at the LEC, for me, it is surprising given what you showed in Madrid with the team, the way you qualified for Worlds, even the series after that as well. So why are you not surprised if you can?
I would disagree with the series afterwards. I think against KC, we had a good series against an opponent who was kind of AFK. We didn't get punished. And against Korea, I mean, even maybe it's blue side diff, I don't know, like the game we won. But of course, drafting isn't easy on red side, given some limitations. But again, we're doing the same mistakes that I think the Orc as well, like as Fnatic, this is the style they play, right? Chaotic and sometimes flippy. We didn't manage to get it out of the players. Could be a staff issue, could be, again, just a thing we have to reconfigure certain players. This is not the showing you want to have, and consequences will have to happen. I think this team itself has run its course. From staff to players, you have to see. If the org feels a different head coach could be better, then that's just what it is. I think, yeah, I think you're watching the Koi series in Madrid. This was our level, right? We shouldn't be blinded by one good KC series. We weren't internally. We knew there was lots to work on. We tried. And scrims recently went uptick, like we played a bit better. But then again, today we didn't do the learnings within scrims, right? We talked about certain moments. Game 1, the Herald fight, for example, we just hit the Herald and look at them entering. Where multiple times we talk about defending the bushes and whatever. So maybe the pressure was too high.
All right. Any closing thoughts for the European fan, for the LEC fans? You brought in Poby, you brought a lot of vibes. I know that things were clicking between him and Razork, and it was a very fun team to watch in summer. So
at least for you guys. No, it's my responsibility. I'm not going to pretend here and say that it's my players' fault or anything. I want to thank the players. I want to thank Duff and Gax for the work. And we have to just look at the year in total and see again what we can change. To the Fnatic fans, I'm sorry. The way we dropped out, obviously, is unacceptable for this organization. And for you fans, I mean, G2 is a good team. I think they can get out of Swiss for sure. Quarterfinals depends on the draw, but at least that's something to look forward to.
I appreciate your honesty, Grabs. Thank you so much. A lot of strong words on the side of Grabs, hinting a lot of things as well here, but mostly a lot of responsibility that he's taking on himself.
It's the most realistic approach about talking about a team like this, right? Because the team has been together for quite some time. Obviously, the Poby change was something that happened, but like that's a lot of ownership that you don't expect to hear from a coach, and it's honestly for me really refreshing to hear.
Yeah, I think obviously a coach with a ton of experience, talking about how there's a lot of struggles with the team. I think we could kind of see that displayed on the Rift, but shows just the hardships that a lot of teams will face at Worlds, and it is such a difficult competition, and if you're not at your best, this is what can happen.
Yeah, and sending positive thoughts for the rest of Europe. G2 was the team that he mentioned here, so I want to take a last look at the schedule before we leave things for a few days, because Raz, this is the last time you have me as a friend here.
Yeah,
starting in 2 days, it is gone.
I'm going to war. Photoshops are going to be made. FlyQuest versus G2. No more excuses from North America or Europe side.
No.
The last time Europe has taken a win versus North America specifically, what was it, 2023? It's actually crazy. And so,
yeah, we're due.
It's partially because not a lot of times we face off against each other. And even though I'm also counting the K-Corp loss to Team Liquid, K-Corp literally went to finals in first stand, so me cheating a little bit with that. But G2 versus Fly, Seed 1 versus Seed 1, what could be better than this?
It's a pretty big banger, and the guaranteed Western team getting out of Swiss is always nice, always very optimistic. And the other two matches, pretty heated. I think, obviously, to me, Gen.G pretty favored over Top Esports. My hopes are, as a Top Esports fan, are pretty subdued. HLE against CFO, though, I think CFO definitely can challenge there. If they come in swinging, I think HLE, their form hasn't been the best at this tournament so far. So they definitely need to be on their A game if they want to take out the Flying Oysters.
And there was a tweet about, I want to say, 2 minutes ago from Quid. And he quoted the Pyosik one, where he was like, God has abandoned us, but we will enjoy it. It's the Pyosik quote from when he was on Team Liquid. That is the most insane run for 100 Thieves. It's their last run as an organization in North America in League of Legends. And for their Worlds run to be HLE, T1, and then, of course, Top Esports, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the fact that they got that upset as well early on against BLG has just extended it to mean that their luck can be even worse, because now they've drawn T1. If they win against T1, which would be absolutely crazy, and then they went into the 2-2 bracket and drew, I mean, let's say HLE get knocked down. Well, they can't draw HLE again, but say Gen.G got knocked down, they drew them. That
could be crazier. And
that'd be like the worst run of, I think, of all time in Swiss.
If somehow 100 Thieves take out T1, they've evolved as a team. You might as well take the one out of it. Be 100 T1. They will basically, I don't know what to say.
You know what?
That is a dream.
If 100 Thieves beat T1 and then winning the 2-2, just straight to the trophy after that. Clean route. You get through this Swiss stage, right? I think you've earned it.
Talk about the last heist. The last heist is literally the Summoner's Cup. Oh, yeah. This is why we love Crisp. A, he screwed his own team in top esports in the draw, but
I
also
think that's
gets
the
this.
hilarious
I
thing
forgive
is
him.
that his former team, he drew Gen G against them. That's like the ultimate, the ultimate hit.
Yep, that happened. No, of course. I mean, we didn't have any NAU matchups, and I'm really happy that we get 4 quarterfinals.
Hey,
I think that makes it even. And you know what? That's the beauty of Worlds.
True.
Surprises,
True.
upsets, the unexpected. Guys, thank you so much. It's been an honor being with you on the desk for these past few days. And you guys at home as well. We're going to be back in 2 days, October 22nd, with more elimination matches. So keep an eye out on LoLesports.com for the match order to be published. We'll be live at the same time, 10 a.m. CST, 1 a.m. Pacific, for more Worlds 2025. Take care, be nice to each other, and see you next time.
Okay, right. This. No flash Casio.
Slow. His front, Pant will die.
Can I?
Pant no flash, okay? Slow.
Best round. That's 1 HP.
I stun.
That's 1 HP, Pete.
Slow. We win this, okay? Good friend. All them no flash.
Keep going. Dale.
I go. I'm coming, look my position, okay? I can bait them.
In 4.
I'll bait them.
3.
I'm going to.
Imcoy, stay alive at Worlds and eliminate Fnatic.
We can win. I have combo in
Low.
2.
Kong is on
One
HP.
mirror, one combo.
2 seconds.
Okay. Look our combo, okay? Look.
Okay. I don't have kill.
Look. Kill.
Come.
Yeah,
No flash, right?
Look, kill this
Okay.
guy.
I can look.
Yeah, look.
Oh.
Okay, now.
Yeah, give me the minion.
Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Let's play here.
Guys, look correct.
Okay, you want me to go. Very good. 5 combo.
Look, Kong behind.
Yeah, no. Look, kill it. Nice!
This is Brazil and VKS. Stay alive at Worlds 25.
My heart